Chapter 2987. In a flash, Chun Zhao appeared before a deity. The god was covered in golden armor and held a sword. He carried a horn on his back. The god's eyes were golden. Even though it was all gray, he could still accurately grasp Chun Zhao's movements. Clang! When Chun Zhao raised his right fist, the golden-armored god had already slashed at him with his sword. The sword landed on Chun Zhao's wrist. Then, an extremely powerful force exploded. Chun Zhao was forced back 2 steps. The golden-armored god didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he pulled down the horn and blew it. Whoosh! Chun Zhao felt a powerful wave of divine power spread out from the god's body. However, he didn't feel any damage from the horn. Chun Zhao was still on his guard, but the horn indeed didn't have any damage. Suddenly, a wave of darkness attacked Chun Zhao from behind. It was the same as Chun Zhao's dark serum. It was like liquid, but extremely sticky. It enveloped Chun Zhao's head. Chun Zhao didn't dodge. He let the darkness envelop him. The next moment, a painful howl came from the dark liquid. The dark liquid tried to break free from Chun Zhao's body. But now, it was entangled with Chun Zhao's dark lava. He couldn't tell who was whose. Chun Zhao's inner world suddenly pulled, and a soul was dragged out of the dark liquid. Chun Zhao sent the soul into his sea of consciousness. Instantly, light and darkness intertwined in the sky. It seemed that this god had effected some kind of rule. In just a few breaths, the soul that Chun Zhao had dragged into his sea of consciousness was completely disintegrated. The intertwining darkness in the sky also disappeared. No, hotter! Balder roared and charged over. Chun Zhao was stunned. Hotter? After meeting Balder, he'd checked Balder's household register. The information he could find on the internet was basically all myths and legends. One of them was that Balder had a brother, the god of darkness, Hotter. In the legends, Balder had been killed by an arrowhead made by Hotter with mistletoe. But the reality was that Balder hadn't died and was in a stable relationship with his brother. At least when Chun Zhao killed Hotter, Balder had looked very angry. Chun Zhao looked at Balder, who was charging at him, and gave him a cold stab. He also wanted to drag Balder's divine soul into the sea of consciousness. Unfortunately, Balder's physical body was intact, and with the strength of his spirit, it was impossible for him to escape. Chun Zhao could not move it no matter how hard he tried. Instead, it was Hotter who had sought his own death. He didn't have his own body, and jumping on Chun Zhao was suicide. As a result, his divine soul was heavily injured. That was why Chun Zhao could easily drag Hotter's soul into his sea of consciousness. Chun Zhao flung Balder away. It wasn't his cup of tea. He couldn't bite it. It was more practical to look for those divine souls without physical bodies. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck him. Chun Zhao shivered. In the hazy steam, he could vaguely see a strong man holding a small iron hammer that did not match his body size. The lightning bolt had come from a hammer. Lightning, hammer, brawny man. Since that was the case, the newcomer could basically be concluded. In Norse mythology, he was the most famous god besides Odin. Balder's brother, the god of thunder. Amidst the steam, the god of thunder raised his hammer high. A bolt of lightning crashed down. Chun Zhao didn't move. However, the surrounding steam was dispersed quite a bit. Chun Zhao also saw the god of thunder's face clearly. It was obviously different from his image and face in the movies. He had a big beard and strong limbs. He was covered in silver scale armor, and his shoulders were wrapped in bearskin. Lightning surrounded him. Of course, his mouth of rotten teeth also left a deep impression. Everything was easy to say without opening his mouth. He had a strong aura, sharp eyes, and sharp eyebrows. But when he opened his mouth, the rotten teeth alone were enough to destroy Chun Zhao's worldview, not to mention the smell of alcohol. I'm a god. Can't I pay attention to my image and fix my appearance? By the way, you're the god of thunder, right? The god of thunder nodded. You've heard of me. You're more famous than your old man. Didn't you die together with the giant mortal snake, Yegad? In the legends, the god of thunder and the giant mortal snake, Yegad, were made to be mortal enemies. In the end, The god of thunder and Yegad fulfilled their wish to die on the same day of the same year, month, and day. I died, but he didn't, the god of thunder replied. If you're dead, then go to where the dead should go. This isn't where you belong. The god of thunder didn't answer Chen Zhao. Instead, he raised his hammer high. Instantly, tens of thousands of lightning boomed. The entire sky was covered in lightning. The god of thunder used Mjolnir to guide the lightning in the sky. This guy was a true expert at playing with lightning. Before the god of thunder, Chen Zhao was like an elementary school student. Boom, 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 lightning baptism. Chen Zhao was drowned in lightning. Chen Zhao didn't move. His expertise in the lightning element wasn't in release. It was in resistance. This was Chen Zhao's greatest strength. He already had the ability of the lightning element. Plus, he had the constitution of a battery. He was also the strongest enhancement element in history. As a result, Chen Zhao's lightning resistance reached an unprecedented level. Chen Zhao even treated the lightning storm as the warm sun in March. But not long after, Chen Zhao's battery was full. Chen Zhao dashed toward the god of thunder. The god of thunder didn't have the authority of the god of war, but he was the god of war of the Asgard race. Seeing Chen Zhao approach, the god of thunder didn't hesitate at all. He swung Mjolnir at Chen Zhao's head. This was experience and instinct. Mjolnir hit Chen Zhao's temple. Even Chen Zhao felt like his head was going to explode. But Chen Zhao's punch shattered the god of thunder's head. The god of thunder's soul fused into the ground. But just then, Chen Zhao grabbed the god of thunder's soul. He pulled it into the sea of consciousness. Instantly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. It went straight for Chen Zhao's forehead. Boom! Chen Zhao took a step back. In that instant, Chen Zhao felt the rules of the world. The god of thunder's soul fragment wasn't absorbed by the sea of consciousness. Instead, it fused into Chen Zhao's soul. Fated enemy? Chen Zhao could devour the soul of his fated enemy. Chen Zhao clenched his fists. On his palms, there was still lightning coursing through his body. He looked at the hammer that had fallen to the ground. Chen Zhao reached out to grab it. He didn't pick it up. Damn, this hammer isn't so heavy that I can't even lift it. Right? Chen Zhao tried again, but he still couldn't move it. I don't believe it. Chen Zhao's body turned black, then gold, and finally red. Primordial Regression Technique, Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, until Chen Zhao activated Level 5. The hammer was finally moved, but it wasn't picked up. God King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 2988. Chen Zhao tore the handle of the hammer from the body. The next moment, the hammer seemed to have lost its spirit. Chen Zhao could clearly feel that something was missing from the hammer. Chen Zhao walked up and picked up the hammer, weighing it. It didn't have that almost infinite weight anymore. Chen Zhao was a bit disappointed. Damn, did he really have to become a king to pick up the hammer? Although he'd broken the hammer, Chen Zhao still put away the hammer and handle. It was a divine artifact, after all, and one of the few that could resist his power that was close to his limit. He wanted to see if Ruan Faxi could fix his instincts. After all, he had this foundation. It couldn't be that bad. If not, he could give it to the kids at home to play with. In Thor's soul fragment, Chen Zhao found more information on how to control lightning. More accurately, it wasn't a skill. It was an instinct. Thor was a natural god. His parents were both gods, and they were both top-notch gods. Thor's authority seemed to be fusing into Chen Zhao's body. Chen Zhao couldn't help but think of the 23rd Blood Mary. Am I going to turn into a deity too? But things didn't develop as Chen Zhao feared. Chen Zhao could clearly feel the existence of the authority, but his power didn't turn into divine power. Chen Zhao lifted his arm and pointed his palm at the sky. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky. However, the lightning didn't land on Chen Zhao. Instead, it gathered in his palm. Chen Zhao shook his head. This authority was very strong. It was even stronger than most Shangqing cultivators. But it was still too weak for Chen Zhao right now. Its destructive and destructive power were far inferior to the dark red neutron star. Of course, he could use a big move, but it would take too long to charge. The lightning couldn't be released through his own power. It came from the world. Chen Zhao now had a deeper understanding of the god's authority. The world was a bank, and the authority was a credit card. How much power one borrowed depended on one's strength. Most of the time, it was as much as one borrowed. But the disadvantage was that it couldn't be like Chen Zhao's own flame qi, which he could create himself. It depended on how much he needed. If a god's authority wanted to borrow more power, he had to pay more divine power. Chen Zhao was a bit disappointed. The god of thunder's authority was cool, but it was useless. To Chen Zhao, their destructive and lethality were extremely weak. The only useful thing was that his lightning resistance had increased. But there was no one in the world who could hurt him with lightning. Boom, boom. At this moment, a loud sound came from afar. Chen Zhao looked back and saw Zhang Tianyi blocking the rainbow light from Odin's spear. Chen Zhao, where did you hide it? Quickly come and help. This old man can't hold on much longer. Chen Zhao threw the accumulated lightning balls at Odin, using his son's skill to hit his father. However, this thunderball was also useless. When the thunderball exploded, a large part of Odin's body was damaged, but it quickly recovered. Chen Zhao took out the black trident and charged at Odin like a bolt of lightning. Odin also noticed Chen Zhao. Its huge body turned into a beam of light and shot toward Chen Zhao. The lightning and the rainbow collided in the air. Unexpectedly, there was no earth-shattering impact. Chen Zhao stood in the air, one hand holding the black trident and the other holding Odin's shrunken spear. At the same time, Chen Zhao's aura kept changing. Odin's aura kept circling around Chen Zhao's body. At the same time, golden runes kept bursting out of Chen Zhao's body. These golden runes looked like Taoist talisman characters. Right now, in Chen Zhao's sea of consciousness, Odin was holding his left abdomen. He looked around in fear. The sea of consciousness was a world of flames. Above the flames, countless golden runes circled. His soul was greatly restricted here. He had also lost all connection with Asgard. Not only that, when he charged into Chen Zhao's body, Chen Zhao's black trident caused a destructive force in his abdomen. As a result, Odin's soul was very weak. The destructive force still couldn't be dispelled. This wasn't his plan. His original plan was for Balder to cripple Chen Zhao and then extract his soul. He would be able to occupy this extremely powerful body without any resistance. That's right. The original plan of him, Balder, and the remaining gods was to occupy Chen Zhao's body. Odin only had a soul left. But Balder didn't lie to Chen Zhao about one thing. Odin was the soul of Asgard. As long as Asgard wasn't destroyed, his soul wouldn't completely disperse. But he would forever be bound to Asgard. In Asgard, he was still the high and mighty king of the gods. But now Asgard was in ruins. The gods were either dead or injured. Odin couldn't do anything. That was why he ordered Balder to find a suitable body for him. He needed to regain his freedom, so he had to have a body that could accommodate his divine soul. This wasn't easy. Even the body of a god couldn't do it. Odin was too strong. Balder had been active in the human world for decades. He hadn't found a suitable vessel until he met Chen Zhao. Then Balder lured Chen Zhao here. But Chen Zhao had brought companions. No, after Balder's attempt to trap Chen Zhao and the other two with the void space failed, the plan had gone out of control. Balder had lured Chen Zhao and the other two here as a last effort. He wanted to use force. Bifla, Zhang Tianyi suddenly yelled. You handle it alone. Leave it to me. Bifla nodded calmly. Zhang Tianyi quickly formed a hand seal. God, come here. Whoosh. A figure descended from the sky. Blood Mary 23 was here. This was also a part of the plan. The 23rd Blood Mary was an important part of it. She would only appear at the crucial moment. Plus, Zhang Tianyi had used the god-inviting spell to invite her here. The 23rd generation Blood Mary looked around. She immediately sensed the presence of hundreds of gods. What's going on? I don't have time to talk. Move now, Zhang Tianyi urged. But there are so many gods around. Mary 23 hesitated. We'll hold them. Just move. Before Bifla and I lie down, no one can hurt you. Hurry. Blood Mary 23 had been invited here by Zhang Tianyi's god-inviting spell. But every minute and second she was here consumed a large amount of Zhang Tiany's power. The more she spoke, the more tired Zhang Tiany became. Chapter 2989. The 23rd generation Blood Mary didn't beat around the bush. He rushed straight down to the ground of Asgard. Stop her! Vader felt like his head was about to explode. At that moment, he realized that he wasn't the only one plotting against Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao was also plotting against them. Vader looked up at Chen Zhao in the sky. Odin, the king of the gods, did not take over Chen Zhao's body. At least, he hadn't succeeded yet. Vader could only hope that Odin would succeed. But he knew very well that Odin's soul was as broken as Asgard. Not to mention that he was stronger than he was at his peak. His soul state might not even be much stronger than his own. With such a powerful soul, he wanted to snatch Chen Zhao's body. Although the body-strengthening system did not refine the soul, that was only true for ordinary cultivators. At Chen Zhao's level, even if he didn't practice, he was still terrifyingly powerful. Thus, Odin's chances of victory were less than 50%. This was Vader's assessment. In fact, Vader had overestimated Odin. Or rather, he had underestimated Chen Zhao's group. Zhang Tiany had placed a godly seal on Chen Zhao's body. It was specifically used to strengthen Chen Zhao's soul and suppress Odin's soul. At the same time, Odin rushed into Chen Zhao's body. Chen Zhao was already prepared. He used the black trident to injure Odin's soul. The black trident dealt more than just physical damage. It didn't care if you had a physical body or a spiritual body. If you dared to touch it, you would experience a different kind of pleasure. Odin was in a rush to reincarnate. He didn't care what weapon Chen Zhao had and just charged over. However, Odin was quite lucky that the black trident did not pierce through his body. However, this was also his greatest misfortune. He had just developed a new skill not long ago. He dragged the spirit into his sea of consciousness. As for why he was being dragged in, to put it simply, it was used as fertilizer. Odin had not yet been reduced to fertilizer, but it wouldn't take long. Odin tried to leave Chen Zhao's consciousness. But would Chen Zhao let him go? In Chen Zhao's consciousness, the extreme heat caused Odin to grow weaker and weaker. The wound on the spirit body's abdomen was still worsening. The destructive power continued to wreak havoc in his spirit body. More importantly, the flame chi transformed into Chen Zhao's appearance. He punched and kicked Odin. Chen Zhao didn't hold back. If this guy didn't die, he would be in danger. After all, this guy had too many titles. King of Gods, King of Magic, Lord of the Nine Realms. Chen Zhao didn't know how many tricks this guy had up his sleeve. Chen Zhao didn't dare to be arrogant in front of him. He was afraid that if he spoke too much, the other party would seize the opportunity. So, Chen Zhao attacked right away. First, he would beat his opponent until he couldn't take care of himself. It had to be said that even if Odin's soul wasn't at its peak, it was still shockingly strong. If he hadn't come in himself, Chen Zhao probably couldn't even drag him in. Whether it was the god of darkness Hotter or the god of thunder Thor, Chen Zhao dragged the divine soul in. Basically, it didn't even last a minute. His divine soul had already been roasted to the point where both his body and soul had been destroyed. But even though Odin was in a terrible state, however, he was still able to resist the roasting of the furnace in his sea of consciousness. Moreover, countless clones from Chen Zhao's consciousness surrounded Odin. Surprisingly, he hadn't been shattered yet. "Human, you can't destroy my soul." Odin roared hysterically. "Although I don't know how you seal my perception with Asgard, I still coexist with Asgard. As long as Asgard exists, then I am immortal. It's okay. My power is endless here too. You can't kill me, and I'm not tired either. We have all the time we need." Blood Mary stood still. Her divine power started seeping into the land of Asgard. She had made her choice. She chose the cultivation method of the Olympian gods' divine kingdom. As for the fragments of the divine kingdom, there were many of them here. Asgard was Odin's divine kingdom. Therefore, Asgard was the best choice for Blood Mary to build her divine kingdom. Now, Odin had lost control of Asgard. It was the best time for Blood Mary. Several deities charged toward Blood Mary, the 23rd generation. Blood Mary didn't move. Zhang Tianyi maintained the god-inviting seal with one hand and waved with the other. Countless rays of golden light shot over, instantly riddling the few gods with thousands of holes. Whoosh! A wave of flames rolled past Bifla. The bodies of the gods were melted by the flames. Their bodies disappeared, and their souls were exposed too. But this time, their bodies weren't reconstructed. They could keep reconstructing their bodies before, because they were protected by the world. It was because they were protected by the world. They could be reborn again and again in Asgard. But now, Odin was trapped in Chun Zhao's consciousness. They also lost Asgard's protection. As time went by, Zhang Tianyi and Bifla no longer felt the hostility of this world. Their magic power could finally recover. The 23rd Blood Mary watched as a few divine souls were exposed in front of her. She used her divine power to seep into the land of Asgard and reached out to grab the souls. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 5 souls were caught by Blood Mary. Zhang Tianyi didn't stay idle either. He also grabbed one. Bifla caught one too. Blood Mary, hurry up. You still have time to steal from us. Zhang Tianyi yelled. I'm using my magic power to maintain you here. If Zhang Tianyi had used the god summoning spell on an ordinary deity, he could invite them until the end of time. However, he had invited the 23rd Blood Mary to descend in her true form. It consumed so much magic power that even someone as powerful as Zhang Tianyi couldn't maintain it for long. This was a rare spoil of war. A god's soul. One might not even encounter one in a few hundred years. Now, they were everywhere. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to break the bodies of these gods first. Just then, the golden-armored god who'd fought before swung his sword and charged over. Heimdall. Blood Mary's eyes narrowed. If Odin was the king of the Asgard gods, then Heimdall was the guardian god of the Asgard gods. He was the commander of the Asgard gods. In the legends, his status was even higher than that of the god of thunder. Bifla immediately attacked Heimdall. Bifla waved its hand, and a crazy wave of fire drowned Heimdall. But the next moment, Heimdall still charged out of the flames and slashed at Bifla, who was standing in front of Blood Mary. Bifla didn't dodge Heimdall. Just as Heimdall's sword was about to land on Bifla's head, it suddenly stopped. Burning red chains shot out from the flames. They wrapped around Heimdall's weapon, limbs, body, and neck. Chapter 2990. Heimdall struggled hard, trying to break the chain with the sword in his hand. But it was the sword in his hand that broke first. To be precise, it was melted. Heimdall himself was a little stunned. His weapon was made by dwarves. It was a real artifact. Why was it melted? And it wasn't directly roasted by flames. It was just tied up by red-hot chains. It was actually melted. Your flame power is better than Loki's. The Loki that Heimdall mentioned was not the second princess in the movie. In Norse mythology, Loki was not only the god of mischief and lies, but also the god of fire. Of course, he was also the opposite of the Norse gods, the biggest villain. Demon wolf Fenrir, earth serpent Jormungandr, and goddess of death Hela were all his children. But you live up to the name of the gods, Bifla said indifferently. Of course, Heimdall wasn't in his best state. But even in his best state, Heimdall might not be able to defeat Bifla. The crimson chains had already deeply cut into Heimdall's skin. In the next instant, Heimdall's body collapsed violently, and Heimdall's divine soul was dragged out by the crimson chains. Bifla collected Heimdall's divine soul. Hundreds of crimson chains danced wildly in the air. They forced back the gods who tried to get close. Bifla was in charge of the outer ring of the battlefield. Zhang Tianyi was in charge of the inner ring. If there was a fish that slipped through the net and broke through Bifla's defense, Zhang Tianyi was responsible for cleaning up. But at this time, Zhang Tianyi was responsible for maintaining the mana consumption of the 23rd generation Blood Mary. He also had to bear the siege of those who slipped through the net. The pressure was not small. Fortunately, Zhang Tianyi's ability was really not weak. He had the title of the number 1 person in the supernatural world for decades, and it was really not an undeserved reputation. He cast spells one by one. They didn't seem to be special, but he could always restrain the gods that came forward just right. But he felt a little overwhelmed now. Bifla could at least devote himself to the task. He couldn't, and he had to suffer double the pain. He maintained the Madra with one hand and the mana consumption of the Invocation of God. This round trip was equivalent to him restricting 70% of his combat strength. However, even with only 30% of his combat power, he was still able to defend impenetrably. Blood Mary, how much longer do you need? Zhang Tianyi could not help but curse. There's nothing I can do. Although Asgard is broken, it's still relatively intact. Mary, the 23rd generation blood, was also very anxious. She was already using all her strength. Her divine power permeated the depths of Asgard. He only managed to dig out a small fragment of the divine kingdom, less than 1,000th of Asgard as a whole. This bit of God Kingdom fragment was not enough for her to build a complete God Kingdom. Then let me shatter it. What do you think? Chen Zhao's voice rang out. Everyone looked up at Chen Zhao. Zhang Tianyi was overjoyed. Chen Zhao, it's done? Chen Zhao grinned. Odin's soul is quite delicious. Chen Zhao had really eaten Odin's soul. However, it wasn't devouring, it was simply absorbing. Odin and Chen Zhao weren't fated enemies. Therefore, Chen Zhao couldn't absorb Odin's soul fragment. However, he could still absorb it as soul force. There is a clear difference between absorbing and devouring. Just like Thunder God Thor, he and Chen Zhao were fated enemies. Chen Zhao could devour his soul fragment. To a certain extent, he could obtain some of Thunder God's abilities. Chen Zhao was lucky to obtain Thunder God's authority. However, it was useless. Odin, on the other hand, was a pure dessert. Not bad. Just then, the world seemed to have lost its color. Only black and white were left. Cracks appeared in the sky, and the ground shook violently. Even a gravitational force had problems. The broken walls and rubble began to lose their weight. Mary, the 23rd generation blood, was shocked. She could clearly feel that Asgard's divine kingdom had become weaker. Chen Zhao, shatter Asgard. Mary didn't care about the consequences. In her eyes, Asgard was also an extremely delicious delicacy. As Odin's divine kingdom, the size of Asgard's divine kingdom was probably larger than the divine kingdoms of dozens of gods combined. How many fragments could he extract? It would probably be enough for him to use until the end of time. Because the Olympians had a special divine kingdom, they needed fragments to build their own divine kingdom. If the divine kingdom was damaged, they needed fragments to repair it. So, they needed to fight to nurture themselves. They had to continuously launch divine wars to obtain fragments. If they won a divine war, they could survive for a few thousand years. That was the harvest of a Protoss race. If they could take all the fragments of Asgard's divine kingdom for their own use, it would probably be half as much as the Asgard gods. Make sure to protect yourselves. If I get involved, I won't care. Chen Zhao suddenly charged into the sky. Mary, the 23rd generation blood, wasn't in a hurry to extract the fragments of Asgard's divine kingdom. Since Chen Zhao had said it so clearly, he definitely wouldn't do it without reason. Zhang Tianyi and Bifla also flew into the sky and set up a defensive spell on themselves. A meteor fell and collided with Asgard. Instantly, a dazzling light billions of times brighter than the sun illuminated everything. Zhang Tianyi, Bifla, and Mary were all speechless. The majestic Asgard disappeared. The entire land disappeared. Only a few extremely small fragments were left. After the first round of impact, Mary charged into the sea of fire without a care. Asgard had been completely destroyed by Chen Zhao. The fragments of Asgard's divine kingdom were scattered everywhere too. No, not just the fragments of Asgard's divine kingdom. The entire space was filled with the fragments of countless deities' divine kingdom. All the deities had disappeared. That attack didn't just destroy Asgard. It also shattered the souls of the deities entangled with Asgard. They were Asgard's deities, but they were also bound by Asgard. Even after death, their souls were still bound by Asgard. But this binding wasn't all bad. At least, their souls were also protected by Asgard. But now, Asgard was completely destroyed by Chen Zhao. For the deities, this didn't mean freedom. Instead, it meant that they had lost their last foundation. Chen Zhao, Bifla, and Zhang Tianyi fought for those souls. Some were well preserved, while others only had fragments left. However, most of the souls had already been reduced to ashes along with Asgard. Mary, the 23rd generation blood, was desperately collecting the fragments. Chapter 2991. Suddenly, Chun Zhao saw a figure. It was the god of light, Balder. He might be the only god that hadn't died. He was charging in one direction. With a flash, Chun Zhao appeared before Balder. Balder looked at Chun Zhao anxiously with an anxious expression. Mr. Chun, you've already destroyed Asgard. Even Odin and the gods died in your hands. What else do you want? I must eliminate all evil and eliminate the roots. Have you forgotten? You can't kill me, Balder said anxiously. Balder said anxiously, so please don't waste each other's time. As for hatred, I was only controlled by Odin. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. Now that he has completely disappeared, our grievances should be written off. Chun Zhao shook his head. That's not how you calculate things. Just then, Zhang Tianyi, Bifla, and 23rd Blood Mary also stopped plundering. They surrounded Balder from all sides. Vader did not intend to fight against the 4 vicious men opposite him. He couldn't beat them. Back then, not including 23rd Blood Mary, Balder couldn't beat them. Now that there was 23rd Blood Mary, he couldn't beat them even more. God of Light, I'm curious. Since you're undying, why were you still threatened by Odin? Balder didn't speak. 23rd Blood Mary's lips curved. Is it because you and all the gods of the Asgard race have your souls attached to Asgard? 23rd Blood Mary stared at Balder. Balder still faced 23rd Blood Mary's question in silence. Do you think silence can help you escape? I've said that I didn't mean to be enemies with you. Even if you destroyed Asgard and killed Odin, it doesn't even count as hatred for me. Balder looked at 23rd Blood Mary. Compared to the other 3, Balder was more afraid of 23rd Blood Mary, because she knew him the best. Perhaps Odin's plan was seen through by the 23rd Blood Mary. That was why they'd accurately grasped the loophole in their plan. The truth was just as Balder had guessed. 23rd Blood Mary had become a god herself. Therefore, she knew the gods the best out of the 4, while the other 3 only suspected that Baldur had ulterior motives. 23rd Blood Mary guessed the truth. Actually, this logic was very simple. What did Odin want the most after losing his physical body? Of course, it was to find a physical body to serve as a vessel for Odin's soul. As long as he understood this principle, it was no wonder that Balder had been looking for Chun Zhao's cooperation. Chun Zhao's body was definitely the best vessel for Odin's soul. Of course, they could not rule out the possibility that Balder had ulterior motives. He wanted Odin and Chun Zhao to injure each other so that he could reap the benefits. This possibility was not small either. After all, Balder had never wanted Chun Zhao to find other helpers. The biggest reason was that if he found other helpers, the chances of him reaping the benefits would be much smaller. What can you do to me? Balder looked at the 4 and said, You've sealed me for hundreds or even thousands of years. By then, you'll all be corrupted by time, but I'll still be a god. Your descendants might not be able to fight me then. I just want freedom, true freedom. I don't plan on ruling the world or destroying the world or restoring the Aesir race to its former glory. I just want to live more freely. Now, my dream has come true, so I have no reason to be your enemy. I can even guarantee that I'll avoid you and the areas your forces cover in the human world. Mary, the 23rd generation Blood Mary, still looked at Balder with that evil smile. Are you looking for it? Blood Mary, the 23rd generation, took out a divine soul, an incomplete divine soul. When Balder saw the divine soul, his expression changed involuntarily. This was why Odin had controlled it. This was a part of his soul. Balder was lucky. Chun Zhao's ultimate move had destroyed Asgard, but it hadn't destroyed the fragment of his divine soul attached to Asgard. Of course, this was also related to his characteristics. Balder didn't just have an immortal body. He also had an immortal soul. Looking at 23rd Blood Mary, Balder tried his best to control his fear. It's useless, Balder said. My soul is also immortal. Didn't you try it before? 23rd Blood Mary grabbed Balder's remnant soul and sent a bit of power into it. Bader's expression was normal. With some mockery, he said, "I told you it's useless." Really? 23rd Blood Mary suddenly increased her power and sent a wave of cold air into the remnant soul. Bader's body trembled slightly, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered. By now, even Chun Zhao, Zhang Tianyi, and Bifla could see something. They didn't know if Bader's soul could really be immortal, but the remnant soul controlled by 23rd Blood Mary could definitely affect Bader. They had plenty of time to try, but for Bader, every second was a test worse than death. Fine, I admit that this remnant soul is a part of my soul. It represents my pain. Bader finally compromised. Back then, my mother, Frigg, not only gave me the blessing of immortality, but she also took away my pain. The part that carried the pain was hidden in Asgard, so I'm immortal and won't feel pain. But then everything changed. Dusk came, and the part of my soul that carried the pain became Odin's weakness to control me. You just wanted to find this remnant soul that carried the pain. I can trade with you with Odin's treasure, Bader said. Not me, us. They were all smart people. 23rd Blood Mary could obviously tell that Bader was trying to drive a wedge between them. There were too many precedents of people killing each other for their own benefits. Bader smiled. Fine, it was a slip of the tongue. I'll trade with you with Odin's treasure. Odin's treasure again? From start to finish, you've been using this as a bargaining chip, Chun Zhao said, bored. Don't you have any other trump cards? Bader was also helpless. Trump cards were also something that depended on the person. The 4 people he was facing had completely destroyed Asgard. His trump cards were almost useless against them. Apart from Odin's treasure, there was no other bargaining chip that was useful to them. Chapter 2992. You've tricked us so many times with Odin's treasury. Do you think we'll fall for it again? It's true this time, Bader said helplessly. No, you say that every time. True or false, Zhang Tianyi said. We never agreed to exchange your soul for Odin's treasury. Celestial Master Zhang, it's my remnant soul, not my complete soul, Bader corrected. Plus, only Blood Mary has the right to decide. No, what he said is what we all think. Blood Mary didn't fall for this. They were all on the same side and had already won a great victory. She wouldn't go against everyone on such a small matter. If you try to sow discord again, I'll let you have a taste of it first. Bader shrugged. There are countless treasures in Odin's treasury. From ancient times until 3,000 years ago, Odin's collection is unimaginable. Zhang Tianyi still shook his head. We have so many remnant souls. Some of them still have self-consciousness. We can get the information we need from them, not you, so you don't have the right to bargain with us. Bader's expression grew even worse. Back then, all the souls of the gods were attached to Asgard. They couldn't escape Odin's control at all. Thus, Odin didn't hide his treasury from the other gods at all. There were indeed many gods who knew where Odin's treasury was. Serve me for 1,000 years, Blood Mary said. During this time, you have to obey me absolutely. After that, I'll give you back your freedom. Impossible. What's the difference between that and a seal? Bader refused decisively. So there's nothing to talk about? 100 years, at most 100 years, Bader said. Blood Mary shook her head. 100 years is too short. Let's each take a step back, Chun Zhao said. 500 years. Bader's face darkened. This was each taking a step back? I refuse. The 4 stared at Bader mockingly. Do you have the right to refuse? Chun Zhao sneered. It's good enough that you didn't become my servant forever. You should feel lucky. Normal souls have pain thresholds. As an immortal god, do you have pain thresholds? I'd be happy to do some research. We are all very interested. The 4 of them spoke one after another. Bader's expression grew more and more unsightly. He was like a fish on the chopping block. This was his current situation. If he didn't give in, he would have to accept endless torture. And submission meant 500 years of slavery. 400 years. If you refuse again, then there's no need to talk anymore. Bader sighed and finally gave in. 400 years is fine, but I hope to get the treatment and respect I deserve. In addition, I need a strong contract. 23rd generation nodded, sure. Both sides immediately drew up a contract. Bader hesitated before signing the contract. However, under the pressure of the crowd. In the end, he signed the contract. The contract left a mark on both of them. Then where is Odin's treasury? Below. Bader pointed to the sea directly below where Asgard was floating. The main body of this world is not actually Asgard. Instead, it was the endless sea below. Bader took the four of them into the sea. At the bottom of the sea was a gigantic magic array. There were exactly 5 directions. Everyone looked at Bader. How do we open it? Everyone stand in one direction. I'll stand in the middle. You pour the 4 elements of water, fire, wind, and earth into all directions of the magic array, and I'll guide the water, fire, wind, and earth energy to hit the eye of the array. They weren't afraid that Bader would cheat. His soul was still in the hands of Blood Mary, 23rd generation, and he was bound by the contract. If Bader went against it, it would definitely make him want to die. If the pain of kicking his balls was 100, then the 4 of them would definitely make Bader feel the pleasure of kicking his balls every second. Bader wasn't going to die. What a joke. 400 years was neither a long time nor a short time for him. If he endured it for a while, he would be able to endure it. But if he jumped around in the hands of these 4 people, he would be taught a lesson in minutes. The magic array opened. A beam of light shot out from the magic array and broke through the sea. Let's go in. Everyone followed Bader into the beam of light. They came to an extremely desolate small world. It was very, very small. As far as the eye could see, it looked like it was only the size of a block. In this small world, there was only one tall building. The building style was similar to Asgard's. Judging from the style of the building, it only lacked a sign saying Treasure House at the door. Everyone landed on grass. Not far away, they saw a girl with all 4 limbs chained. She was crying on a rock nearby. She wore a thin veil, but one could vaguely see her exquisite figure. Who's this? Is she also Odin's collection? Zhang Tianyi sized up the beautiful girl. Does Odin like this? I knew he wasn't a good person, Chun Zhao said. Bader looked at the girl. He'd come here a few times with Odin, but he'd never seen this girl before. I don't know. The girl lifted her head, revealing her beauty. Her face was streaked with tears, making her look even more delicate. Can you help me? Please. Who are you? No one approached her now. Someone who'd been chained here by Odin definitely wasn't a good person. Even if Odin was an old bitch, he didn't need to do this. Asgard had many goddesses. Moreover, Odin was in his previous state. Would he still be able to play? I'm Giafian, the girl said. Giafian? Goddess of prophecy? 23rd Blood Mary said in surprise. How is that possible? You're Giafian? Bader was even more surprised. Is that strange? Bader, your father saw the bad luck because of my magic. He was afraid that the other gods would know about the prophecy, so he imprisoned me here. So you also saw us? Chun Zhao squinted at Giafian. No, before I was imprisoned, I only foresaw the twilight of the gods and the fall of Odin. This imprisonment has restricted my divine power and authority. Gafin raised her hand, and the chains connected to her wrist clanked. If you want me to help you see the future, Giafian said, you need to unlock my shackles first. I'm not interested in my future. Chun Zhao shrugged. Even if you can see my future, you'll probably see whose head I crush. No, I might be able to see your crisis. If you know it in advance, you can prepare in advance and change the ending. Chapter 2993. Compared to myself, I'm more curious about how you saw Odin die. Of course, he was bitten to death by the demon wolf Fenrir. Chun Zhao walked toward Gafin and suddenly grabbed Gafin's neck. Wrong answer. Do you have a heart to kill a weak woman? Gafin was lifted into the air by Chun Zhao. Gafin was lifted into the air, but her face was still so weak and pitiful. She didn't panic or not know what to do at all. None of the gods that I know are weak. That's true. Suddenly, Gafin let go of Chun Zhao's hand. Chun Zhao was stunned. He wanted to take another step forward, but he realized that Gafin's chains were now locked around his limbs. Just then, Gafin strolled toward Bader and the others. How delightful. I didn't think a god would bring 4 humans to save me. Just then, Gafin's body started changing. She turned from a weak girl to an old woman, then from an old woman to a burly warrior, and then it kept changing. It was as if she had 1,000 faces and 1,000 identities. We're not here to save you, evil god Loki, 23rd Blood Mary said. Huh, but you're here. You even freed me from the shackles yourself. More accurately, you replaced me. Replaced? I think you're wrong. That guy is definitely not someone to be fooled. Really? I thought he was just an idiot with all brawn and no brain. Evil god, Loki turned his head and looked at Chun Zhao, his eyes full of mockery. Chun Zhao yanked the chains. They were pulled taut, but they didn't break. Ha! You want to break free from these chains? Stop dreaming. The king of the dwarves made it for me, personally. Then Odin cast a spell and connected it with this small world. If you want to break the chains, you have to destroy this small world first. How are you going to do that now? Chun Zhao looked at evil god Loki, his eyes filled with dangerous light. I like your eyes. They're filled with danger and anger. Angering him is definitely not a wise choice. At the same time, he turned to look at Balder. If this world is destroyed, will Odin's treasury be destroyed as well? Balder nodded. Yes, Odin's treasury is at the center of this world. So it's a bunch of thieves. Balder, as the god of light, you're actually colluding with humans to steal Odin's collection. You really surprised me, the evil god Loki said mockingly. Balder glanced at evil god Loki and then at the chained Chun Zhao. What now? Balder asked. No problem. Zhang Tianyi quickly formed a hand seal with his hand. In the next moment, the seal hit evil god Rocky's body. Evil god Rocky was stunned and realized that he was perfectly fine. Are you kidding me? Evil god Rocky laughed. Or do you think that I was sealed for thousands of years, so you can easily defeat me? Perhaps it was because he was too strong that the old man thought that magic was effective against him. Evil god Rocky was about to go forward, but he realized that his hands and feet were chained again. He looked at Chun Zhao. He'd broken free from the chains. How is that possible? I didn't even touch you. How can you switch with me? How long has this guy been sealed for? Zhang Tianyi pointed at evil god Rocky. I don't know, Balder said. He should have been sealed by Odin after the Battle of Dusk. At least 3,000 years. No wonder you don't even recognize my heaven and earth great shift. Isn't heaven and earth great shift Zhang Wuji's skill? Chun Zhao stretched his limbs and chuckled at evil god Loki. So, as long as I don't touch you, I won't be switched, right? Human, what do you want? I can give it to you. Your wife. Evil god Rocky's face darkened. Human, although I'm chained, I'm still a god. I can't be insulted by mortals. Even Odin doesn't dare to talk to me like this. He usually does what he preaches, Yi Zichen said. Enough. Who gave you the courage? Evil god Rocky was angry. The consequences were severe. Chun Zhao smiled at evil god Rocky from a few meters away. Angry? Come, don't be angry. He threw a bone club in front of evil god Rocky. Evil god Rocky was furious. How could he insult a god like that? Evil god Rocky's body started to burn. Chun Zhao smashed evil god Rocky with lightning. Apart from some sparks, nothing happened. Huh, that idiot Saul's authority? You got Saul's authority? In the movies, Saul was Rocky's brother, and he beat Rocky up. In reality, Rocky was Saul's uncle, not to mention Rocky's own strength. None of Rocky's 3 children were easy to deal with. The legendary demon wolf Fenrir who could bite Odin to death. The legendary earth snake Jormungandr who could circle the earth with its head and tail, and the goddess of death Hela were all his children. As a father, Rocky might not be stronger than his children, but he wasn't weaker than them either. At least in terms of inheritance and intelligence, he was definitely stronger than Saul. So, it wasn't hard to understand why he was unscathed after taking Chun Zhao's 5-blow thunderstruck head-on. Chun Zhao, let's get down to business, Zhang Tianyi reminded. You want to leave after angering me? Rocky looked at Chun Zhao with a dark expression. What else? Chun Zhao stopped. He did not care about Rocky at first. He didn't need to kill someone to punish them. Imprisoning them was a good choice, too. This was especially true for a notorious evil god like Loki. I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept my challenge? A strong human. I don't dare. Evil god Rocky was stunned. Let's go with the plot, okay? I can't reply to you like this. If I lose, I could be loyal to you. Huh. Chun Zhao didn't believe Rocky's words. Evil god Rocky and Balder were 2 different concepts. For a god like Bader, he was enslaved for 400 years. He thought that 400 years would pass quickly. But evil god Loki, if he was enslaved for a year, what he was thinking about was how to kill his master in a year. So, even if he knelt before Chun Zhao wouldn't accept his submission. Chun Zhao also wouldn't be so naive to think that he could conquer him with his charisma. What a joke. This guy existed to rebel. He was a god of the Asgard gods, but he had to go against Odin with his wife and children. Then, he would die with Odin. As the initiator of Ragnarok, Rocky didn't gain anything from this war, but he still did it. People said that there was only a thin line between a madman and a genius. But Loki was a pure lunatic, an unreasonable madman. 9 Heavens God Emperor. Chapter 2994. Chun Zhao wasn't interested in Loki's challenge at all. Odin's treasury was right in front of him. Why would he give up all the treasures and fight an evil god? You don't dare? You coward, Loki taunted. Evil god Rocky provoked. Of course, it was obvious that he was trying to provoke him. A dark red neutron star appeared in Chun Zhao's hand. Evil god Rocky's expression changed. He could feel the terrifying firepower contained in the dark red neutron star. Aren't you a lightning god? He wasn't surprised that Chun Zhao released attacks of other elements. At their level, it wasn't strange for them to have a few low-level spells of other elements. Attribute conversion was as easy as lifting a finger for them, but it would definitely use up more energy. So if top-level spells were changed to other elements, their power would drop by a few levels. But Chun Zhao was different. The lightning god that Chun Zhao displayed was already strong enough. It was even enough to threaten him. But now, the firepower that Chun Zhao displayed far exceeded that of lightning. I heard that you're a fire god. I wonder if you can absorb fire attacks. Ha! Loki's expression was awkward. Actually, I'm just joking with you. Of course he could absorb fire attacks. Loki had the fire god's fire god, but that didn't mean that he could instantly absorb all the enemy's fire attacks. It was like a thirsty person drinking water. It didn't mean that he could drink it all in the face of a mountain flood. That was the upper limit of absorption. If he ran to the other side of the mountain flood to drink water, he might be drowned by the flood. But the damage of Chun Zhao's dark red neutron star wasn't something that a flood could compare to. Chun Zhao dispersed the dark red neutron star. He didn't plan on using it to attack Loki. This guy looked like he bullied the weak and feared the strong. Plus, he probably wanted Chun Zhao to attack. The best thing to do is to ignore him. Bader was familiar with the secret tunnel. It seemed like he had come here many times. In the end, a powerful spell was cast on the door. In the end, Chun Zhao forcefully tore it open. When Odin's treasury appeared in front of everyone, everyone was stunned. Golden Splendor couldn't describe what they saw. Zhang Tianyi made an exaggerated expression like he was having trouble breathing. Chun Zhao, Bifla, and 23rd Blood Mary were all dumbfounded. This was not the first time Bader had seen this scene. But no matter how many times he looked at Odin's treasury, he was still shocked. The air was filled with the aroma of divine artifacts. The divine artifacts reflected each other's brilliance. Everyone looked at each other. Ow! Chun Zhao asked. Bader, how many can you recognize? A quarter, maybe less. Pick out the things that you can recognize first, said Mary, the 23rd generation blood. It's going to be a tough job. They probably wouldn't be able to finish distributing it in a few days. This was only a quarter of the treasures that Bader had identified and distributed. Everyone had 3 days to themselves. Then there were the unrecognizable ones. Chun Zhao's stupid method was to distribute them by weight. Everyone would try their luck as to what they were allocated. It took a total of 5 days. In the end, everything in Odin's treasury was divided up. Everyone left Odin's treasury. Evil god Loki was still at the same place. Looking at them walk out, evil god Rocky's eyes flashed. Bader, you brought them here to steal Odin's collection. Aren't you afraid of being punished by Odin? Everyone revealed a meaningful smile. Evil god Rocky caught the look in everyone's eyes. Did something happen to Asgard? Unfortunately, no one answered evil god Rocky's question. Tell me, what happened to Asgard? Odin is dead? No, Odin can't be dead, unless Asgard is completely destroyed. The War of Dusk that I started failed because of this. I know better than anyone how difficult Odin is to deal with. Evil god Rocky suddenly roared, "Hurry up and tell me." Clang! Suddenly, the chains that bound evil god Rocky's limbs snapped without any warning. Everyone was stunned, including evil god Rocky. He stared at the snapped chains in shock. Odin? Odin is really dead? Yes, he's already dead. Bader finally said the truth. Evil god Rocky's expression turned serious. Gradually, his expression turned hideous and crazy. Dead. Finally dead. That old guy is finally dead, huh? Dead. Great, he's finally dead. Evil god Rocky laughed crazily and kept repeating the same words. Suddenly, evil god Rocky looked at Chun Zhao's group and Bader. Now, finally, no one can restrict me. No one can restrict me. Evil god Rocky grinned at them. Hand over everything you took from Odin's treasury. What if we say no? Bader, you should know that Odin is dead. I'm the strongest god in the Asgard race. Evil god Rocky said confidently. Evil god Loki said confidently, this group of stupid humans might still be hoping to get lucky, but you should know that you have no chance of winning. Maybe they still want to try. Bader looked at Chun Zhao's group. Just then, Bader walked forward. His palms burned with white and black flames. That's right. I want to try and see how strong the Asgard fire god is. It's been 3,000 years. I see humans again, only to find that they're still as ignorant as before. Evil god Rocky sneered at Bifla. Evil god Rocky's palms also burned with black and white flames. Especially in terms of fire. I control all flames, including the white scorching flame and the dark flame. Evil god Rocky played with the black and white flames in his palms. Anyone who uses flames before me is an idiot. Anyone who uses flames to challenge me is an idiot among idiots. Bifla launched an attack without a sound. Evil god Rocky didn't dodge. He allowed Bifla's right palm to hit his chest with white flame. At the same time, he slammed his right palm into Bifla's chest. Bifla was sent flying by the explosion. As for evil god Loki, he stood there unharmed. Do you see this? This is the difference. Bifla's gaze was still calm. He attacked again. This time, he used the dark flame in his left hand. Evil god Rocky didn't dodge. He used the same method to counterattack. Bifla was sent flying again. The remaining white flame and dark flame in Bifla's body exploded at the same time. Bifla spat out a mouthful of blood. Hee, what a childish method of control. I understand all of your attacks, but you don't understand the intent of my attacks. Your struggle will only make you appear weaker. Chapter 2995. Evil God, Loki's words flew into the sky. To Chun Zhao and the others, this was a flag. As expected, the moment Loki finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Dozens of bloody holes appeared in Loki's chest. Evil God Rocky raised his head in disbelief and looked towards Bifla. How is that possible? You're still an antique from a few thousand years ago. Times are changing. Even if you control the power of fire, if you don't know how to be flexible, you'll only be replaced, Bifla said coldly. Evil God Loki understood very quickly. As a fire god, his understanding and control of fire had reached an unbelievable level. So, you're using different types of fire to create a new element. Evil God Loki said as his injuries healed at a visible speed. He absorbed the flames that Bifla had hit him with. He didn't expect the two flames to change when they clashed. That was why he was injured. But these injuries didn't stop him at all. Good idea, but you can't deal a fatal blow to me, Evil God Loki said calmly. Plus, I already know your move. It's useless against me now. Bifla's lips curled into a smile. Zhang Tianyi, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, shook his head. As expected of an antique from thousands of years ago, he was originally stronger than Bifla, and he had a natural immunity and restraint against Bifla. In a normal battle, it would have been almost impossible for Bifla to win. But now, he's handing over the fruits of his victory. Chun Zhao didn't really understand. No matter how he looked at it, Evil God Loki had the upper hand, right? Bifla should be the one getting beaten up. How do you know that Bifla will definitely win? No matter how you look at it, he has a higher chance of losing, right? Bader had the same opinion as Chun Zhao. Bader wasn't good either. He wasn't young either. Actually, in most battles between people of the same level, he was the one getting beaten up. Of course, he was used to being beaten up. Anyway, it didn't hurt. It didn't matter if he died. At most, he would be fine again in 10 seconds. Vader's entire skill was reflected in being beaten up. As for combat ability, he was just weak. Chun Zhao wasn't good either. Of course, combat power was the biggest difference between them. Chun Zhao's skill level was low, but that was because he had a wild way of doing things. The 23rd generation Blood Mary smiled and said, "What's 7 by 8? 56, why do you ask?" Chun Zhao turned his head and looked at Mary. "What about 7 by 8 by 9? 504. 7x 8x 9x 5. 25, 20. Then, Blood Mary, can you use another analogy? Have you forgotten that we Chinese all know mental arithmetic?" Zhang Tianyi rolled his eyes and said, "Actually, every time Bifla attacks, it's like adding an equation. If Loki didn't absorb Bifla's attack from the start and chose to take it head-on or avoid it, there wouldn't have been any problems." The 23rd Blood Mary said, "But he thought he was infallible and absorbed Bifla's attacks. Every time Bifla attacked with a different type of flame, it would make the absorbed flames more complicated to the point where even he couldn't analyze them. In the end, those flames would go out of control, and then can't he just not absorb it?" Chun Zhao asked, confused. Zhang Tianyi and the 23rd Blood Mary laughed at the same time. Chun Zhao blushed. Was it funny? He did not know what they were laughing about. In any case, he must be laughing at his ignorance. Of course, Bifla and evil god Loki heard their conversation. In truth, their conversation didn't avoid evil god Loki at all. Of course, evil god Rocky's expression was weird. After Zhang Tianyi and the 23rd generation Blood Mary's reminder, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had already realized the problem. He even heard Chun Zhao's words. At the same time, he felt strange. Since that was the case, he just didn't absorb it. It was such a simple question, but why did they all look down on it? Bifla looked towards evil god Loki with a deep expression. At this moment, Bifla's palms lit up with 2 more balls of fire. One was a dark green netherworld ghost flame. The other was a ball of dark blue, bitingly cold smoke. Evil god Rocky felt a chill down his spine. He recognized both of them. After all, he was an expert at playing with fire. But after hearing what Zhang Tianyi and 23rd Blood Mary said, he felt like this was a huge hole. He couldn't absorb it. He couldn't absorb it. But evil god Rocky was afraid that he was already standing in a hole. At this moment, Bifla shot the netherworld ghost flame over. Evil god Rocky thought to himself, since he couldn't absorb it, then he would avoid it. But the netherworld ghost flame had a navigation system. Wherever evil god Rocky went, it would follow. It wasn't slower than evil god Rocky. Evil god Rocky saw that the situation wasn't good, so he turned around and shot out a black flame. Since he couldn't avoid it, then he might as well explode it. However, when the black flames came into contact with the nether ghost flame, they actually fused with it. The netherworld ghost flame became even more devilish and terrifying. The green flame was filled with an unsettling darkness. Evil god Rocky saw that the situation wasn't good and felt even more uneasy. The mutated netherworld ghost flame was even faster and charged at evil god Rocky. Evil god Rocky saw that he couldn't avoid it, so he ran towards Chun Zhao. He was really good at using this source of trouble. Chun Zhao grinned. Evil god Rocky instantly felt that something wasn't right. He felt like he had chosen the wrong target. Just as evil god Rocky wanted to change his direction, Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up. He suddenly felt an invisible power trap him. In that instant, the mutated netherworld ghost flame smashed onto his body. At that moment, the netherworld ghost flame seeped into his skin. When the netherworld ghost flame entered his body, evil god Rocky felt like he lost control of the power in his body. Evil god Rocky quickly suppressed the power that he lost control of. But at that moment, Bifla tossed a cold smoke over. Evil god Rocky absorbed it once more. The power that he lost control in his body became stronger, and it was several times more chaotic than before. You haven't improved in a few thousand years. Bifla shook his head. You really don't deserve to have the power of fire. Evil God Rocky gritted his teeth and looked at Bifla. That's just because your partner helped you. If you fought alone, you would have died long ago. Since you know that I have partners, you still want to fight us. Do you need us to give you a fair arena? Evil God Loki was a schemer. Of course, he wouldn't be so naive. But as the loser, he was still unwilling. But Bifla wouldn't show mercy because of his unwillingness. At that moment, he tossed another blood-red flame over. Chapter 2996. Evil God Rocky acted like he had a bad signal. His movements were slow. Facing Bifla's attack, he couldn't dodge at all. Of course, Chun Zhao was the culprit for his abnormal behavior. The flames seeped into Rocky's body once more. Evil God Rocky spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't move anymore. He became really weak. Chun Zhao's small world could easily suppress Evil God Rocky. Bifla walked in front of Rocky. He was as proud as Evil God Loki. He looked down at Bifla. Human, I acknowledge you. You are strong. In terms of using flames, you even surpass me. I am willing to submit to you and teach you all my techniques. Bifla revealed a faint smile. Evil God Rocky's lips curled into a smile. A momentary victory wasn't the key to deciding the outcome. In Rocky's life, no. In his mind, there was a word that was engraved in his dictionary: betrayal. He didn't need a reason, or rather, betrayal was his reason. To him, it wasn't unacceptable for him to bow down to Odin temporarily. Didn't he bow down to Odin in the past? Now, it was just a different person. When the time was right, he didn't mind starting another battle of dusk. You will be the new fire god. No, you can become the supreme god. Evil God Rocky understood humans too well. He believed that no one would be able to reject his allegiance and allegiance. No one could reject this supreme power. Moreover, he had many ways to break free from all sorts of restrictions. Be it a vow or a contract, they weren't true restrictions on him. Sorry, I don't need your loyalty. Bifla shook his head and said. Evil God Rocky was stunned. He couldn't help but raise his head and look at Bifla. He didn't expect that the human would be so calm. Facing his loyalty, he didn't show any signs of being moved at all. This wasn't something that one should do when one was suppressing his excitement. This calmness made him feel uneasy. Evil God Rocky didn't notice it at all. Bifla had passed the age where he would be swayed by such words. Then, what do you want? I can give you everything. I'm afraid you can't. Bifla shook his head. Right? I have been locked up for so long, and I have nothing. Evil God Rocky mocked himself. Bifla shook his head again. No, you do. I do. Your blood. What? What nonsense are you talking about? Bifla didn't reply Evil God Loki's question. Instead, he stretched out his hand. Very quickly, Evil God Rocky sensed that something was wrong. Evil God Rocky felt that the flames that he absorbed were being sucked out once more. Not only was his flame power being extracted, but his blood was also being extracted. His blood was filled with divinity, divine power, and the power of flames. Stop. What are you doing? You are offending a god. You are committing a grave sin. Evil God Rocky was anxious, but his words could not stop Bifla. Bifla was still extracting Evil God Loki's blood. If you want a stronger method, I have one. To me, this is not a problem. Stop. Evil God Rocky shouted anxiously. Bader, are you just going to watch? Are you just going to watch him kill your people? Bader didn't have a good impression of Evil God Rocky at all. Sorry, there's nothing I can do. What a joke. Facing the person who started the Battle of Dusk, it would be weird if Bader had a good impression of him. Not to mention that he was powerless to interfere. Even if he had the strength, he would just hit him when he was down. He wouldn't save him. Evil God Rocky became weaker and weaker. He wanted to struggle more and more. But Chun Zhao suppressed him firmly. Evil God Rocky kept changing his looks. Let me go. The old lady form. Please don't. The young lady form. Evil God Rocky had many faces, but it wasn't enough to shake everyone's attitude. Evil God Rocky was a huge threat as long as he was alive. If he didn't break free from Odin's seal, then no one would care about him at all. She was joking with him, just like before. But he asked for it. The first thing he did after breaking free was to find trouble with everyone. Evil God Rocky's body started to dry up. He was like a starving ghost that hadn't eaten for a few hundred years. In reality, he really hadn't eaten for a few hundred years. Finally, the last drop of blood was sucked dry by Bifla. In front of Bifla, a red blood ball with a hint of gold circled. But evil god Rocky wasn't totally dead. As one of the strongest gods in the Asgard god race, even if his blood was sucked dry, he still had a strong life force. Bifla, give me his body, Zhang Tianyi said. Bifla looked at Zhang Tianyi. What do you want to do? Refine medicine. Refine god medicine. Zhang Tianyi looked at evil god Rocky's dry body and said, although you suck dry his blood, his body is still a precious ingredient. Evil god Rocky didn't expect that one day he would face such a bunch of evil people. Was he the evil god, or were they the evil gods? Why did he feel like they were more evil than him? All of us want one, Chun Zhao said. The others nodded. Okay, Zhang Tianyi agreed decisively. Zhang Tianyi took out a scroll and drew a few strokes on it. Then, he slapped it at evil god Rocky. Evil god Rocky was sucked into the scroll. Bifla also put away all the blood. He had gained a lot. At least, he had a rare, satisfied smile on his face. We can leave now, right? Let's go. By the way, what's up with that small world of nothingness? Why did it absorb our power? Zhang Tianyi asked. That was a new small world. It doesn't belong to any of the 9 realms. It can be considered the 10th world. But that small world isn't perfect, and it can't produce spiritual energy. Instead, it will steal the power of living beings that enter and turn it into spiritual energy. Everyone exchanged glances. They were all shocked. Zhang Tianyi nodded. A new small world has a lot of research value. If we have a chance, we can go there again. Maybe we'll comprehend something different. But it's a little troublesome to enter that small world. The environment there counters us too much. Why aren't you affected? Zhang Tianyi looked at Balder and asked, although you're fundamentally different from us, you also absorb spiritual energy, right? If I seal my energy sense in advance, I won't be affected by that small world. But I can't absorb spiritual energy either. I can only not consume it. Chapter 2997. Everyone was curious about the small world of nothingness. It was different from the first 2 small worlds. The 2 stations they'd passed at the beginning were worlds that had already been destroyed. Everything had been destroyed and obliterated. The small world of nothingness that Bader had schemed against and locked them up in was a new world. Because the laws of that world weren't complete yet, there was nothing there. But the 2 worlds were completely different. Many small worlds have been destroyed, but there were very, very few new worlds. It could even be said that it was worth more than a few divine artifacts put together. At least to Chun Zhao, Zhang Tianyi, and Bifla, they were priceless treasures. It was a path to explore the mysteries of the ascension state. In the past, on the path of cultivation, they had explored their own bodies to the extreme. Now, they didn't need to explore themselves but the world. Nothing was more valuable than exploring a new world. Mary, the 23rd generation, went home first. She'd been invited by Zhang Tianyi's spell. Zhang Tianyi removed the spell, and she went straight home. Convenient, efficient, and fast. It wasn't so convenient for Chun Zhao, Zhang Tianyi, and Bifla. They had to go back the way they'd come. It was the old way, stopping at each station. Alfheim, it's so beautiful. No matter how many times, it's still so mesmerizing. By the way, it shouldn't be a problem for us to take over this world, right? Zhang Tianyi asked. Is there a country in this world? No country, but I hope their lives won't change or be shaken. They're all kind elves who yearn for peace. They only have a social system formed by small tribes. If humans discover this world, it'll be a disaster for them. Chun Zhao glanced at Bader. In his eyes, Bader was a rather selfish person. He didn't expect him to have this side. When he talked about the races of Alfheim, his face was filled with gentleness. At least, it was much gentler than when he talked about the Asgardians. It was as if this was his home and the races here were his family. Feeling Chun Zhao's gaze, Bader glanced at him. I'm the faith of all the races in Alfheim. I have the duty to protect them. Chun Zhao shrugged. Fine. He didn't want to be an invader and terminator for no reason. This world was indeed so beautiful that it was intoxicating. However, it was as fragile as a crystal ball. Don't say that you're here to play or just to find some treasures. As long as one entered this place, they would definitely come into contact with the races here. After a few times, there would eventually be conflicts. Some things were not because of anyone's subjective malice. It was more likely due to different habits and different standpoints. Although Bader's words seemed gentle, there was a hint of toughness in them. Half a day later, everyone finally returned to Earth. The familiar environment, the familiar air, and the familiar spirit Chi. Xiaohe, don't you have potato chips? It's outside. Go and move it. I don't want to move. Carrie shifted her bottom. You haven't cultivated for the past few days, have you? No. Anyway, that bastard isn't here. She picked up the bottle of cola next to her and took a sip. Life without that bastard is wonderful. I feel like every day is heaven. If he comes back, you're dead. I hope he never comes back. God, I pray to you that he dies somewhere. Amen. Crack. It was the sound of chips being chewed. Both Carrie and Xiaohe were stunned for a moment. Then they saw Chun Zhao walk in with a bag of chips. It tastes good, Chun Zhao said. Pooh. Carrie spat out all the cola in her mouth. Smiling, Chun Zhao looked at the terrified Xiaohe and Carrie. What did I just hear? You seem to be cursing a bastard. Tell me, who is this bastard? I'll kill him. As he trembled. Who gave you the courage to call me bastard behind my back? Chun Zhao roared. Xiaohe's and Carrie's little nest was shattered. Mr. Chun, don't be angry. It's not good if the neighbors see, Xiaohe said carefully. It's fine. The neighbors have all moved away. You two are the only ones left in this community. Huh. From today onwards, you can get 100% training without going out. I'll bring your trial target here. Who's that? Get out here. Ooh, it's Hanwu, Chun Zhao said. Hanwu really wanted to hide in Carrie's body. Anyway, Chun Zhao was teaching Carrie a lesson, not him. But this time, Chun Zhao called him out. He couldn't pretend that he wasn't there. Boss, why did you call me? Chun Zhao flicked his finger. Instinctively, Hanwu opened his mouth. When it entered his mouth, his first reaction was that it was a soul fragment. But it was different for what he remembered. It was thicker and pure. It was a very small piece. It might only be the size of a finger, but it was very real. Usually, Carrie would catch some evil spirits for him. It was gone in one mouthful. It was mostly digested before it even entered his stomach. That feeling was like the beginning of drinking white wine. It was tasteless and not filling. But the soul fragment Chun Zhao had just given him was completely different. Even after it entered his stomach, he still felt full. It felt like military compressed biscuits. One piece filled him up, and he could save money for a few days. Boss, is there more? Hanwu clearly wasn't full. If Carrie slacks off again, beat her to death, Chun Zhao said sinisterly. Got it. Boss, don't worry. Leave Carrie and Xiaohe to me too. Actually, Hanwu wasn't stupid. Chun Zhao had clearly been asked by someone to train Carrie. Chun Zhao's actions were already very obvious. Only Xiaohe and Carrie were confused. They thought that Chun Zhao was just messing with them. He enjoyed torturing them, but he didn't tell Carrie about this. Since Chun Zhao didn't want to, he obviously wouldn't. He was mainly afraid that Chun Zhao would beat him to death if he said too much. After all, it was true that Chun Zhao was training Carrie and Xiaohe, but he was also good at torturing people. Carrie opened her mouth, unable to speak for a long time. You're attached to me. Why are you helping an outsider? He bought you over with just one mouthful of food? Xiaohe was also upset. I'm just here. You guys can do whatever you want. It's none of my business. Plus, I haven't been slacking these days. Okay, you can move now. Move? What? Xiaohe and Carrie were both dumbfounded. I've created a small supernatural space in this community and placed a few hundred evil spirits and monsters there. Every day, 1/20th of the evil spirits and monsters will be released. All you have to do is destroy all the evil spirits and monsters. Then, the barrier of the supernatural space will open, and you can leave this place. Chapter 2998. They would release 1/20th of the evil spirits and monsters every day. It didn't mean that they had to kill the same number of evil spirits and monsters every day. As long as they could survive the pursuit of the remaining monsters, it would be fine. Of course, if they couldn't kill 1/20th on the first day. Even if they managed to survive, they wouldn't be able to kill them on the second day. If they accumulated like this every day, the pressure they faced would gradually increase in the last few days. In the end, the situation would completely collapse. Of course, this wasn't the result Chen Zhao wanted. Chen Zhao's goal of modifying the community wasn't just to increase the difficulty. Instead, he wanted to limit the difficulty to their own level. They were both stuck at a small bottleneck. They needed more intense battle pressure to break through this bottleneck. After explaining the situation briefly, Chen Zhao left. He left Xiao He and Carrie behind, dumbfounded. Soon, they sensed an extremely evil aura appearing nearby. It wasn't that their senses were too outstanding. It was just that the aura was like a septic tank. It was trying to make its presence felt within a few kilometers. It was difficult for them to pretend to be ostriches. The two girls exchanged glances, both feeling helpless. Chen Zhao looked at them. He had left, but he didn't go far. At most, he would leave their sight. After all, it was Chen Zhao's first time creating this kind of training field. Its function was similar to the Tower of Trials that the handsome guy had given him. However, the effect was 10 billion light-years different. This was a reflection of Chen Zhao's skill. It was also paired with the divine artifact he'd just gotten from Odin's treasury, the Mountain's Breath. The Mountain's Breath was a large energy gem. It was used to maintain the energy supply of this large training field. Without the Mountain's Breath, Chen Zhao really wouldn't have been able to create this training field. The evil spirits and monsters in the training field were actually quite ordinary. Under normal circumstances, they belonged to the category of things that were slightly stronger than ordinary people. If they stood in a row and didn't have to worry about spirit penetration, a Ferrari could crush them all. However, in this training field, they leveled up 3 times consecutively. The strongest ones were at the calamity level, almost half a step into the enchanting state. However, the strongest ones would only be released in the last few days. After they were killed, they didn't really die. They just returned to the ground. After a few days of cooldown, they would reactivate the next time the training field was activated. Therefore, it could not be compared to the Tower of Trials at all. Every level of the Tower of Trials was a small world. There was no cooldown time for the monsters to respawn. Chen Zhao did not leave, partly because he was worried about Xiao He and Carrie's safety. Furthermore, he was worried about the trial grounds he had created himself. After all, it was his first time trying to make something like this. For this, Chen Zhao even bought the entire community. Secondly, he wasn't sure if Xiao He and Carrie were suitable for this training field. After all, the two of them were not professional testers. Fortunately, the two of them performed well. At least for now, their behavior was a bit out of his expectations. The first evil spirit that was released. It didn't take them much effort to solve the problem. At the same time, he also gave him a portion of dusk soil when dealing with the evil spirit. It was a low-grade alchemy material that was produced in large quantities worldwide, but it also had many uses. Many alchemy tools and potions could be made with dusk earth. Xiaohe's face darkened as the two of them looked at the fallen soil. Does that guy think this is a game dungeon? Carrie. Yes, Chen Zhao had created this trial ground based on the concept of a game dungeon. Apart from the concept, Chen Zhao could also adjust the dungeon. No, the trial ground values. It could go up or down 10 times. In fact, 10 times the difficulty didn't make much of a difference overall. For example, if the strongest evil spirit was half a step into Shangqing, it would still be half a step into Shangqing even if it was 10 times stronger. Chen Zhao waited until they dealt with all the awakened enemies on the first night before leaving. He had to admit that their improvement was quite obvious. Carrie looked like she'd been slacking off for a few days, but she was probably secretly training too. In the next few days, Chen Zhao arranged for someone to watch over them. This was to prevent unexpected situations from happening. He had to admit that fighting was the best way to improve one's strength. This wasn't just empty talk. Carrie and Xiaohe's strength improved very quickly. They'd broken through that small bottleneck long ago, and they'd broken through unknowingly. Then it was a smooth road. They improved by leaps and bounds. As a result, Chen Zhao had to secretly increase the difficulty a few days later. As non-professional testers, The two of them were actually to provide Chun Zhao with experimental data. Hey Chun, are you interested in participating in an auction? Steven suddenly called him. Yes, Chun. What auction? It's an auction of my private collection, Steven said. I plan to auction some of my collections. Huh? Do you need money? If you do, I can lend you some, Chun Zhao said. With his relationship with Steven, as long as Steven asked, he could give him as much money as he wanted. Plus, with Steven's fame, he was definitely worthy of Chun Zhao's financial support. Perhaps he wouldn't return Chun Zhao with wealth. It might be a good investment. So, Chun Zhao didn't have to worry that Steven wouldn't be able to return the money. In fact, Chun Zhao hoped that he couldn't. Indeed, I'm a bit short on money, but it's not a big problem. Plus, I have some collectibles that I can cash in. Most of the time, investing in art wasn't to make money, but to preserve their value. It was the same concept as investing in gold, but it was different. Gold was a hard currency and also a metal currency with a relatively stable value. Therefore, investing in gold was the kind where you wouldn't make much money, and you wouldn't lose much money either. Investing in art, on the other hand, was different. It was very likely that people would misjudge it. Moreover, the value of art aside, the market price of these things was also extremely unstable. It was also too easy to control. For example, if an artist's work was hoarded in large quantities, then every time they released a painting, the painting would be bought back at a high price. After a few times, the value of the artist's work would increase at an alarming rate. Art wasn't something that people understood. It was something that people interpreted, and the person who interpreted it was usually the one who benefited. Chun Zhao had always stayed away from this industry. Because he didn't know anything, he wouldn't bet his luck on something he didn't know. But Chun Zhao still decided to accept Steven's invitation. Regardless of whether he bought or not, he would still have time to show off. Chapter 2999. Gavich, why are you here? Chun Zhao arrived at the auction. Chun, I didn't expect you to be here too. Lila Gavich looked at Chun Zhao in surprise. Don't tell me you're interested in something too? Lila Gavich didn't feel good at all. Of course, he was here to buy something. Now, a suspected competitor had appeared. If it was another competitor, Lila Gavich would even want to make the competitor disappear. But Chun Zhao clearly wasn't the type that could be manipulated. Chun Zhao was richer and more powerful than him. Moreover, he owed Chun Zhao a huge favor. No, Steven's my friend. He invited me here, Chun Zhao asked. I'm here to sit down. Is there anything you need in this auction? This. Lila Gavich hesitated. I promise I won't bid against you, Chun Zhao said, shrugging. A divine artifact. Lowering his voice, Lila Gavich said, I saw it in the auction brochure. Chun, you really won't bid against me, right? Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. What a joke. A mere divine artifact wasn't even worth a few $100 million. A while later, the auction began. Chun Zhao and Lila Gavich sat together. Because it wasn't time for Lila Gavich to bid yet, the two chatted in low voices. Steven was the sponsor of this auction. Half of the people present were his friends, family, or connections. Chun Zhao had seen a few of them at Steven's private parties. Perhaps they had chatted for a while, or perhaps they had met once. In a public place like this, they would nod at each other when they saw someone familiar. Most of the items in this auction were within $1 million. Two of them were unsold. The two that were unsold would probably end up in Steven's hands. After the 8th item was auctioned off. Just then, the auctioneer announced the 9th item. The Scarlet Star was a 6-kilogram red crystal. The quality of this red crystal was outstanding. Under the purposeful lighting of the auction stage, it was dazzling. Even the tycoons present were attracted by the crimson star. It was too beautiful. Chun Zhao could clearly feel Lila Gavich's spirit rise. It seemed that this was his target. However, when Chun Zhao looked at the crimson star, he couldn't help but frown. That was because he had one in his possession. The starting price of the Star of Scarlet was $1 million. As soon as the auctioneer announced the price, Lila Gavich could not help but shout out a bid. $1 million. $1,050,000. For $1 million. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect a red crystal to fetch such a high price. According to the market price, they would definitely incur a huge loss. Generally, the price of jewelry collections in auctions would be closer to the actual price. For example, this large red crystal did not have any notable comments or biographies in history. Therefore, the price range of $1 million to $2 million was more in line with its actual price. But now, the price was raised to $4 million USD. This was obviously out of everyone's expectations. But what was even more shocking was yet to come. As the auction continued, the price soared to $10 million. Chun Zhao looked at the four people who were bidding against Lila Gavik. One of them was a beautiful woman in a red dress. The other three were all men, and they were all spiritualists. But Lila Gainik did not intend to give up. The other four did not give up either. When the price reached $20 million, one bidder backed out. Including Lila Gainik, the four bidders were all red in the face. Gainik, is this the divine artifact you want? Chun Zhao asked in a low voice. Yes, the star scarlet. More accurately, it's Frigga's red star. Frigga is, I know, Odin's wife in Norse mythology, the queen of gods, Vanir, and the queen of magic. This star scarlet is real, right? Chun Zhao asked. Of course. I've investigated it. It's real, Lila Gainik said with certainty. Is there a similar model? That's impossible. This is a divine artifact. Then do you think that the one being auctioned now is a fake? Chun, I've already contacted Mr. Steven before the auction and had an expert appraise it. What's your target price? Chun Zhao asked in a low voice. Lila Gainik hesitated for a moment. $1 billion. But I don't have that much cash. If it really comes to that, I'm afraid you'll have to support me. But I don't think it'll go that high. I don't want to be in the headlines. I have one too. It's very similar to this one. I think the one you have is more likely to be a fake, Lila Gainik said with certainty. I just got that one. Maybe you should go find the person who gave it to you. Maybe you can get your money back. I didn't buy it. I got it from that man's collection room after I killed him. Fine. I think he's unlucky. Of course, you're unlucky too. He's a god, a real one. I didn't expect him to have a fake in his treasury. What? Lila Gavik cried out. Sir, please sit down. If you still want to bid, please bid. The current price is $31 million. Sorry. Lila Gainik sat down again, but he couldn't hide the shock on his face. Lila Gavik lowered his voice. Chun, are you telling the truth? The god I killed happens to be a god from Norse mythology, Chun Zhao said. Lila Gainik turned his head again to look at the scarlet star on the stage. Then he looked at Chun Zhao seriously. $200 million, Chun Zhao said. Lila Gainik nodded immediately. Sure, no problem, but I need to pay in installments. Installments at the bank's interest rate. No problem. Lila Gainik was even more excited. It had nothing to do with money. It was because Chun Zhao had given a definite answer. He was only 70 to 80% confident about the Scarlet Star on the stage. If he really bought it, he wouldn't even have time to cry. The Scarlet Star in Chun Zhao's hand was definitely real. After all, he'd killed a god from Norse mythology. Thus, the origin of the Scarlet Star in his hand was undoubtedly more convincing. Lila Gainik didn't bid anymore, but the auction for the Scarlet Star continued. The remaining three raised the price of the Star of Scarlet to $245. $5 million. Chapter 3000. It was a shocking price. The person who bid for the Star of Scarlet was the woman in the red gown. Lila Gavik was probably the only one who had a smile among the bidders. This auction was clearly out of everyone's expectations, too. A ruby crystal was sold for more than $200 million. This had already set a new record. Currently, the highest price for a gem was less than $100 million. Of course, it wasn't that the most expensive gem was less than $100 million. The few that were more expensive couldn't be auctioned, such as the Star of Africa or the Mountain of Light. These gems were all worth at least $1 billion. But unless the Eagle royal family was destroyed, they wouldn't take them out. Nevertheless, a ruby crystal had set a new record for a gem. That was extremely incredible. Everyone knew that crystals were far less expensive than diamonds. But the Star Scarlet had set a new record. People couldn't help but be shocked by the shocking price. Lila Gavik couldn't wait to go with Chun Zhao to get the Star Scarlet. At home, Portia and Zephyr were cleaning the house. Little Larissa was sleeping. Lila Gavich followed Chun Zhao into the house. The moment they entered the living room, Lila Gavich exclaimed in surprise. Chun, you're just putting in the living room? It's pretty, isn't it? Now that I've sold it to you, I have to find a better replacement. Chun Zhao's tone was still reluctant. A living room ornament worth $200 million. You're really extravagant, Lila Gavich said in annoyance. Indeed, if not for the $200 million, Chun Zhao really wouldn't be willing to change the ornament. After all, not every holy artifact was worth $200 million. First, there had to be someone with discerning eyes. Second, the person had $200 million. Third, the person had to be willing to spend $200 million. If someone was really willing to spend $100 million on every holy artifact, Chun Zhao wouldn't mind selling all of them. Beautiful, too beautiful. A perfect product. While Lila Gavich was amazed, he also couldn't bear to part with the Star Scarlet. Portia looked at Lila Gavich, a rich man who had never seen the world, with disdain. Zephyra, isn't this just an ornament? You can get one for a few $1,000s. Do you have to be so ridiculous? Chun Zhao had placed it here half a month ago. They saw each other every day and didn't think much of it. Zephyra glanced at Portia. If you had $200 million in your bedroom, I would have the same expression. You mean $200 million US dollars? This crystal ornament? Portia opened her mouth wide in disbelief. Are you kidding me? I wipe this thing 3 times a day. You're telling me it's worth $200 million? If I accidentally break it one time, will I have to sell my body? Yes. Genevieve, who had entered before Portia, overheard the conversation. Damn capitalists. Even the decorations in the living room are worth $200 million. Portia's face was filled with envy and jealousy. His gaze wandered around the living room. Maybe there's $200 million worth of stuff in here. Perhaps his boss didn't care at all. Perhaps he would have a chance to sneak home. Have you confirmed it? Yes, it's true. This is true. Of course. After all, his previous master was a true god. It's well worth the $200 million price tag. By the way, what's its use? Lila Gavich hesitated for a moment before finally asking, do you know what Frigga is best at? Giving birth to a son? Lila looked at Chun Zhao in disdain. It's divination. What's the use? Chun Zhao didn't know how to do it, but many people he knew how to do some divination. There were many divination spells, such as Chinese divination, fortune-telling, physiognomy, and prime ministers. They were all divination spells. Western astrology was the same. Almost every religion and power had at least one divination spell. However, divination spells weren't really about predicting the future. At least, no one could accurately calculate what would happen in a certain month, a certain day, a certain minute, and a certain place a year later. Most divination spells were used in actual battles. They could predict what the opponent would do in the next moment or the direction of the battle. Chun Zhao obviously knew that Lila had her own motives. However, he didn't understand what the value of the $200 million was. If it was just divination, as long as it wasn't the end of the world, he should be able to find some people. At least, those fortune tellers definitely wouldn't need the $200 million. Simply put, fortune tellers could predict the future, but the further it was, the more vague it would be. If it was a prediction of what would happen in a day, it could be accurate down to the time, minutes, and seconds of stepping on dog shit. If it was a day later, they could basically predict what would happen at that time. However, if it was a longer time, the effect would plummet. If it was a year later, they could only predict what major events would happen on that day. For example, things like birth, aging, sickness, and death were considered major. If it was something that would happen 10 years later, then it would only be a catastrophic event that could be predicted. If it was 100 years later, it would probably be the end of the world. If it was a certain event, the more influential it was, the easier it would be predicted. If it was a person, the more powerful the person, the more variables there would be, and the harder it would be to predict. In the legends of our elven race, wait, you're the only elf messenger in centuries. You're a legend, right? I'm not a legend. Let's get back to business, Lila said seriously. Lila Gavich said seriously, according to the legend of the elves, there's an elven treasure. The elven treasure contains the secret of becoming an elven king. However, Only the Elven King can find the Elven treasure. The elves no longer have an Elven King, so the treasure was lost for thousands of years. In other words, it's a dead end, right? Without the Elf King, I can't find the Elf treasure, and without the Elf treasure, I can't find the way to become the Elf King. Yes, so I can only ask for help from outside and find the Elf treasure through divination. All right, good luck to you then. The Elf treasure was the Elf race's business. Judging from Lila's attitude, he probably didn't want outsiders to interfere. Chun Zhao was curious about what the Elf treasure had. However, Chun Zhao still respected Lila Gage. Chapter 3001. By the way, the people who bid against you today seem to be spiritualists too. They're from my race, Leelage said. But they're from a different branch. They shouldn't be your enemies, right? Not the White Elves, Liligevich replied. Chun Zhao had some contact with the White Elves before, but they weren't close. After all, they were all active in the Los Angeles area. The White Elves knew who was in charge here. Thus, they still had a lot of conflicts with the Dark Elves led by Leelage. However, they were rather restrained and basically didn't make a big deal out of it. Even if someone died, it was their own matter. Very few people actually knew about it. In terms of personal relationships, Chun Zhao was biased towards Leelage. However, Chun Zhao had always remained neutral in the conflict between the two races. Leelage had never asked for Chun Zhao's help because he was at a disadvantage in a fight. Of course, the main reason was that he basically wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Between the two races, the Dark Elves were stronger. After all, there was Leelage, the Elf Messenger. The current leader of the White Elves was Undine. She was also Leelage's old lover. His two mixed-blood children were also the princes of the White Elves. Thus, no matter how much conflict there was between the two races, Leelage wouldn't kill them. Moreover, this society couldn't be like before, where people would fight to the death for every little thing. The conflict when they'd fought for the entrance to Amanditles, there was already the biggest conflict between the two races in recent years. Okay, I wish you success. In a modern world, elves could basically be divided into White Elves and Dark Elves. However, it didn't mean that there were only two races. There were also a considerable number of races and branches. For example, Gray Elves, Blood Elves, and Shadow Elves were the more common branches of elves. There were also some rarer ones, such as Snow Elves and Forest Elves. Either the tribe lived in an inaccessible place, or the environment was harsh. Or they lived in seclusion in places that ordinary people couldn't reach, rarely or never coming into contact with humans. Their names basically represented some of their characteristics or habits. However, in this era, it was almost impossible to not enter the world at all. Even the elves were a proud race. Even though they still maintained their seclusion, they couldn't avoid choosing some spokespeople in human society. Chun Zhao watched the news on TV. At this moment, on Route 5, an unusual gunfight was taking place. Needless to say, the American news channels never lacked such exciting gunfights. But gradually, his smile froze. That was because on the television screen, there were some lights that did not belong to firearms. Oh my God, what happened? What was that red light? Was it some sort of weapon developed by the military? Did you take a picture of everything? Maybe the director can replay the scene just now. It seems to be some kind of laser weapon. The reporter on the helicopter said in an exaggerated tone. Anyone who understood elemental magic would know that the red light was a death ray. It was a high-level skill, but it was quite practical. It was practically a necessary skill for fire elementalists. Just then his phone rang. Guild leader, where are you right now? Is it convenient to turn on the TV? Or go to the official website of XXTV News Channel. There's a live news broadcast there. I'm at home, and I'm watching the news you mentioned. Send someone over immediately to stop this farce. Also, arrest those who deserve to be arrested, and let those who deserve to die die. Also, let this news end here. Very soon, the news stopped. The host in the broadcasting room said that there was a problem with the signal. Yes, it was West. He did not communicate with the TV station. Instead, he cut off their satellite signal. However, the car chase, the gunfight, and the magic battle continued. A woman in a red dress stood up from the sports car in front. Go see, don't be so impulsive. It's too dangerous. The driver was also a woman. In contrast to the woman in red who had stood up, she was dressed in black and had the same sexy aura. Rhine, those shadow bugs are too annoying, Go-See said coldly. I don't want to continue fighting with them. Don't go overboard. The helicopter in the sky should be from the TV station. Then I'll shoot them down first, Go-See said. Are you crazy? Do you want to expose the spiritual world? Do you want to be the enemy of the entire world? Maybe we're being watched by the entire world right now, Rhine shouted in terror. Fine. There's a tunnel ahead. Let's do it there. In the end, Go-See decided to compromise with reality. She had no choice. No matter how much she wanted to go against the world, she had to think about her blood elf tribe. Rhine stepped on the gas, and the car charged into the tunnel. The two cars chasing after them also charged into the tunnel. Rhine, lead with the Scarlet Star first. I'll stop them. Go-See suddenly jumped down from the sports car, her palms burning with heat. Molten fire, Go-See shouted. A few cracks suddenly appeared on the ground of the tunnel, and the ground was covered with lava. The two cars immediately sank into the cracks and were gradually swallowed by the lava. However, the people in the cars quickly escaped. The leader was a tall man in a black windbreaker. Go-See, hand it over. Delatour, can you afford it? I bought it for $245 million US. You won the auction, but that doesn't mean you have the Scarlet Star, the man in the windbreaker said coldly. That $200 million is just your tuition fee. You don't have the right to collect my tuition fee, including the shadow tribe behind you. Is that so? What if you add us? Suddenly, the lava on the ground began to rapidly cool down. At the same time, the air in the tunnel rapidly cooled down. A piercingly cold wind blew in from the entrance of the tunnel, carrying with it a few snowflakes. It should be noted that it was just past May. The cold wind and snowflakes in this season obviously weren't due to the weather. 5 women in white walked out of the snowflakes. Snow elves? They're not good partners, Go-See said mockingly. There's no need for you to sow discord between us. We're not partners, at least not after I get the Scarlet Star from you, the man in the windbreaker said. To put it bluntly, they were only working together temporarily. After Go-See, who represented the Blood Elves, was eliminated, it would be their turn to fight against the Snow Mountain tribe. The Snow Mountain tribe was half-hidden, and the Shadow tribe didn't have much influence in human society. They were much weaker than the Blood Elves, who had developed in human society for hundreds of years. That was why they had no choice but to temporarily team up to deal with the Blood Elves. Chapter 3002. Go-See was the strongest, but she wasn't sure she could suppress everyone. After all, she was alone, while the Dark Shadow and Snow Mountain clans had 12 people. It wasn't hard to run. No one could stop her if she wanted to. So her plan was to stall for time, so that Rhine would have enough time to run away. The man in the trench coat and the Blood Elf didn't give the order to attack immediately. Go-See was famous for her strength among the elves. Very strong. How strong was she? It was similar to Zhang Tianyi's status in the spiritual world. Go-See was also known as the strongest among the elves. With her fiery temper, she had fought with almost every clan. Whenever she had a conflict with a clan, she would go around the clan's territory. Then she would leave unscathed. She had even visited the territories of the White and Dark Elves. She didn't go overboard. She just wanted to intimidate them. After a dozen times, her reputation was recognized by all the clans. Of course, there was her strength, but her title as the strongest among the elves wasn't real. After all, every clan had their own secrets. There were a few old fellows who couldn't be bothered with a little girl who wasn't even 50 years old. So as long as she didn't go overboard, the older generation wouldn't do anything to her. However, her strength was the real deal. She might not be able to catch up to the older generation, but among the elves of the same generation or the older generation, she was almost universally acknowledged as the #1 expert. Of course, the Dark Shadow and Snow Mountain clans had the advantage in numbers. They wouldn't lose if they really fought. More importantly, they all wanted each other to attack first, so they could reap the benefits. That was why the situation was in a stalemate. But this situation wasn't destined to last long. The three forces could break the stalemate at any time. Suddenly, an abrupt voice was heard. Sorry for the interruption. Everyone looked over and saw a middle-aged man coming from the other end of the tunnel. I'm a manager of this area. My superiors sent me here to check out the situation and treat you to coffee. Can you come with me? Scram. Go-See glanced at the newcomer. You're so pretty, but not cute at all. Ungalit looked helpless. You're making things difficult for me. I don't like to fight. Ungalit took out the dragon-tooth dagger and made a throwing motion. Be careful. My projection isn't very accurate. No one took Ungalit seriously. It was as if this uninvited guest was just air. Angelite's dragon-tooth dagger flew out of his hand. No one cared about Angelite's attack. Too weak, this kind of attack couldn't hit any of them. Whoosh! Suddenly, Ungalit disappeared. In that instant, Go-See's scalp went numb. A strong sense of danger welled up in his heart. The outer layer of the aura was broken through. The inner layer of the aura was broken through. Then there was the magic shield around them. Go-See instinctively released a raging flame. Then a blurry figure flew backward. It was too fast. The opponent instantly gave up on attacking Go-See. They turned to attack the Dark Shadow clan and the Snow Mountain clan. Not good. It's a speed enhancer. Damn it, he's too fast. In an instant, the 8 elves of the Dark Shadow clan and the Snow Mountain clan fell to the ground. Ungalit gently caught the dragon-tooth dagger that flew towards him. The elves of the remaining 3 parties were all numb. Terrifying. Maybe it was only a few seconds. In such a short time, he actually killed 8 elves in an instant. And the only one who reacted was Go-See. But Go-See knew that if there was no one else present, she would definitely be killed in an instant. Because it wasn't that this middle-aged man couldn't kill her in an instant. It was because he needed 2 or 3 seconds to break through her. If he tried to break through her in 2 or 3 seconds, then the others would inevitably take advantage of it. He made the best choice, gave up on her, and turned to attack the others. A spiritualist like Go-See would usually release her aura out of habit. The main function of the outer aura was perception, and it had a certain defensive power. If the enemy was casting magic, it could slightly distort the trajectory of the magic or slow down the speed of the magic. The inner aura, on the other hand, had higher defense and fast perception. Coupled with her own defensive magic, she could resist most attacks. It could be said that she could react to most attacks as soon as the magic came into contact with the outer and inner auras, so that she could make strategic feedback and decide whether to dodge, block, or counterattack. Even a speed enhancer could do the same. But this was talking about ordinary opponents. Unlike Ungalit, who was fast to the extreme. And Ungalit wasn't just scary in terms of speed. When Go-See counterattacked, just now, Ungalit made the decision to give up in an instant. This kind of decision that he made in an instant was what Go-See was afraid of. The opponent's combat experience was too rich, and his combat awareness was too sharp. Also, his appearance as a middle-aged, decadent man was too deceiving. When he appeared, no one, including Go-See, realized how scary he was. The dagger that the opponent threw out. First, it gave the illusion of contempt, although it could only be used once. Once, it had already played a decisive role. Do you need me to repeat myself? Can you give up resistance and cooperate with me? Go-See smiled lightly. Okay. Oh, you accepted it so easily? I'm suddenly not used to it. Ungalit smiled awkwardly. This is the first time I've met someone who is so cooperative at work. First of all, you need to be able to catch me, said Go-See with a smile. Ungalit frowned. Catch you? Didn't you see how fast I was? Go-See smiled lightly, and his body suddenly turned into a ball of flames. Next, his physical body began to disappear. Ungalit felt his teeth aching. So troublesome. Forget it, you can leave. Against enemies who could elementalize, Ungalit was the most troublesome. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't deal with them, but he needed time. He was more proficient in quick battles. If the opponent wanted to escape, he really didn't have much of a way. Then, sir, goodbye. I hope you have a good time with him. By the way, the guy in the trench coat will be hiding in the shadows. I hope you can take him seriously. The man in the trench coat's face darkened. You can run if you want, but you have to give me information. What is the meaning of this? Fine, you better leave quickly. After all, my companions are about to arrive. If you encounter the others, you probably won't be able to escape. Also, if you want to fight next time, you better find a remote place to do it. Try to avoid the sight of ordinary people. That way, we won't interfere. Chapter 3003. An hoped that the other party would escape this time. If they wanted to fight next time, they would at least find a more secluded place. That way, they wouldn't have to trouble him. After Go-Si left, an looked at the Dark Shadow clan and the Snow Mountain clan. Okay, let's get down to business. Which one of you wants to surrender? Delatour snorted and stepped forward. We surrender, an said. If you surrender with such an attitude, you'll be beaten up. Do you know that? Soon, Angelite's team arrived. His team included his son. They brought the suspects back to the headquarters. They wouldn't kill them. They hadn't done anything too irreversible. They hadn't hurt ordinary people either. But they couldn't avoid being locked up. According to the rules of the supernatural organization, they would be locked up for about 6 months to a year. But before that, they had to be interrogated. Name, race, gender, magic attribute, hobbies. West handed each of the suspects a form. You have 10 minutes to fill it out. The more answers you fill in, the more you'll be forgiven. Of course, it's not God who forgives you. It's our president. Soon, they'd all filled out the forms. It was all basic information. They didn't have anything to hide. West took the completed form and went out. President, they're all done. Take a look. Chun Zhao took the forms. Yes. Then he walked into the interrogation room. Chun Zhao recognized him as soon as he entered. Delatour also recognized Chun Zhao. It's you. Delatour realized that Chun Zhao was the person who'd sat with Lila Gavich at the auction in the afternoon. Chun Zhao remembered Delatour because he was also one of the bidders for the Crimson Star. He'd also fought with the final bidder until the end. That was why Chun Zhao had such a deep impression of him. After all, there weren't many people who could raise the price to 240 million for a piece of rock. Even Chun Zhao couldn't do it. But Delatour did it, even though he wasn't the final bidder. Don't tell me that you openly chased and fought on the road today just for that stupid crystal. That's a divine artifact, not a broken crystal. We also apologize to you for our actions. I hope you can forgive us, but we also have a mission that we must complete. This concerns our clan. I could pay the bail. We need our temporary freedom, and I guarantee that what happened today won't happen again. How much are you willing to pay? Chun Zhao asked, rubbing his chin. Chun Zhao basically knew what their goal was. Most of the questions were about the details. What they had done was neither big nor small. Therefore, it was understandable how he would deal with them. However, if they are really willing to pay the full bail, it wasn't like he couldn't let them go. Of course, they were not the courts. Therefore, it wasn't just bail money, but also ransom money. $10 million. Delatour said, I mean me and my Dark Shadow clan, a total of 7 people, $10 million bail. Rubbing his chin, Chun Zhao said, before you pay the bail, I have something to tell you. Go ahead. The Star of Scarlet that you guys bid for at the auction is fake. Don't ask me how I know this. In any case, I just know. Now, do you still want to go out and fight those people for that fake Star of Scarlet? How is that possible? That's impossible. I found someone to verify it. It's real. Do you know what we're looking for? I'm done, Chun Zhao said. As for whether you believe me or not, I don't care. 10 million bail, and I promise that your battles and conflicts in the future won't happen in public and won't hurt ordinary people. Delatour lowered his head, his eyes flickering. Sir, the information you provided is worth 10 million. Of course, that's if it's real. Okay, after you pay, you can leave with your people. Remember what you said. Don't fight in public again. The next bail won't be just 10 million. Delatour had been thinking about something. Did Mr. Lila Gavich give up bidding for the Crimson Star because he listened to you? Before attending the auction, Delatour had actually investigated how many competitors there were. The Snow Mountain clan, the Blood Elf clan, and the local Dark Elf clan. Among them, the Dark Elf clan was the strongest. They were strong in all aspects, in every sense. If he wanted manpower, he had it. If he wanted money, he had it. It was said that their leader, Lila Gavich, was an elf messenger. An elf messenger that hadn't appeared in hundreds of years. Without a doubt, Lila Gavich was their biggest competitor. At least before the auction, they didn't have much hope in bidding. They were all prepared to fight for it after the auction. But to everyone's surprise, Lila Gavik gave up the bid halfway through. This obviously didn't match Lila Gavik's identity and his family background. The combined wealth of the Blood Elf clan, Snow Mountain clan, and Dark Shadow clan probably couldn't compare to Lila Gavik alone. Secondly, as a local power, the Dark Elves were one of the two major elf clans. They also had a geographical advantage, so if Lila Gavik bid to the end today, the other elf clans would definitely unite. If he won, they would fight among themselves. If he didn't, they would continue to unite and snatch the Crimson Star from the Dark Elf clan. Chun Zhao didn't answer to Latour's question. Since you know that the Crimson Star is fake, does that mean you know where the real Crimson Star is? The Latour looked at Chun Zhao. Sir, I'm willing to pay $50 million for this information. Chun Zhao glanced at the Latour. Who are you looking down on? Because of you, I wasted my rest time. After warning him, Chun Zhao turned to leave. If something like this happens again, I'll kill you all. The Latour was actually a bit angry, but he didn't flip out on the spot. For one, this was Chun Zhao's territory. Also, Chun Zhao seemed to have some good information. The Latour squinted at Chun Zhao's back. Should I find a chance to kidnap him? The supernatural organization was powerful. As the president, he shouldn't be weak either. I'm not confident. Perhaps I should contact someone else. Chapter 3004. Go see, you're finally back. Did you get rid of them? I was lucky. The local forces intervened, Go see said with a smile. But that guy was really strong. If the Dark Shadow and Snow Mountain clans weren't there, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape. Go see was still very afraid of Angelite's strength. Ryan, where is it? It's still in the trunk. Why did you put such an important thing in the trunk? Why take it down? It's big and heavy. If you didn't come back, I would have driven away. It'd be inconvenient to take it down. Fine. Ryan's words made sense. But Go see still wanted to see the Star of Scarlet with her own eyes. Only by seeing the Star of Scarlet with her own eyes could she feel at ease. Ryan brought the Star of Scarlet in. Go see took the Star of Scarlet and heaved a sigh of relief. It was dazzling and as red as blood. The Star of Scarlet felt an unprecedented sense of peace. There was also a trace of indescribable aura hidden within it. The owner of this aura was definitely very powerful. It was so powerful that it couldn't be any stronger. Go see even didn't want to put it down after picking it up. Yes, this was the real Star of Scarlet. Go see thought for a moment and tried to send a trace of magic power into it. She didn't dare to send too much. After all, she didn't know much about the Star of Scarlet. She was worried that if she sent too much magic power, it would cause an unknown situation. After sending magic power into the Star of Scarlet, a voice sounded in Go See's mind. Child, you've awakened me. Go See frowned. What kind of consciousness was hidden in this Star of Scarlet? Who are you? You can read my inner thoughts? Your magic power is connected to my soul. It's like you and I are face to face. It's not that I want to read your mind, but you're standing right in front of me. I can't not hear you even if I wanted to. You haven't answered my question. Who are you and why are you in the Star of Scarlet? First of all, I need to correct you. This is a container or prison, not the Star of Scarlet. The soul in the Star of Scarlet said. Secondly, I don't want to tell you who I am. Go See's expression changed. You mean, this isn't the Star of Scarlet? This is impossible. The materials used for this prison are the same as the Scarlet Star, made from star stones, but their effects are completely different. Then do you know where the Crimson Star is? I think I know. Then can you tell me where the Crimson Star is now? Sure. How can you tell me where the real Scarlet Star is so easily? Go See couldn't believe her ears. She even suspected that the other party had other motives. There's no need to doubt my motives. I'm a sincere person and I can't lie. Of course, I have my own motives as well. Then what is your purpose? The Star of Scarlet is currently in someone's hands. I can't guarantee that he will give you the Star of Scarlet, but in exchange for your help, I can help you negotiate with him. What if we can't come to an agreement? Can you help me fight him? I can't. Why? Because I need to deal with the seal on my prison. Then what happens after the seal is removed? I still can't. I'm not good at fighting, even if the seal is removed. He's the bravest person, so I have no chance of winning against him. Then how can you ask him to help you remove the seal? Go-See thought that the person sealed in this red crystal was an extremely powerful being. But hearing the other party's reply, Go-See was disappointed. Of course, she still had her doubts about this soul. She couldn't just believe whatever the other party said. Moreover, the other party had already said that he was holding back. She couldn't be sure about the authenticity of the Star of Scarlet either. There was no doubt that the soul sealed here was very powerful. She could faintly sense the aura coming from the other party. Of course I can give him conditions. Although you say that you're a sincere person, how do I know that you're telling the truth? It sounded like he was blowing his own trumpet. Anyone could say it, and it had no binding power. It's not difficult to distinguish the authenticity of the Star of Scarlet if you know divination magic. I know a little, but I'm not very good at it. The greatest function of the Crimson Star is to transform the mana of a spiritualist and greatly increase the power of magic. The enhancement of prophecy magic is the most obvious. This is related to the characteristics of its previous owner, so you can give it a try. Use this crystal ball to test your prophecy magic and see if it has been enhanced. How do I test it? Go-See asked again. What aspect of divination magic do you know? Increase the difficulty of your divination magic by 10 times. If you succeed, it means that the Crimson Star is real. If you fail, it's obvious that it's fake. Of course, if you're very proficient in divination magic, the difficulty of the divination can be increased by 100 times. Go-See was better at fighting, and her divination magic level was the same as Rhine's next words. After a moment of consideration, Go-See decided to test it according to the method that the soul sealed inside had mentioned. As expected, after a short test, Go-See found that her prediction had failed. There was no amplification. At this moment, Go-See's phone suddenly rang. When Go-See saw the caller ID, she couldn't help but frown. Delatour, did you escape? Go-See, do you want me to get some information? Are you interested? Not interested. Go-See was about to hang up. It's about the Star of Scarlet. Are you sure you're not interested? The Star of Scarlet is in my hands now. Do I need to be interested? If the one in your hands is real, then you really don't need to listen to what I have to say next. What do you mean? Literally, I got a piece of information. The Star of Scarlet in your hands is fake. As for the authenticity of this information, I have no way of knowing. You can verify it yourself. Wait, where did you get this information from? Huh, your tone seemed a little strange. Shouldn't you deny what I said on the spot? Or have you already tested it? Or perhaps you found something suspicious. Tell me, what do you want? I got it from the president of the local supernatural organization. He's the one who captured us. I paid a ransom of $10 million to regain my freedom. This information is an extra gift, but I feel that he should know more. My people and I aren't sure. Chapter 3005. Is that person very strong? I don't know. I haven't fought him, but you've seen his subordinates. They're already so strong, so he should be strong. Go-See was undoubtedly a very good partner. Of course, the most outstanding thing about her was her strength. This is too risky. You can't even confirm the information he has, and you're planning to fight a strong person, and he's the boss of a local force. He's the only choice. Can you find a second source of information other than him? Or do you want to wait a few decades or centuries for the next news of the Star of Scarlet to appear? Go-See narrowed her eyes. She really did have a second clue. Now, the Star of Scarlet in her hands was basically confirmed to be fake. However, the soul in the Star of Scarlet had also provided a clue that led directly to the real Star of Scarlet. Now, what she needed to struggle with was whether to cooperate with the soul in the Star of Scarlet or with Delardu. She needed to evaluate the gains and losses and the risks. Currently, the soul sealed in this fake Star of Scarlet was difficult to evaluate because there was too much unknown information. But it was precisely because of the unknown that Go-See felt it was dangerous. She couldn't even judge whether the information he provided was true or not. However, the conditions provided by this sealed soul made Go-See very tempted. As for Delardo, they were enemies, although it wasn't to the point of death. But they both needed the Star of Scarlet. This in itself was an irreconcilable contradiction. Therefore, stabbing someone in the back was a common practice. Not to mention Delardo stabbing her. If there was a chance, she didn't mind stabbing Delardo. I'll think about it. Go-See finally decided to cooperate with the sealed soul. As for Delarto, she would leave him to the side. If this path didn't work, then she would work with Delarto again. Simply put, Delarto was currently a spare tire. After hanging up, Go-See reconnected with the sealed soul. What's your goal? To undo the seal. How do you undo the seal? Destroy this fake? My soul is fused with the crystal. If the crystal is destroyed, my soul will be torn apart. The only way to free me is to fill the crystal with magic power. Fill it with magic power? How much? You? Far from enough. Give me an accurate value or difference. Probably 10,000 of you. Obviously, Go-See did not believe the words of this soul. This broken crystal, and it's a fake one at that, yet it needs to be filled with 10,000 of my mana? In any case, he was considered an expert, and he had always been known for his mana capacity. What was the concept of 10,000 of himself? Even an entire supernatural region might not be able to amass 10,000 mana points of his level, right? Where are you going to find the person you're looking for? I can sense the location of a scarlet star. Are you sure the person you're looking for has the star scarlet? And this person can undo your seal? Yes, I'm sure. I saw this scene thousands of years ago. What did you see? He obtained the image of the crimson star. Are you sure what you saw was real? Are you sure he still has it? Yes, he is very powerful. No one has been able to snatch the crimson star from him, so I'm very sure that the crimson star is in his hands. All right, where is he now? That direction isn't very far. Ryan, get in the car. We're going somewhere. To where? You'll know when you get there. Drive. Ryan did not understand why Go-See was so impulsive. However, she was still very obedient and was responsible for driving. Are you sure that person will help you undo the seal? I'm not sure. Then you can't be sure that he will satisfy my needs and give me the real crimson star? Yes. Also, can I ask, who exactly are you? Didn't I tell you? Perhaps you've heard of my name. I am the goddess of marriage, loyalty, kindness, and magic, Queen of Asgard, Frigga. What? You're... Go-See, are you talking to me? Ryan turned and asked. No, I'm not. I just suddenly remembered something. Forget it. Keep driving. Look ahead. Thank you. Go-See suppressed the shock in her heart. God, even if it was a sealed god, it was still shocking enough for her. Are you really a god? Queen Frigga from the Norse mythology? I've already told you the answer. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. Before the seal is undone, I can't prove what I said. Then the person who can undo the seal, the one we're looking for, is he also a god? No, he's a human, Frigga said. As long as he's human. Go-See heaved a sigh of relief. She had thought that he was also a god. After all, facing a human and facing a god were two completely different concepts. Go-See, don't get distracted. What's wrong? Are you sure we still want to go forward? Is there a problem? Go-See looked at the pitch-black road ahead. If I remember correctly, we're in the territory of the Dark Elves. Are you sure it's a good idea for us to barge in? Especially since we're still holding the Crimson Star. Are you sure we're not going to die? Dark Elves? Go-See frowned. Why were they in the territory of the Dark Elves? Was the real Crimson Star in the hands of the Dark Elves? This was not good news at all. Don't worry, let's go in, Frigga said. But Go-See was still hesitant. To her, this was a tiger's den. I'm the god of magic, but you're sealed right now. I'm just asking you to meet him, not to fight here. Can't a simple invisibility solve the problem? Invisibility can't hide one's aura. A truly brilliant invisibility can't just hide one's aura. It can also deceive other people's senses. I can't do it. You don't have to do it. I can complete such a simple spell even if I'm sealed. You call this simple? Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about simplicity? Or do you think too highly of us humans? All right, let's go in. You've already cast an invisibility spell on me? Go-See suspected that she had been fooled. She didn't feel anything at all. And Ryan, who was beside her, was still there. If she had really cast an invisibility spell, she shouldn't have been able to see Ryan. Chapter 3006. Ryan was terrified of them walking into the Dark Elves' territory openly. She trembled, but it was just as Go-See said. The guards along the way really couldn't see them. As expected of the super geniuses of the Blood Elf clan, she could use invisibility magic to this extent. Go-See looked calm. In fact, she was panicking inside. Fortunately, Frigga's invisibility magic was powerful. Their journey was smooth. None of the dark elves noticed them. Goddess, are you sure it's okay for us to sneak in? Even if we want to see the person who can undo your seal, we should at least do it openly. If you don't display sufficient strength when you meet the other party, then you don't even have the qualifications to talk to the other party. The so-called request for an audience is only necessary after you know the other party and obtain the other party's approval, or you're the other party's subordinate. After all, Frigga had been a goddess for thousands of years. She knew how to show off. They could already see a luxurious manor in the distance. Gosi and Rhine silently entered the luxurious manor. I can feel it. The Crimson Star is here, very close. Strange, that person's aura is a bit weak. Did we get the wrong person? No, maybe he's hiding his aura. He definitely has the power. Frigga had given a perfect explanation. He found us, Frigga said. Get ready. He's here. After a dozen seconds, Gosi couldn't help but complain. Are you sure he found us? He's really slow. Just then, a short, fat man with a cigar in his mouth walked out. Lila Gavich? Gosi refused to admit that this man was the powerful person Frigga had asked for help. However, the Crimson Star in Lila Gavich's hand caught Gosi's and Rhine's attention. Gosi, what's in his hand? Yes, it's the real Crimson Star. What? Wait, what's in your hand? It's fake, Gosi said. Lila Gavich was surprised. Aren't these two little guys from the Blood Elf clan? Is this how your elders taught you to be guests? Get out of here. He's not the one we're looking for, Frigga said. However, Goth had no intention of leaving. Instead, she stared at Lila Gavich. Or rather, he was staring at the Crimson Star in his hand. If he could obtain the real Star of Scarlet. In that case, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Lila Gage rubbed his chin. Huh? How did you know that the real Star of Scarlet was in my hands? Gosi stared at Lila Gavich. Looks like you're planning to fight me. Strange. Why do you think you can defeat me? Especially here. We'll only know after we fight. Gosi was very confident at the moment. Frigga had given her something he couldn't touch in the past. It was a kind of magical knowledge that had long been lost, and some of her understanding of magic. This made Gosi even more powerful. It even allowed her to vaguely touch upon a certain supreme realm. Strength gave her confidence. She felt that even if Lila Gavich had the real Scarlet Star, he might not be as powerful as this imposter. I admire your courage and confidence, Lila Gage said with a smile. You don't just need admiration. Gosi attacked. Red and blue light bloomed from her body, intertwining and spinning as she shot at Lila Gage. Lila Gage raised his right hand and shot out the same red and blue light. The two lights collided. Lila Gage's was more powerful. The moment it bloomed, the remaining energy shot at Gosi. As expected of the leader of the Dark Elves, Gosi thought. However, the red and blue light suddenly stopped a few meters before Gosi. Then it disappeared. Lila Gage raised an eyebrow. Huh. It seemed that this young girl from the Blood Elf clan was more outstanding than he had imagined. In fact, Gosi was shocked herself. She didn't expect to be able to defeat Lila Gage in just an instant. She wasn't the one who dispelled Lila Gage's red and blue light. It was Frigga. Go. You're no match for him. The difference between you two is too great, Frigga reminded her. Can I do it with you? If he didn't have the real Crimson Star, it would be possible, but the Crimson Star has increased the power of his magic by several times. Right now, I can only borrow your magic power. For example, I can't dispel the magic he used just now. Gosi wasn't willing to give up. Is he really not the one who can remove your seal? Yes, I prophesied thousands of years ago. I saw the future. He's not the one. But didn't you say that he has the Crimson Star? I don't understand why he has it either, but he's not the one. Is it possible that he took the Crimson Star from that person? Gosi felt that it was very possible. After all, the person wasn't weak. In fact, he was very strong. Of course, Gosi had this idea mainly because she felt that those who were stronger than her were already top experts. Since Lila Gage could defeat her so easily, he must be unfathomable. As for the divine weapons, whether they were real or fake, they should cancel each other out. Therefore, according to Go-C's calculations, she was slightly weaker than Lila Gage. Seems like the fake isn't an ordinary magic item. Leave it and you can go, Lila Gage said confidently. He had the real item and was clearly stronger than the other party. He couldn't think of a reason to lose. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Go-C's mind raced as she tried to think of a way to escape from Lila Gage. At the same time, she cursed Frigga for being a scammer. This was completely different from the plan they had agreed on. Don't complain. It's my mistake. I'll take care of your current situation. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of light shone from the fake crimson star. A hole appeared behind Go-C. Go-C answered and disappeared into the hole. Rhine, Lila Gage. The next moment, Go-C appeared in the wilderness 100 kilometers away. Damn it, what did you do? I saved you, of course. Is there a problem? Of course it's not a problem, but where's my friend, Rhine? Did you forget about her? I can't do anything about that. After all, my magic can only work on you, but you can think of a way to save her. Chapter 3007. Go-C felt that she had been scammed. He went with a solemn vow, and then fled in a sorry state. Okay, it wasn't a feeling. This was the truth. He was completely tricked by Frigga. He had clearly said that he would show off his strength. Then, the other party expressed his admiration and made a deal. Why didn't he complete the transaction and even lost a lackey? Rhine looked at Lila Gavik with watery eyes. Of course, she knew Lila Gage. She also felt that she had been cheated. No, it wasn't a feeling. He wondered if begging for mercy would work. Lila Gavik looked at Rhine with malicious intent. You're thinking, does begging work? Rhine nodded silently. Wait a minute. That's not right. How did you know what I was thinking? You're wondering why I know what you're thinking. Rhine nodded silently. Wait a minute. No. How did you know what I was thinking? Hee hee. What a cute little girl. Tell me, why did you come here? Why did you come with that girl and leave you here? Lila Gavich looked at Rhine. Does she think that I've been alone for decades, so she's sending me warmth? Rhine shuddered, feeling that he was about to be violated in some way. All right, don't be afraid. Have you had dinner? Lila Gavich put his hand on RHY's shoulder. You're not planning to triple X me, are you? What the fuck? Are kids nowadays so open-minded? I feel like I can't keep up. In the face of Lila Gavich, Rhine could do nothing but tremble. Forget it. It seems like you don't know anything. Have you eaten yet? Right now, Go-C was thinking about the current situation. She needed help. Otherwise, she wouldn't be a match for Lila Gavik. Not to mention that the other party had a divine artifact. Find a Latu? No, I can't let him know that the Star of Scarlet is in Lila Gavik's hands. But apart from the Latu, there didn't seem to be any good choice. Although the Shuashan clan wasn't considered weak, they didn't have any particularly outstanding people. As for Delatour, he wasn't weak. Moreover, many people from the Dark Shadow clan had come this time. Delatour himself was also very scheming. To Go-C, he had always been a huge threat. Goth thought of the Supernatural Organization, the most powerful force in the Los Angeles area. Go-C suddenly had a thought. Why would the president of the Supernatural Association send information about the Scarlet Star to Delatour? That's right. It's because the Supernatural Organization and the Dark Elves are in the Los Angeles area. There must be a conflict of interest between them. Thus, he revealed this news in order to get Diladdle to cause trouble for the Dark Elven clan. In other words, the Supernatural Organization and the Dark Elves were enemies. This was a good piece of news. It would be best if they could cause a conflict between the Supernatural Organization and the Dark Elves. The Supernatural Organization definitely knew about the Dark Elves' power in L.A. However, they still controlled Los Angeles. This meant that the Supernatural Organization was definitely stronger than the Dark Elves. However, it was impossible for them to achieve a complete victory, so they had always tacitly acknowledged the existence of the Dark Elven clan. If the Supernatural Organization intervened, it was likely that both sides would suffer great losses or even perish together. This was actually beneficial to her. But how was it going to cause a conflict between the Supernatural Organization and the Dark Elves? This was a very big problem. After pondering for a long time, Go-C suddenly thought of a solution. She would find Diladdle and have him attack the president of the Supernatural Organization. Of course, if she could kill the president, the supernatural organization and the Dark Elves would go to war. This was also the best situation. Only by fishing in troubled waters would she have a chance to save Rhine and even obtain the Crimson Star. Yes, that's right. Gosi had originally thought of letting the Latour smash his head against the wall and bleed. Now it seemed that she had to get involved. Not for anything else, but to muddy the waters. Okay, she would do just that. Gosi immediately took out her phone. Diladdle, it's me. How is it? Have you thought it through? What's your plan? I've already found out who that person is. I even know where his house is. Are you going to break into his house? That's not a good idea. A spiritualist would definitely have set up a lot of defenses to protect the safety of his home. Also, the other party was the boss of an organization, so his strength was obvious. If they rashly broke into his territory and fought him, they wouldn't even know how they died. If that was Diladdle's only plan, then this cooperation could be terminated right now. Of course not. I'm not stupid, Diladdle said in a disdainful tone. Was this woman out of her mind? How could she ask such a childish question? What I mean is due on the path he has to take. Also, I happen to have something good that can come in handy when the time comes. What is it? As partners, you should at least show some sincerity. After hesitating for a while, Diladdle finally said, Magic Forbidding Field. Gosi gasped. Magic Forbidding Field. You wanted to use it against me? Yes. Diladdle didn't deny it anymore. It was the truth. Besides, it didn't matter whether he admitted it or not. Even if he said no, would Gosi really believe him? Where did it come from? This time, Diladdle didn't answer so readily. Gosi was even more cautious. Fortunately, Diladdle was using the magic forbidding field against the chairman of the supernatural organization. Otherwise, he would really fail miserably in an easy task without knowing it. Don't worry, it's just the magic forbidding field. That kind of thing is only useful against some weaklings. It's meaningless against the strong. What about me? I'm not a strong person. Although Gosi thought she was very strong, she really didn't dare to say that she could still release magic in the magic forbidding field. Don't you have me? Frigg said. The so-called magic forbidding field just seals off the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so it can't recover magic power or release magic. However, I can use your hand and magic power to release magic power. Can I do it myself? If you can learn what I've taught you today, you can. However, there's still a long way to go before you can truly be immune. What if the chairman of the supernatural organization is also immune to the magic forbidding field? There are only one or two such powerhouses in an era, and there might not even be one in an era. Some eras even have a gap of hundreds of years, so the chances of you meeting such an existence are very low. If you really meet such a powerhouse, there's no need to do anything. Just wait for death. Chapter 3008. Hearing Frigga's words, Gosi was relieved. Her luck had always been good. Besides, how could there be such a top expert in North America? Lala Gavich was almost at the top. Thus, she could be sure that the president of the supernatural organization wouldn't threaten them. At least not in the anti-magic field. That was good. Delatour definitely felt that she would also be restricted in the anti-magic field. Little did she know that with Frigga's help, she didn't have to be afraid of Delatour at all. Can you make this anti-magic field? Yes, but with you alone and without any tools, it's impossible to complete it. Is it difficult to make the anti-magic field? Your first priority now isn't to make the anti-magic field, right? Okay, there was no rush. The most important task now was to get the Crimson Star and save Rhine. After the Dark Shadow clan left the supernatural organization's headquarters, they began to investigate the supernatural organization. But in the beginning, they only investigated some trivial matters. And the information they had was all strange. The strange thing was that the supernatural organization in the intelligence seemed very weak. It was as if the supernatural organization that caught them and the supernatural organization in the intelligence were two completely different things. Soon they guessed right. This was a smokescreen deliberately released by the supernatural organization. Actually, this wasn't hard to guess at all. To be able to wipe out their entire team alone, it wasn't the boss. With his combat power, those who said that the supernatural organization was weak were all idiots. Thus, they had to be more careful when dealing with the president of the supernatural organization. Indeed, the president's subordinates could crush them in terms of combat power. However, not everything in this world was determined by one's combat prowess. For example, the anti-magic field was a very important factor. This time, he brought the anti-magic field out, just in case. Delatour, are you sure our plan will work? Don't worry. The Blood Elf clan is more anxious than us, so she'll definitely take the bait. But no matter how stupid Go-See is, she knows the danger of the anti-magic field in our hands. Our cooperation is so risky for her. But she has no choice, Delatour said with a smile. Delatour smiled and said, and she doesn't know that our target is the fake Crimson Star at her hand. From the beginning to the end, Delatour had long known that the Crimson Star at the auction was fake. Therefore, this cooperation did not exist from beginning to end. In the beginning, Delatour had planned to tell Go-See the truth if he couldn't snatch it by force. Then, he would pay a price to get the imposter from her. However, the plan was ruined by the supernatural organization. What surprised him even more was that the president of the supernatural organization had given him information about the real Scarlet Star. Therefore, Delatour wanted to use this information to lure Goth into the trap. If he could obtain the real Star of Scarlet along the way, that would be a pleasant surprise. Although their original goal was not the real Crimson Star. However, it was still a divine artifact. If they really had the chance to obtain it, they wouldn't mind. Therefore, they came up with a plan to kill two birds with one stone. He wanted to use information about the real Scarlet Star to lure Go-See into his trap. He had to kill both Go-See and the president of the supernatural organization and take away the fake Scarlet Star. Then, he would get information on the real Scarlet Star. Of course, they had a backup plan. If Go-See didn't take the bait, they would do it themselves. After obtaining information about the real Scarlet Star, they would get the real divine artifact and then make a deal with Go-See. No matter what, the initiative was in his hands. It had to be said that the supernatural organization and their president hid very well. If they hadn't known their identity beforehand, it wouldn't have been so easy to investigate his identity. However, after knowing his identity as the president of the supernatural organization, it would be much easier to investigate his identity as a normal person. Delatour, why do you think the leader wants us to take it back even though he knows it's fake? How would I know? Delatour rolled his eyes. He couldn't figure it out himself. However, there was no need to dwell on it now. Whether it was real or fake, he would bring it back. Those old guys would definitely go crazy with joy. Apart from showing his sincerity, Delatour told Go-See about his trump card to increase her confidence. After all, they were all the younger generation and definitely wouldn't be enough to deal with an expert. Without sufficient strength, it would be no different from courting death. Of course, if he told Go-See in advance, she would definitely be prepared. She would make some preparations for the anti-magic field. However, it was unlikely that she wouldn't come. After all, the Star of Scarlet was too important to the Blood Elves. Stephen, you've earned a lot this time. At the moment, Chun Zhao was sunbathing and drinking red wine with Stephen and Rasfa. This time, Chun Zhao had helped him a little too. An item was already worth a few $100,000. Stephen's face was glowing. Even he didn't expect it. An unknown red crystal had actually been sold for $240 million. Even Rasfa was green with envy. He even wondered if Stephen had hired someone to buy it. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. As long as Stephen wasn't stupid, he wouldn't pay tens of millions of dollars in taxes for an empty title. I want to auction my collection now, Rasfa said. Rasfa said, I'm not asking for much. As long as there's an item worth $100 million, that's enough. Chun, do you want to take some of my collection? The art market has been really popular these days because of Stephen's auction. Rich people collected art or antiques, not because they loved art, but because they wanted to invest. As for Chun Zhao, he wasn't interested at all. Chun Zhao knew why the red crystal had been sold for such a high price. The art market without a foundation would cool down sooner or later, unless a divine artifact would appear every few days. Otherwise, even the gods wouldn't be able to save the art market. I think I'll pass, Chun Zhao said. As for the two of you, I suggest you sell your collections while the market's hot. It was already a lottery win for a divine artifact to appear in Stephen's collection, and it was a fake one at that. The chances of winning twice in a row were too low. It could even be said to be impossible. Chapter 3009. While Chun Zhao was gathering with Stephen and Rasfa, Chun Zhao's phone rang. Glancing at the caller, Chun Zhao said to the two, "I'll take this." "President, I have something to report to you." "What is it?" "Remember the elves you let go 2 nights ago?" "Yes." "What do they do now?" "They didn't cause any trouble. At least, they haven't caused any trouble yet." West paused and said, "It's just that those people bought a batch of wet demon star powder. What is this thing used for? Is it the material for a large-scale killing spell?" "It's not used to kill. I heard from Rohan Faxbin that this wet devil star powder is used to create a temporary anti-magic domain." "Oh, it's probably used to kill and rob people," Chun Zhao said casually. "Ignore them. As long as they don't cause any trouble, they can do whatever they want." Chun Zhao thought for a moment and added, "Our people have to be careful too. If they're using it for revenge, the anti-magic field is still a threat. If you find out that they're targeting us, contact me immediately. Don't do it like last time." "Got it, President." West didn't dare to think that he could do it anymore. Last time, a woman had almost wiped out the top fighting force of the supernatural organization. West finally understood where the supernatural organization's limits were. If Chun Zhao was here, the organization had no limits. They could easily destroy a 1,000-year-old family. But without Chun Zhao, the supernatural organization would at most be a second-rate force. So, West didn't bother anymore. It was enough to know the location. Now, the organization had money, manpower, and resources. It was just a matter of time. They didn't have enough resources. They needed enough time to turn resources into power. The supernatural organization's power was increasing very quickly. At least, it was faster than normal forces. Then arrange for a few foreign organizations and forces to have friendly exchanges. This was pretty much the future direction of the supernatural organization. Simply put, it was to grow wretchedly. As for the wet demon star powder that the Shadow Elves had bought, even if it was really used to deal with the supernatural organization, it wasn't a big threat. Of course, it shouldn't be that serious. It seemed that the Shadow Elves were quite smart. He didn't seem like someone who would do something stupid. Therefore, it was necessary to take precautions, but there was no need to be paranoid. Should I call the Shadow Elves and warn them? Forget it. I'll let them finish the fight quickly and get out of Los Angeles. He hoped that they would be more obedient this time and not cause the TV station to take action again. Chun Zhao hung up and returned to Stephen and Rasfa. "Stephen, where exactly do you need money?" "If you really need money, Chun and I have a lot of cash." In fact, Rasfa was the same as Stephen. They were both billionaires, but their cash wasn't even enough for Chun Zhao's daily income. However, Rasfa could borrow money. Both private loans and banks were willing to lend him money. This was the advantage of a credit system. The rich would never lack money. There's no need for that. I was worried that it wouldn't be enough, so I was prepared to borrow some from you. However, after the ruby crystal was auctioned off for a sky-high price, I don't have to worry about that anymore. All right. Speaking of which, did you make any investments? Or to repay the loan? All right, stop asking. Stephen clearly didn't want to continue this topic, so he decisively interrupted the two of them. All right, call us anytime if you need help. Chun Zhao and Rasfa didn't plan on asking anymore. Because he had drunk, Stephen had famished drive Chun Zhao back. Of course, that bit of alcohol was like plain water to Chun Zhao. However, it was basic not to drive after drinking. Famtis, how's Evan recently? Famtis hesitated, as if thinking about something. I'm not sure if he's good or bad. What's wrong? Did something happen to him? He's been eating a bit too much recently, Famtis said. Also, he seems to be going through his second puberty. It's good to be able to eat. Second puberty is normal too. Felines have a certain chance of going through a second puberty. But if you're free, I hope you can come visit me. I didn't know that felines could go through a second puberty, but I'm sure that Evan's second puberty is abnormal. Are you sure? All right, I'll go visit when I'm free. Oh, where's that? Why is it so bright? Famtis pointed at the light on the road ahead. It wasn't her first time driving for Chun Zhao. She was very familiar with this road. However, she didn't remember such a strange road. Chen Zhao was also confused. Strange, he couldn't sense anything with his domain either. The moment the car entered the bright road, a fireball smashed toward them. Boom! Amidst the flames, Chen Zhao carried Famtis and left the wrecked sports car. What would happen? Famtis's face was pale. After all, she was an experienced former mercenary. However, she'd felt death from an explosion just now. If Chen Zhao wasn't beside her, she really would have died. It's nothing. It's just a normal assassination. Chen Zhao shrugged. It's just a pity about my car. 2 sport cars were wrecked in less than 2 months. I bought the full-color series, and now 3 of them have been wrecked. At this rate, the full-color series won't last past a year. Chen Zhao scratched his head. Do you think I should find a car manufacturer to customize an indestructible car, like Washington 1? Chen, is it a normal thing for you to be blasted into the sky in a car? Actually, it's not that many, Chen Zhao said helplessly. Including this time, it's 2 in total, and they're all concentrated in these 2 months. We don't have any weapons now. Are you sure it's okay? Famtis looked at the figures appearing on the 2 sides of the road. He was ready to fight at any time. Don't worry. No matter what happens, you'll be fine as long as you stand behind me. President of the supernatural organization, you look really confident. Delatour walked out of the darkness. Chen Zhao looked at Delatour and then at the shadow elves around him. Did you forget what I told you the day before yesterday? Or did my words cause you to misunderstand something? Just then, a beam of fire descended from the sky. Gosi descended with a red crystal. Gosi was about to speak when Frigg suddenly said, "Escape." Chapter 30:10. Escape? Gosi had a feeling that Frigga would set her up again. Yes, this is the feeling. What do you mean? You're facing a monster. Run. Frigg repeated. He's the one I'm looking for. He's the one who can unlock my seal. Is that him? He doesn't look like anything special, Gosi said frankly. To her, Chen Zhao was just so-so. He didn't even seem to be as good as Lila Gavich. Don't be so ignorant. You can't see it because the gap between the 2 of you is too big. In any case, don't make a move on him. Frigga noticed that there was something wrong with Gosi's gaze. To her despair, she found that she couldn't persuade Gosi. At this moment, Gosi's eyes were filled with eagerness. Instead of making her cower, Frigga's words ignited her fighting spirit. Perhaps, as Frigga had said, he was no match for him. But Gosi felt that Chen Zhao was currently in the anti-magic field. He might even have a chance to exchange a few blows with him. Chen Zhao also felt Gosi's gaze. In fact, it wasn't just Gosi who had such a look in her eyes. Everyone else had the same look in their eyes. Mr. President, Delatu took a step forward with a smile on his face. Actually, I came here today mainly to ask you about the Crimson Star. I hope you can enlighten me. Is this the attitude of asking for advice? I don't see any sincerity from you. Mr. President, I mainly want to ensure that we can speak equally. I have no ill intentions. Chen Zhao laughed. Talk as equals? You seem to have misunderstood something. No matter what you've prepared, it doesn't mean that you're qualified to talk to me on equal terms. Sigh. De la Latour sighed. Sure enough, the strong are always so proud, so arrogant that it's annoying. In the end, we still need to fight before we can talk properly. Chen, do you need me to do something? Famtis asked in a low voice. She had seen what Chen Zhao was like when he fought. However, it seemed that these people were not ordinary people. For example, when Gosi appeared, it was clearly not the style that a normal person should have. She felt that Chen Zhao would be in big trouble. Famtis had no intention of backing down. Instead, he felt that Chen Zhao didn't just have to face a strong enemy. He even had to protect himself, a burden. She felt very apologetic. Therefore, he hoped that he could do something within his power. At the very least, he couldn't drag Chen Zhao down. Since these people came prepared, they would definitely not give up so easily. No need. They're just a bunch of ignorant brats. Chen Zhao shook his head. Humph. Delatu was very unhappy with Chen Zhao's attitude. Do it. With Delatour's order, the 4 shadow elves surrounded Chen Zhao and cast spells at him. Each of the shadow elves emitted a black aura and within this black aura were several evil spirits. The evil spirits flew to the shadow under Chun Zhao's feet and bit it. Famtis felt her scalp go numb. She had never seen anything like this before. A hint of surprise appeared in Goth's eyes. Why can they use magic? It should be in the anti-magic field too, right? They use a special spell to connect their auras together, making it seem like they're one person. As long as one person stands outside the anti-magic field, it's the same as everyone standing outside, so no one is affected. It's like one person standing at the edge of the anti-magic field. As long as their entire body isn't in the field, the anti-magic field won't work, Frigg said. As Frigg spoke, Go-See also looked outside. There were indeed a few shadow elves standing there. How big is this anti-magic field? About 30 meters. Goth understood and looked at Chun Zhao. The shadow elves use the Dark Shadow tribe's natural talent, Dark Spirit. They can directly use the evil spirits raised in the shadows to kill enemies or control them. That person doesn't seem to be able to fight back at all. He's not as strong as he said. As soon as Goth finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion in the air. The 4 people surrounding Chun Zhao spat out blood without warning. The dozen shadow spirits that had been biting Chun Zhao's shadow were instantly crushed. Goth and Allah Tu's expressions changed. Famtis looked shocked. Famtis didn't understand what had happened. In fact, Goth and Allah Tu didn't understand either. What did you do? You can still use magic here? Huh? What did you do? Chun Zhao asked back. Why can't I use magic? Chun Zhao had thought that the guy had only limited his senses. But from Allah Tu's words, it seemed to be more than that. Seems like I've underestimated you. You can still use magic in the anti-magic field, but I just have to restrict most of your magic. Anti-magic field, Chun Zhao was speechless. If the Allah Tu hadn't said it, Chun Zhao wouldn't have thought that he was in the anti-magic field. However, the Allah Tu had used the anti-magic field to restrict his magic. He didn't seem to understand Chun Zhao at all. If Chun Zhao wanted to use the anti-magic field to restrict his magic, he would have to create an anti-magic field with a diameter of at least 10 kilometers. Also, Chun Zhao seemed to be a strengthening type. Using the anti-magic field to restrict him, this group of people must have lost their minds. As for Allah Tu's restriction of most of his magic, Chun Zhao only knew a few spells. Even if he was restricted, it was meaningless. Fine, game time ends here. Go-See, do you want to come? If you don't, I'm going to attack. Go-See hesitated and looked at Chun Zhao. Frigg stopped her again. Go-See, don't die. You'll really die. Go-See was a bit hesitant. Frigg's tone had been so serious both times. Was he really that powerful? How did he break free from the restraints? It wasn't magic. He didn't use any magic. Then how did he do it? He's a strengthening type. Strengthening type? Go-See almost laughed out loud. Frigg had been talking for a long time, warning and threatening Chun Zhao. In the end, Chun Zhao was in strengthening type. What was there to be cautious about? As long as he kept his distance, he was just a moving sandbag. Since you're not talking, I'll do it myself. Allah Tu walked up to Chun Zhao. Mr. President, I'll give you one last chance. Tell me now, or wait until I beat you up before telling me about the Crimson Star. Pop! Allah Tu's scalp suddenly went numb. He subconsciously turned his body. Following that, a terrifying force brushed past him. Then he saw the road behind him turn into a field of pears. The hard concrete disappeared, replaced by broken pieces and gravel. Chapter 30:11. A small black ball hovered between Chun Zhao's fingers. You better dodge it. Otherwise, you'll probably shatter along with the ground behind you. Chun Zhao pointed and the black ball shot out. It was neither fast nor slow. Draddle's scalp tingled. Boom! Gravel flew everywhere. This time, the black ball landed at a more precise angle. It didn't plow the ground. Instead, it blew up the entire road. Not bad, Chun Zhao said casually. You can dodge my attack. How can you? How can you use magic? Go-See's expression also changed. The black ball that Chun Zhao created was terrifyingly powerful. It felt like a light touch would either kill or injure them. Draddle, let me help you. Pop. A small black ball left Chun Zhao's palm and shot out hundreds of times faster than before. The shadow elf exploded on the spot. Blood stained the companions beside him. From now on, anyone who gets close without my permission will explode on the spot. Draddle's expression changed drastically. Clearly, he'd realized that his plan was wrong. He was too stupid to want to kill two birds with one stone. If he'd known, he would have given up. His mission was to get the fake Crimson Star anyway. He'd actually been greedy enough to want the real Crimson Star too. In the end, he'd failed miserably. Go, I'll go. Draddle was very decisive. He definitely couldn't escape. He could only hope that some of his kind could escape. Damn. What's going on? Why is there a wall? The wall is shrinking. The shadow elves who were trying to escape suddenly realized that a wall had appeared outside the battlefield. It was an invisible wall. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't break through it. Moreover, the wall was slowly shrinking. They didn't give up and want to find the hole in the wall. They searched from one end to the other, even looking in the sky. They realized that they couldn't find it at all. You have to defeat me before the wall crushes you. I'm not joking. This time, people will really die, Chun Zhao said, chuckling. Draddle's expression changed. Mr. President, if I say this is a misunderstanding, will you believe me? I will. Chun Zhao nodded. Delatour's face lit up, but then Chun Zhao said, but I don't accept it. Gosi saw that the situation wasn't right. She didn't give up on testing Chun Zhao. You won't stop me this time, right? After all, if I don't resist, I'll be dead for sure. It's useless. It's impossible for you to defeat him. As long as one is human, there will always be a weakness. No matter how strong he is, there will still be a limit. Frigga sighed. You're talking about normal people. At that moment, the red crystal in Gosi's hand suddenly emitted light. Within the light, a beautiful and dignified figure appeared in front of everyone. This figure was full of radiance and holiness. She was obviously beautiful beyond compare, but no one could ever have the heart to profane her. Another god. Chun Zhao looked at Frigga, who had revealed her true form. He could tell that Frigga was not in a normal state. Chun Zhao's words shocked Femutus, Derlatour, and the others. God? Was this figure God? You should hide well instead of appearing in front of me now. Honorable human expert, I was the one who guided her to you, Frigga said. Find me? For what? Let me introduce myself. I'm Queen Frigga of Asgard. Chun Zhao frowned. You're here for revenge? Everyone was confused. Revenge? Why would Frigga want to find this man for revenge? Although you killed Odin and destroyed Asgard, it has nothing to do with me, Frigga said calmly. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They wondered if they'd heard wrong. Or was Frigga wrong? What had this man done? Kill Odin? Destroy Asgard? Goddess, are you sure you're not joking with us? You're the queen of Asgard, Odin's wife. You're telling me it has nothing to do with you? If something like this happened to Chun Zhao, he definitely wouldn't let it go. It would be a fight to the death. Asgard should have been destroyed 3,000 years ago. The gods shouldn't exist in the world, Frigga said calmly. 3,000 years ago, I tried to persuade Odin, but he didn't want to. He insisted on using his own method, so I divined for him one last time. I saw Asgard, the gods, and Odin's tragic ending. He didn't accept the tragic fate, so he asked me to continue divining and try to change it. I divined again, and it was an even more tragic fate. I repeated it 6 times, but Odin still didn't accept it. On the 7th time, I saw you destroy Asgard and tear the gods' souls into pieces. Odin's soul was devoured by you. I told Odin the result of the divination, but he didn't accept it. He wanted to change his fate, but I rejected him because the more he tried to change his fate, the more tragic it would be. Angered, Odin sealed me. Chun Zhao was like a bystander, quietly listening to Frigga's narration. But everyone else was scared out of their wits. They felt that Frigga was telling a fantasy story. There was such a person who destroyed Asgard in Norse mythology and destroyed the gods. Fine. Even if you're not here for revenge, why are you here? I don't like you Asgardian gods. I'm here to beg you to undo the seal, Frigga said. Frigg said, this is a seal that Odin placed on me. Only the God-Slayer, which is you, can open this seal. I don't plan on destroying you for now, but that doesn't mean I'll undo the seal for you. You're thinking too much. No, you will. No, I'm sure I won't. You have 2 daughters, right? Chun Zhao, narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe that Frigga would be so stupid as to threaten him with her own daughter. I'm the god of magic, the most outstanding magician in the world. I can be your daughter's teacher. Thank you, but I don't need it. Regardless of whether Frigga wanted revenge or not, Chen Zhao couldn't hand his daughter over to her. What a joke. He'd killed her entire family. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they couldn't live under the same sky. Asking her to be his daughter's teacher? Chen Zhao would be crazy to agree. Your eldest daughter is the witch of destruction. Apart from me, no one in the world can teach her. If no one can teach her, I'd rather not let her touch magic. If the witch of destruction can't extinguish other lives, then she can only extinguish herself, Frigga said. Chen Zhao's expression changed involuntarily. Frigg continued, in my prophecy, I saw two scenes. One is that she becomes my student, and the other is that she doesn't. Do you want to see the two scenes? I can send you what I see. Chapter 30:12. Everyone's senses were very poor. Frigga's story was like a myth. But the person in question was right before them. And the person in question was their target. Especially Drattle. What had he done? He'd planned to use these 8 or 9 people to plot against the God-Slayer. A terminator of the God race. How could he have such a stupid idea? How about it? Tell me your decision. Do you accept this deal? I can, but I have to be present every time you come into contact with my daughter. Chen Zhao waved his hand. The red crystal in Go Si's hand fell into his hands uncontrollably. Go Si refused, but she couldn't do anything against Chen Zhao. They weren't his match at all. They would never be. How do I undo the seal? Just pour your magic power in. Fill this red crystal up. Chen Zhao didn't think too much. He poured his magic power directly into the red crystal. At that moment, everyone felt the flood-like magic power in Chen Zhao's body. The people who'd been skeptical about Frigga's story finally understood. Now, they finally understood the difference between them and Chen Zhao. 10 times? 100 times? Or 1,000 times? This indescribably vast magic power made them feel even more hopeless. The comparison was very direct, but not direct enough. They could feel Chen Zhao's magic power. It was indeed very vast. But because it exceeded the limits of their senses, they couldn't fully sense the difference. This was what made them feel the most hopeless. If it was just limited strength, they could still think about fighting. But this almost infinite difference was something they didn't even know how to catch up. Go Si was moved too. Back then, Frigga had told her, Chen Zhao needed 10,000 times more magic power than her to undo the seal. Go Si had been exaggerating. But now, she finally understood that Frigga wasn't joking. Moreover, 10,000 times was far from enough. Because Chen Zhao was pouring out magic power thousands of times more than Go Si's every second. And it was continuous. A few thousand times in 1 second. 10 seconds would be tens of thousands of times. Go Si felt like she had a wrong idea about magic power. Her magic power couldn't even be called magic power. All her magic power wasn't even 1,000th of what Chen Zhao released in 1 second. It lasted for about 3 minutes. The light on the red crystal suddenly dimmed. Chen Zhao let go of it. The red crystal floated in the air. There would be a small flicker every second. Everyone held their breath and stared at the red crystal with their eyes wide open. They knew that they were about to witness the reappearance of a god from a fairy tale. Phantus widened his eyes as well. She had never thought that one day she would witness a legend. The air was filled with a mysterious aura. Chen Zhao looked at the red crystal in surprise. The others also felt it. Chen Zhao, on the other hand, understood. It was like a masterpiece that was handed down from generation to generation. Others could only see the title and the introduction. Then, from the book's title and introduction, he could see how magnificent and epic the book was. Chen Zhao, on the other hand, could directly read this classic. He could understand and comprehend more directly. Of course, Chen Zhao's understanding was limited. After all, compared to classic novels, he preferred erotic novels. In short, Chen Zhao's foundation was weak. Moreover, the college entrance examination also took the path of sports students. It was destined that he wouldn't be able to gain much from this kind of comprehension. At this moment, With the red crystal as the center, leaf-like nerves began to extend around it. Then, the nerves started to be covered by a layer of flesh and blood. Then, another layer of skin covered the flesh and blood. It was like the process of a life being born. Chen Zhao couldn't see it clearly, but he could feel that Frigga wasn't weaker than Odin, at least compared to Odin, who had lost his body. Frigga was very strong. Of course, her strength wasn't just in combat ability. Combat ability was something that could only be known through actual combat. But what Frigga had demonstrated was profound arcane magic. It was the sublimation of magic after reaching the extreme. It was like how 1 + 1 was 1 + 1 in the eyes of ordinary people. But in the eyes of mathematicians, 1 + 1 was far more complicated than what ordinary people knew. Soon, a graceful figure appeared in front of everyone. But this figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. Soon, it was covered by a white veil. Frigga finally appeared in the world again. She was different from the figure that had appeared through the seal. Now, Frigga was more realistic, but also more dreamy. She was too beautiful. It seemed that all the words that could describe beauty could be used to describe her. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were faint golden. Her hair was curled up, and her figure was slender. Everyone was lost in Frigga's beauty. Even women couldn't resist Frigga's beauty. But only Chen Zhao looked at Frigga more directly. Everything was great. The only thing she didn't have was female characteristics. Of course, it wasn't that Frigga didn't have female characteristics. It was that her divinity covered up her female feelings. People could only notice her divinity, but they couldn't feel her gender. For example, the word sexy. Most people couldn't have any urges toward Frigga. Of course, not everyone could be as rational and objective as Chen Zhao when facing Frigg. Frigga looked at Chen Zhao, and Chen Zhao looked back at her. Both sides were scrutinizing each other. I finally understand Odin's persistence. You're his best choice, but he made a wrong choice. He's stubborn and domineering as usual. This also destroyed him. There was a hidden meaning in Frigga's words. Since she could predict the twilight of the gods, she could guess why Odin had chosen Chen Zhao, even though she hadn't participated and had been watching the twilight of the gods from the perspective of a bystander. Chen Zhao shrugged and said casually, "At least his stubbornness prevented you from being destroyed with him." Chen Zhao really didn't think that Odin had sealed Frigga to make her shut up. Someone as smart as Frigga had obviously guessed this possibility. She didn't deny it. "Sir, can you fulfill a small wish of mine?" Frigga looked at Chen Zhao and lowered her posture, seeming sincere. "A request from a god, no matter how small, isn't normal. I promised that elf girl that I'd help her find the Star of Scarlet, which is my magic item. I've given the Star of Scarlet to someone else," Chen Zhao said calmly. Chen Zhao had said that because she was his friend. If they dared to snatch it, they had to think about whether they could afford to offend her. Chapter 30:13. Frigg looked at Go Si helplessly. Go Si was in despair. This meant that Lila Gavich wasn't Chen Zhao's enemy. Instead, he was Chen Zhao's friend. This made sense. After all, so what if Lila Gavich was strong? Could he be stronger than this god slayer? Without Chen Zhao's permission, Lila Gavich and his Dark Elf clan wouldn't be able to stay in Los Angeles. But Lila Gavich had Chen Zhao's protection. This meant that she wouldn't have a chance to steal the Crimson Star from Lila Gavich. Of course, this was the truth. It didn't matter if Chen Zhao existed or not. Lila Gavich's individual power and Dark Elf power. Plus, he had an absolute geographical advantage. Both Go Si and the Blood Elf clan couldn't compare to him. "Sir, Go Si and your friend have some misunderstanding. One of her people is a guest at your friend's house. Can you let her come back?" Frigg asked. "Yes, as long as she's alive." After getting the information, Chen Zhao called Lila Gavich directly. "Gavich, I heard you captured a girl from the Blood Elf clan." "Yes. How did you know?" "I made a deal with someone. Give her to me." "Sure." Lila Gavich was straightforward. He didn't have any use for Rhine anyway, unless he wanted to turn Rhine into an RBQ. Rhine was basically a single-celled organism. She was ridiculously bold. After getting used to being a captive, she accepted her current situation. In the next 2 days, she ate and slept as usual. No one came to save her. Lila Gavich didn't know what to do with Rhine either. Ryan didn't refuse to ask for information from her mouth. In the time it took to finish a meal, Lila Gavich had asked all the questions he needed. He didn't go so far as to completely eradicate her. Dark elves and blood elves weren't allies. But it wasn't to the point of fighting to the death. At most, they didn't like each other. Because they didn't have any conflicts of interest, there weren't any conflicts. Except this time, when two juniors jumped in front of him. He wouldn't kill them for such a small matter. Moreover, he still had a certain degree of tolerance toward his own kind. As long as it wasn't a large-scale conflict, he wouldn't kill anyone if he could. Another example was the White Elves, who were also in Los Angeles. Now that the Dark Elves were powerful, they didn't kill the White Elves. Aside from the fact that Undine, the leader of the White Elves, was his old lover, there was still some affection between them. Now that someone had claimed Rhine, it couldn't be better. Just then, Go-See suddenly knelt before him. "Sir, please help me. Lend me the Star of Scarlet." Chen Zhao glanced at Go-See. "I didn't kill you because of Lady Frigg, but that doesn't mean I'll help you. Plus, Lady Frigg is an ancient and powerful god. If you have any problems, you can ask her for help instead of me." In the real world, when one had enough money, there was nothing that money couldn't solve. It was the same in the spirit world. When one's power reached a certain level, there was nothing that couldn't be resolved with power. If there were more, it could only mean that he was not strong enough. For example, Lila Gavich obtained the Scarlet Star and wanted to find a way to become the Elven King. Actually, his ultimate goal was to become stronger. If he had Chen Zhao's power, it wouldn't matter whether he became the Elven King or not. Go-See glanced at Frigg, who shook her head. "I know that your clan is facing a problem, but I can't do it." "Oh, Lady Frigg, I'm really curious. What problem does her clan have that even you can't solve?" "Their clan's bloodline is about to run out." "What do you mean? Are you saying that their bloodline is going to end?" "No. The newborn child will lose the characteristics of the clan bloodline." "Do you understand?" "Lose the characteristics of the bloodline? Do you mean their newborns will become ordinary people?" "No. They'll still be elves, but elves without characteristics. This means that blood elves won't exist in the future." "Why is that?" "The reason why there are so many elven clans is because of their ancestors. Some elven powerhouses passed on their magic or power to their descendants, and according to this bloodline inheritance, the elven clans were divided. However, this inheritance will disappear one day. No power can be passed on forever. One day, the bloodline inheritance will completely disappear, and the glory of the past will also come to an end. In other words, this isn't a natural disaster. It's the law of nature, a natural process of extinction, and it's not fatal. You could say that, but the Blood Elf clan, or anyone else, wouldn't be able to calmly accept such a situation. That's why the necessary resistance still exists. For example, the current Blood Elf clan is naturally unwilling to see their clan disappear, so they're trying to find the Crimson Star and have the most talented clansmen become powerhouses. Through this powerhouse, they can reawaken the bloodline of the clan and continue the future of the Blood Elf clan. In other words, you just have to become strong enough, right? Is that difficult? No one wanted to answer Qin Zhao. All they wanted to do was give him a look. Not for anything else, but for this super annoying sentence. Everyone wanted to become strong, but could it be done just because they wanted to? Frigga glanced at Qin Zhao. "You're standing too high. You can't see the world under your feet." "I can stand so high because I have enough resources under my feet, so isn't it natural to be strong?" Qin Zhao said matter-of-factly. "Plus, both you and I have the ability to make people strong quickly. Don't tell me you can't do it. You're the queen of Asgard. I don't believe you can't do what I can." "What's the price?" "She can't afford it," Frigga said. "We can make a normal person strong overnight, but they have to pay a corresponding price. It's different with the Scarlet Star. It's the result of their hard work. No, if it's really possible, I can pay the price. I'm not afraid of any price." Frigga shook her head. "No, you don't understand. For example, let's make an agreement. I'll give you great power, but you and your clan will suffer an eternal curse. Are you sure you want this price?" Chapter 30:14. Go-See looked at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao shrugged. "Do you have money? If I want to reach my goal, how much do I need? I'll give you a discount." $10 billion, Chun Zhao said calmly. Go see almost spat out blood. $10 billion? Even if she sold the entire Blood Elf clan, she wouldn't be able to gather that much money. Plus, the money she'd spent at the auction was almost the entire village's hope. Now, almost everyone in the Blood Elf clan's village was a vegetarian. If she gathered another $10 billion, the entire village would probably have to sell their kidneys. That was considered cheap. With Chun Zhao's current resources, he could build 2 or 3 more Shangqing realms. But the price was too high. Without enough returns, Chun Zhao wouldn't invest. Moreover, using resources to build a Shangqing realm expert was far less worthwhile than investing in 10 people with top talent. If 1 of 10 broke through, it wouldn't be a loss. If 2 broke through, it would be a huge profit. Also, the resources invested wouldn't be as exaggerated as pushing 1 person to Shangqing realm. Just like Dragon Tiger Mountain and the Scarlet Church. Would they not have resources? Of course they did. Compared to Chun Zhao's current resources, they had a lot more. It was more than enough for 3 or 4 people. But they didn't do that. It was because the investment wasn't proportional to the returns. Moreover, people who forced their way to Shangqing realm were at the bottom of Shangqing realm. They had no room for growth. Under normal circumstances, no organization would use resources to build a Shangqing realm expert. Go Si wasn't related to him, so he couldn't put resources on her. $10 billion? In that case, Chun Zhao was really lucky. I can. The Dark Shadow clan can. Delatour shouted. By now, the invisible barrier had shrunk to less than 30 meters in diameter. Chun Zhao glanced at Delatour and the other Dark Shadow clan members. I almost forgot about the small fries. A few black balls appeared in Chun Zhao's hand. Pop! Pop! Instantly, all the Dark Shadow clan elves ate one. None of them survived, including Delatour. Go Si was shocked by Chun Zhao's ruthlessness again. Fampus was also a little shocked. She'd been a mercenary in the past, but she'd never seen someone like Chun Zhao, who killed a few people casually. It was obvious that those people had decided to surrender. No, they should have already surrendered. However, Chun Zhao didn't accept it. Drattle was also courting death. If he didn't say anything, Chun Zhao wouldn't even bother. He heard Alatu say that the Shadow Clan could fork out $10 billion. Then he was definitely a great enemy. He had to kill him first. As for 10 billion USD, Chun Zhao felt that Delatour was really thinking too much. They were enemies first, strangers second. What made him think that he would create an enemy for $10 billion? That was why he said he was stupid. All right, Madam Frigg, I fulfill my promise. Now it's your turn. I hope you won't suddenly disappear. After all, you definitely didn't come out of the seal to hide, right? I'll be there as promised. Frigg nodded and left with a dejected Go Si. Goddess, what should I do? Go Si looked at Frigg with a somewhat pessimistic gaze. I should thank you for being able to escape. To be honest, if I use my ability, it's not difficult to forcefully raise you to God level. But like I said before, the price is something you can't afford. Or as that man said, use his resources to forcefully raise you to God level. The price you pay is human currency. But just like his price, you can't afford it either. Is there no way to trade with him? Use something else instead. Frigg glanced at Go Si. Then tell me, what can you give him a trade with? If it's an ordinary divine artifact, it's best that you give up on this idea. He has completely plundered Odin's collection, and I'm afraid there are no less than 100 divine artifacts. So, if there's nothing special about it, he won't be able to use it. Go Si felt even more despair. Even robbing a bank wouldn't be able to get that much money. $10 billion was definitely a despairing number. So there's no way at all? There's another way. What is it? In this world, there are only a few ways to become a God-level expert. Relying on one's talent to break through is undoubtedly the most powerful method, as well as the one with the most potential. The few top-notch humans in this world, including that person, all relied on their talent to break through their limits. Therefore, they're the strongest among humans, even stronger than gods. Frigg glanced to Go Si. You have this talent, but you need time to fulfill it. Moreover, success or failure isn't absolute. The second method is the simplest. Using a tremendous amount of resources is also the method that man can provide. However, it's the most impossible for you to achieve, and this method will also cut off your future. The third method is the magic that I can provide to forcefully help you break through the barriers, allowing you to obtain God-level power. However, the corresponding price is also very severe. Not only you, but your family, people, and even your descendants will have to bear this price. Other than these three methods, there's a fourth method. Go see didn't interrupt and listen to Frigg's explanation. The fourth method is a secret method, or rather, a forbidden technique. In this world, there are some forbidden techniques that can break the rules. They're either cruel, complicated, or extremely risky. They can even turn you into something else, distorting your body and mind. Goddess, do you know any secret methods? Yes, but I really don't want you to choose one. I carry the hope of the Blood Elf clan. This is hope for you, but it might also be despair. I don't have a choice either. Don't be so hasty to make a decision. You can think about it for a few more days. No, I've already decided. Frigg thought about it. Next time I go to meet that person, come with me. Why do you still want to meet him? Go-See was still very resentful. Out of all the secret methods, I thought of one that's suitable for you, but you need his help. If he's willing to help, your success rate will increase by at least 50%. What if I don't have his help? Infinitely close to zero. Go-See couldn't help but feel unwilling. She couldn't seem to get around that person. She was really unwilling and helpless. Chapter 30:15. The next day, Chun Zhao welcomed Frigga and Go-See. In Chun Zhao's house, Go-See was a bit reserved. Do you want something to drink? Something special, Frigga said. I hope it's something I've never had before. Just then, an underling ran over with 2 drinks. The 2 drinks were black, but they were bubbling with red and green bubbles. Is this Coke? More accurately, it's Hell Coke, Chun Zhao said. Try it. It's helpful for people with magic power. It's fine even if you don't have magic power. My family and I often drink it. Before Frigga even drank it, she'd already analyzed how to make this so-called Hell Coke. Interesting concept. Frigga took a sip and her eyes lit up. It's indeed refreshing. Go-See, try it too. Oh, thank you. Go-See was a bit distracted. Even though the Hell Coke was delicious, she was in the mood to taste it. Chun Zhao glanced at Frigga. Why did she come with you? Please do me, or rather, do her a favor. Is this a request or a deal? Chun Zhao asked. If it was a deal, Chun Zhao didn't mind helping Frigga if she gave him something. If it was a request, then he could only apologize. He didn't have any relationship with Frigga at the moment. It's a deal, Frigga said. You know Vanaheim, right? If you help me, Vanaheim will be yours. What? Chun Zhao was a bit surprised. Using a world as a bargaining chip. This deal shouldn't be simple. No, it definitely wasn't simple. She will use a secret technique called stealing. When the time comes, she will summon an extremely powerful existence. As the target of the stealing, your mission is to suppress this extremely powerful existence and not kill it. Give me an accurate idea of how powerful it is. Using a world as a bargaining chip, Chun Zhao believed that Frigga's secret technique wouldn't be simple. It's like Odin at his peak, Frigga said. Powerful existence? Odin at his peak? You're not thinking of reviving Odin, right? Frigga shook her head. Simply put, it's Zeus, the god that popped out of your head. Are you familiar with the Olympian gods? You can summon Zeus just like that. From an enemy's perspective, it's indeed familiar. Frigga looked at Chun Zhao and then at the frightened Go-See. Enemy? Are you enemies with the Olympian gods? Do you know anything about the Olympians? I have a certain understanding. The Olympian god of war, Ares, is still my captive. Go-See was speechless. What kind of people were these? He casually captured a war god as a captive. You had a war? Chun Zhao asked curiously. Didn't Ares or my sunbather tell you? Chun Zhao shook his head. They're thieves and robbers, Frigga said. They stole the power of the divine kingdom and turned it into their own, so I sealed them. Other than a few who escaped, all the gods on Mount Olympus were sealed by me. Chun Zhao gasped. Frigga was the queen of Asgard, but she was just a queen. She'd actually sealed an entire race of gods by herself. The price was the complete extinction of the Vanir race. I was tricked by Odin and used the entire Vanir race as a sacrifice to seal the Olympian gods. Chun Zhao raised Frigga's danger index by 100 points. If she could seal an entire race, she could definitely seal Chun Zhao too. Frigga obviously felt the change in Chun Zhao's gaze. She smiled and didn't explain further. How is it? Do you accept the entire condition? What's Vanir like now? Chun Zhao needed to evaluate whether the entire Vanir world was valuable. Just as Frigga had said, she'd used the sacrifice of the Vanir race to seal the Olympian gods. Vanir was probably abandoned now, right? Vanir is a world full of vitality. That world gave birth to our race. Although the gods have fallen, it still has the ability to give birth to new gods. I haven't been to Vanir for thousands of years, so I don't know the exact situation there. But if Odin didn't destroy Vanir, then it's very likely the young god has been born there. You have the right to become the divine king there. Even if you call yourself the god of creation, no one will oppose it. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. He didn't need a divine king or a god of creation. What era was this? Why were they still so superstitious? However, Chun Zhao was still interested in the Vanir that Frigga spoke of. When I passed by Alfheim last time, it was also full of vitality, but your son Bader still refused to let me come into contact with that world. The reason was that I would destroy the peace there. The intelligent race in Alfheim are the elves, a race that believes in him. There are no intelligent races in Vanir, so the only intelligent ones are the newborn young gods. If you become the ruler there, even if the young gods oppose it, the war between you and them probably won't even be considered a war. Oh, what's the difference between the elves of Alfheim and them? Most of the elves in Alfheim are pure elves, the kind that Ghost Sea is afraid of becoming. They're very ordinary, but also very pure. Of course, they're also very kind. So kind that even I can't bear to hurt them. As for the elves in this world, they're the exact opposite. They're no longer pure and kind. Frigga looked at Chun Zhao. Do you accept this deal? Since you're willing to use a world as a bargaining chip, you can make other requests. For example, you want me to use resources to make her a strong person, instead of just letting me be a high-level fighter. Ghost Sea is very talented. She has the right to a better future. She's indeed very talented. She can wait until the foreseeable future and use her talent to fulfill her abilities instead of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. Your secret method didn't give her a better future. Her people don't have time to wait. Their bloodline deteriorates very quickly. In a few years, they'll completely turn into ordinary and pure elves. Didn't you say that this only appears in newborns? Who do you think gave birth to the newborns? Of course, their parents' bloodline deteriorates first, and then it's passed on to the newborns. Fine, this is your and hers decision. The deal is done. Before that, you haven't forgotten your job, right? Of course. I can start lessons anytime. Where's your daughter? Still in kindergarten. You can teach my little daughter first. I remember that your eldest daughter is only 2. Where's your youngest daughter? Has she awakened? Chapter 30:16. My daughter is 1 year old. She's still too young. Are you sure she's awakened? She awakened on the day she was born. Both Ghost Sea and Frigga were speechless. The difference between people was always so obvious. Awakened on the day she was born? There is such a thing? How talented must one be to have such an awakening? Frigga had only planned to be little Gerlin's teacher. As for little Larissa, she was just an extra. When little Larissa grew up, she would teach her a few spells. But she didn't expect little Larissa's talent to be so incredible. Frigga was very sure that no one had awakened on the day they were born, even among the Protoss. It was hard to imagine how ridiculous little Larissa's talent was. Let me see that child. Little Larissa was currently being led by Portia and Zephyra. She was playing on the field outside. When Frigga saw little Larissa, she felt like her eyes were going to be blinded by this blessed girl. As a nirvana, which little Gerlin was already a heaven-defying existence. A witch of destruction had appeared every few generations. This was enough to show how talented little Gerlin was. Little Larissa wasn't that special. Apart from being talented, there was nothing special about her. But sometimes, when one's talent reaches a certain level, they could really do whatever they wanted. Even Go C felt jealous from the inside out when she saw little Larissa. If she had this talent, her clan probably wouldn't have to worry about continuing the Blood Elf bloodline. Being favored by the heavens wasn't enough to describe little Larissa's talent. Frigga didn't doubt that this child's future limit wouldn't be lower than hers. As for higher levels, it would depend on Chunjiao's abilities. "Darling, what's your name?" Frigga asked in her softest tone. Little Larissa looked at the gentle and beautiful auntie before her, but she still turned her head to look at her father. Chunjiao nodded. Little Larissa immediately smiled brightly. "I'm Larissa. What spells do you know?" "Like this." Frigga reached out and revealed a small fireball. Little Larissa doesn't know. "Papa didn't teach me." Frigga turned to look at him in surprise. "You didn't teach her magic?" In Frigga's opinion, Chunjiao should have exposed little Larissa to magic long ago. Even if Chunjiao didn't know how to teach, with Larissa's talent, she would probably learn it after watching a few times. "I've heard that being exposed to magic at a young age will affect your growth." Frigg stared at Chunjiao with a dark expression. "Who told me to kill him? Isn't that the case? Do you plan to let your daughter learn dark magic, necromancy, or sacrificial magic?" "No. Don't tell me you plan to let her learn these spells. As long as you don't let her learn these spells, it won't affect her growth. It's just like some of your human sports programs. Some programs can help children grow better, while others will affect their physical and mental development." Chunjiao thought about it and realized that it made sense. "Papa, can I learn magic?" Although little Larissa was only 1 year old, she knew how to do magic. But in the whole family, except for Mama and Big Sister, everyone else knew magic. So little Larissa was already used to magic. "Sure." Chunjiao nodded. "Yay." Little Larissa was so happy that she danced and kept throwing fireballs out her palms. "Huh? I thought you didn't know?" Frigga asked, confused. "Yeah, but Pop agreed, so I know." Go C was hurt again. She'd been known as a genius among geniuses since she was young. So, she couldn't help but compare herself to little Larissa. But what made her despair was that even though she was a genius among geniuses, she was no different from a stupid pig in little Larissa's eyes. "What else can you do?" Soon, Frigga realized that little Larissa knew a lot of spells. She'd learned them all from the people around her. She knew a little bit of all kinds of random spells. She didn't have any systematic learning, so she didn't have any system she was good at. Even Chunjiao was a little scared. Little Larissa had unknowingly learned so many spells. This was also because the family didn't have any taboos. So, they didn't avoid little Larissa from casting spells. They also didn't expect little Larissa's talent to be so terrifying. Basically, she could learn most spells after seeing them once. Little Larissa had learned them, but she'd never used them. She knew that Chunjiao wouldn't let her learn them. So, she didn't dare to use them. She was afraid that Chunjiao would think she was a bad kid. Until today, when Chunjiao personally agreed. She dared to use them. Frigga and Go C couldn't describe their shock. In Frigga's life, she'd seen countless geniuses who could always create all kinds of miracles. But compared to little Larissa, those geniuses and miracles seemed so dim. Soon, little Gerlin returned. Frigga had seen little Gerlin before. She was also a genius among geniuses. She wasn't a genius who bragged about herself like Go C. Awakening before 2 years old meant that she was in the top 3 awakening ages among magicians. Plus, little Gerlin was the third knight. Plus, she was the Witch of Destruction. This gave her talent that wasn't below little Larissa's. Go C even felt inferior. She was a so-called genius, but she was only the second knight. When she'd awakened at 8, she'd been quite proud. But compared to this pair of sisters, in that case, he would seem insignificant. Today, Frigga didn't teach little Gerlin and Larissa magic. She mainly wanted to see their talent. Then, she'd come up with a teaching plan for them. But when she took a look, she almost shut herself up. The sisters' talent made even her, the god of magic, jealous. As for Go C, she really shut herself out. What was the point of learning magic? What was the point of training? No matter how well she practiced, could she be as talented as Chunjiao? Could she have a good father like Chunjiao? In the past, Go C didn't believe that all roads led to Rome. Now, she believed it. But some people were born in Rome. On the way back, Frigga glanced at the despondent Go-See. "What, you're shocked?" "Yes." Go-See didn't deny it. A pained expression hung on her face. "Then I'll tell you something that can make you happy." "What else can make me happy?" "Even though your talent is different from Asgard, your upper limit is the same. The only difference is that one took 10 years and the other 100. Chapter 30:17. Frigga was just comforting her, but Go-See felt that she couldn't be happy. Limit. Not many people in the world could touch it. Most people would be stuck halfway through their leveling. Also, how many people could actually get stronger as they got older? When a normal cultivator reached a certain age, all aspects would start to decline severely. Only a few old monsters could do it. The older they got, the stronger they got. So, Go-See didn't have any hope of reaching the limit in 100 years. Little Jerlin and little Larissa would reach their limit in 10 years. No, 20 years, to be exact. They'd only be in their early 20s. That was the best age. But how long would Go-See need? 100 years. At her current age, 120 years? Would he be able to live for that long? Even if she could, she'd probably be in a decline. Xiaohe and Carrie had already passed the trial that Chun Zhao had left for them. But it wasn't the end of their suffering. It was just the beginning. The difficulty wasn't up to Chun Zhao's will. It was up to him to strengthen or weaken it. So for Xiaohe and Carrie, it was far from passing. They'd gone from the initial resistance to numbness, and now they were used to it. Just like the saying, when you can't fight back, every night, Chun Zhao would have someone from the supernatural organization come and watch them. They didn't want to die in the trial. This wasn't the Tower of Trials where they could revive on the spot. That was Chun Zhao's ability. If they died, they would really die. Actually, they'd been trapped in the trial for almost a month. Apart from not being able to move freely, it didn't affect their daily lives. They could even go online. Moreover, they'd even called the police in the first few days. They hoped that the police could save them. Clearly, they'd overestimated the LAPD. The police walked around the community and said that they'd sue them for making a false alarm. Now, they'd learned their lesson and stopped resisting. There was no point in resisting. Chun Zhao had only taught them one thing during this time. The fist was the root of everything. Right now, they had to risk their lives just to survive in this trial ground. It was unrealistic to fight Chun Zhao head-on. After an arduous night of fighting, Carrie and Xiaohe dragged their weary bodies home. "Xiaohe, help me prepare breakfast. I don't want to move anymore." Carrie felt as though her body was about to fall apart. He slumped on the sofa like a corpse. She turned on the television, but she was too lazy to even lift her eyelids. The television was broadcasting the news. Suddenly, Carrie seemed to hear something. She jumped up and stared at the television screen with wide eyes. "Xiaohe, come quickly." Xiaohe walked out slowly, holding a glass of milk. "What is it?" "Look at the news." According to the European police, a group of people who call themselves the New Era have recently appeared. They claim that myths will descend upon the world again. They will restart the ritual and find the gods of the past. They're also requesting the government to recognize their legitimacy. However, at present, all the countries in Europe have identified the New Era as a cult and have put several leaders of the organization on the wanted list. They're the leader, Arona, the deputy leader, Bayan, and the guardian elder. Xiaohe looked at the news listlessly and asked, "What's wrong? What does this cult have to do with you?" "My vice sect master, Bayan, used to be a hoodlum on our street." "So what?" "It's not surprising that someone like him started a cult. But he used to be an ordinary person. Maybe he's a liar, or maybe you didn't see through him," Xiaohe said disapprovingly. "I thought you had something to make such a fuss about." Actually, when Carrie said that they knew each other, it was more than just knowing each other. Bayan was her adoptive father, and she had learned all her thieving skills from him. As for whether Bayan really knew magic, she would never believe it. She knew Bayan too well. When Bayan was young, he was a successful entrepreneur. He had adopted Carrie when she was 10 years old. However, in less than a year, Bayan suddenly went bankrupt, because Bayan could no longer provide Carrie with the money she needed. So, Carrie returned to the orphanage. However, the connection between Carrie and Bayan was not broken. Then, he began to mingle in the streets. If he had any magic skills at that time, he would not have to steal to earn some money and buy some insignificant gifts for Carrie. Thinking back to the last time they met, it was already half a year ago, because Bayan committed theft and was sentenced to half a year in prison. But Carrie did not expect to see Bayan again on the TV news, and he had actually become a high-ranking member of a cult. Carrie could not help but worry about her adoptive father. Bayan might not be rich, but he was definitely a responsible father. At least in Carrie's eyes, Bayan was worthy of her calling him father. Seeing this news, Carrie could not help but worry about Bayan. All the tiredness and sleepiness disappeared at this moment. There was only worry for Bayan. "What's your relationship with that deputy leader, Bayan?" He noticed the change in Carrie's expression. "I know him, but I'm not familiar with him," Carrie replied casually. This answer could protect herself and Bayan. It was not that she did not trust it was that Carrie had been in the streets since she was a child. She knew that some bad things started from an unintentional slip of the tongue. Carrie was in a dilemma. On one hand, she could not even protect herself. She could not even control her own freedom. Moreover, she had to save that unreliable adoptive father. But she couldn't just ignore it. "If you really have a problem, you can call Mr. Chun." Actually, Xiao had already thought through some problems recently. Chun Zhao seemed to be torturing them. In fact, he was training them. Although they were living a life of ecstasy here, the increase in their strength was real. Only Carrie was still in the dark about it. Or rather, it was the difference in Eastern and Western thinking. Carrie could only feel Chun Zhao's evil intentions. What's the use of finding him? Carrie did not want to contact Chun Zhao. At least, we need his permission to leave here. Carrie was like a deflated balloon. Yes, without Chun Zhao's permission, they could not even leave here. Or we have the ability to completely clear this place. We don't even know the upper limit of the difficulty. How do we clear it? Chapter 30:18. Chun, I'm going back to Europe. 23rd Blood Mary came to bid Chun Zhao farewell. Really? So soon? Chun Zhao had thought that 23rd Blood Mary would need more time. He didn't expect her to go back so soon. Yes, it's chaotic in Europe. A few groups have realized the arrival of the spiritual chi tide. They're eager to open up the spiritual world. Chun Zhao remained silent. Everyone had their own thoughts. Chun Zhao was the type that didn't support or object. However, Chun Zhao's job was to kill this idea in the cradle. After all, most people in the government didn't need a new era. They needed to maintain the current state. How's the progress with your divine kingdom? It's completed. Now, there are just some details to deal with. A smile appeared on 23rd Blood Mary's face. Her trip to Los Angeles had come to a successful end. From now on, she didn't need to worry about her lifespan anymore. She'd solved the biggest crisis. Now she was a god, a true god. "Do you want to try my divine kingdom?" "Sure." A patch of grayish-white suddenly spread across the sky. As the grayish-white spread, the environment around Chun Zhao and 23rd Blood Mary also changed. As the grayish-white formed a circle, Chun Zhao's senses completely lost contact with the outside world. There were only snow-covered mountains and piercingly cold winds. "Is this your divine kingdom?" Suddenly, Chun Zhao felt the air become extremely heavy. 23rd Blood Mary's divine power was air. She could change the weight of the air. At the same time, she could control the temperature and humidity. "How can your divine kingdom attack? If it's just what I feel now, it probably won't pose any threat to me." Chun Zhao wasn't being arrogant. He was just stating a fact. The change in the environment only caused some trouble for Chun Zhao. It didn't even affect Chun Zhao's combat ability. "I can increase the weight of the air to an unimaginable level, so the other materials in the divine kingdom will rise and then fall. It's similar to your meteorite." Chun Zhao's eyes brightened. "This is amazing," he said sincerely. "I know this isn't enough for you." Chun Zhao shrugged. It couldn't be helped. They were a whole realm apart now. He could only say that it wouldn't be easy for him to win against the 23rd Blood Mary, but it was impossible to lose. Chun Zhao stood still. Even the 23rd Blood Mary might not be able to bite him. Chun Zhao was an enhancer. His physical strength and defense had reached the extreme. This was Chun Zhao's greatest advantage. In order to defeat Chun Zhao, he first had to break through his defense. After that, he would need more power to deal damage to Chun Zhao. But that in itself was impossible. How big is your divine kingdom? About the same size as California. That big? Chen Zhao gasped. Because I don't lack materials. Chen Zhao was speechless. Yes, the 23rd Blood Mary had collected so many fragments of the divine kingdom. There was no need to worry about not having enough materials. She could build as big a divine kingdom as she wanted. Chen Zhao and the 23rd Blood Mary were just testing the waters. Then, the 23rd Blood Mary withdrew her divine kingdom. I should go. Goodbye. In fact, considering their current strength and status, it was impossible for them to do so. It didn't matter if they left Los Angeles. After all, there were too many ways to meet in this era. Even if there was something important, he could reach them with a phone call. After the 23rd Blood Mary left, Chen Zhao went to the underground base where Ares was locked up. Ares wasn't in a good state of mind recently. He looked up at Chen Zhao, who had just walked in. You haven't come to see me in a long time. You don't look like you're in a good state. My divine kingdom has been destroyed by you. My body has suffered great damage, and my power has been sealed. Now, I'm so weak that I'm about to die. If you want to kill me, do it as soon as possible. That way, you'll be able to add more color to your battle record. I don't want to die quietly in this dark corner. This was probably Ares' last bit of stubbornness. It was also to preserve his last bit of dignity. Chen Zhao passed a contract to Ares. Take a look. If there's no problem, sign it. The 23rd Blood Mary, Zhang Tianyi, and Bifla had helped Chen Zhao make this contract. Ares scrutinized the contents of the contract. You want me to serve you for 300 years? Yes. I don't have that much time. My divine kingdom has been destroyed, and I'm losing control of my power. Soon, I'll completely collapse. Didn't you read the terms? While you're serving me, I'm obligated to treat any injuries you have, any injuries that are within my capabilities. The damage caused by the destruction of the divine kingdom is irreversible unless it's repaired. Chen Zhao took out a metal box and tossed it to Ares. Is this enough? Ares opened the box. Inside were some fragments of the divine kingdom. Where did you get it? That's not something you should be concerned about. Ares decisively signed his name on the contract. Then the contract was ignited. Chen Zhao brought Ares out of the prison. I thought it would be difficult or even impossible. No one wants to die, Ares said matter-of-factly. Even God doesn't want to die. You're stronger than me, so I can accept submitting to you. Do you need me to arrange an identity for you? No need. I'll find an identity that I like. Chen Zhao nodded. He'd recruited Ares mainly because he needed him in times of need. Times were different now. Chen Zhao didn't plan on ruling the world. But Chen Zhao needed more trump cards. What could he do by relying on himself? Chen Zhao couldn't do everything himself. Some things had to be done by others. The identity of Ares was still very valuable. After all, a living god was more valuable than a dead one. He had collected a lot of dead gods. He didn't care if he didn't have Ares or Ares. Recently, there were more and more supernatural incidents on the news. Even though the supernatural organization suppressed most of the news, there were still some that slipped through the net. Of course, there wasn't really strong evidence to prove the existence of supernatural incidents. After all, the supernatural organization mainly suppressed news like this with direct evidence. Some spiritualists also purposely exposed themselves to ordinary people. As such incidents became more and more frequent, Chen Zhao believed that the government wouldn't be able to hide it for long. The true Great Era wasn't far away. Chapter 3019. Chen Zhao's phone rang. It was Xiao He. Chen Zhao picked it up. Mr. Chen, we want to talk to you. Talk about what? Can you come to our place? Just say it over the phone, Chen Zhao said impatiently. I'm busy. No. Actually, we feel that we've grown stronger recently, so we want to spar with you. Oh. Chen Zhao chuckled strangely. Sure, I'll go tonight. Xiao He nodded at Carrie beside her. He agreed, but the next part is the most troublesome. Don't worry. Even if we can't win, we can at least surprise him. It was late at night. A blue sports car drove into the neighborhood. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Zhao got out of the car and looked at the wrecked car. Chen Zhao realized that his entire series of sports cars was really full of misfortune. Right now, Xiao He and Carrie were lying in the distance in their combat suits, watching the situation with binoculars. It looks like the first trap was useless. He's not injured at all from such a violent explosion. What's his body made of? This is the mentality of weaklings like us and the necessary qualities of the strong. If he could get injured from such a trap, he would have died hundreds of times already, Xiao He said. Then why fight? Just surrender. We can't surrender. That trap was just the appetizer. There's more to come. Xiao Wu also squatted beside Carrie. Chun Zhao didn't care about Carrie and Xiao He's suicidal behavior. He was unperturbed. It had nothing to do with him anyway. They could do whatever they wanted. It had nothing to do with him. Their current plot was probably echoing in other people's ears. In fact, Chun Zhao knew where Xiao He and Carrie were. However, he didn't hear their conversation. The two little guys were pretty smart. They knew how to seal off the area around them with magic and put them in an enclosed area. It was hard for the outside world to sense their existence. If it wasn't for the little world, he would probably be tricked by them. Chun Zhao walked toward where the two were. Suddenly, there was nothing under his feet. Chun Zhao had fallen into the trap. The next moment, the magic in the trap was activated. White light suddenly flashed in the trap. Then Chun Zhao felt his body being sealed by a force. Anti-magic field? No, it's not the anti-magic domain. Just as he was about to activate it, he felt that the trap was draining his magic power. What followed was a violent explosion. Success. Xiao He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. You succeeded? It's a success. That trap will form an anti-magic domain for a short period of time. If he uses his mana in that area, his mana will be instantly sucked away, supplying the powerful rootless fire in the trap. Then, Bua, Xiao He explained proudly. Are you sure? Definitely. But he seems to have escaped from the trap, and he looks completely fine. How is this possible? Xiao He picked up the binoculars and saw that Chun Zhao was indeed unscathed. Her expression immediately darkened. How is it possible? That was such a violent explosion. Why isn't he injured at all? Chun Zhao actually gave this trap a very high score. Other than not harming him, this trap had already played its role. At least, as a trap, it was quite good at being unexpected. Chun Zhao continued forward. Just then, rotten arms crawled out of the ground and gripped Chun Zhao's legs tightly. Necromancy? Chun Zhao was somewhat surprised. This wasn't Carrie's spell. Xiao, he knew necromancy? Although it wasn't called necromancy in the East, there wasn't much difference in essence. Chun Zhao wasn't in a hurry to break free. There had to be something else. As expected, dozens of flickering, unstable spirits suddenly charged at him. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous impact of the explosions almost blasted the scene into pieces. The terrain had also changed. It was clear how powerful the explosions were. Wow! Xiao He shouted in excitement. Then she looked through the binoculars and realized that Chun Zhao had walked out of the explosion unscathed again. How is this possible? Even this didn't hurt him? Xiao He's good mood came and went quickly. I have no choice but to activate the ultimate trap. Gritting her teeth, Xiao He took out a remote control. Yes, her last trap was activated with a remote control. It was also very easy to activate. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out. In the midst of the explosions, fire sprinklers sprayed toward the central area. Then, electric arcs spread toward the central area. I don't believe he can come out unscathed from such an explosion. What did you do? How can you create such a powerful explosion? Carrie's face was filled with shock and disbelief. It's simple. I blew up the gas pipe, Xiao He said. Xiao He said, I have also built a simple discharge field. I have already buried the electric cables, and the water sprayed out by the sprinklers is the conductor. I feel like you want to kill him. Think carefully before you answer. Just then, Chun Zhao's voice rang out in their crimson. Why are you here? Xiao He was dumbfounded. Carrie was also shocked by Chun Zhao's sudden appearance. He was unscathed again. Xiao He was in complete despair this time. Magic and technology combined, but Chun Zhao's skin wasn't even scratched. Moreover, he had suddenly appeared in their crimson like a ghost. There's such a heavy smell of gas in the air. Do you think my nose is just for show? Xiao He's face was full of disappointment. Okay, tell me what you wanted to do. Mr. Chun, we actually wanted to test our strength Xiao, he hurriedly explained. We already knew that this trap is useless against you. Apart from being a little weak, everything else is surprising. Mr. Chun, how do you rate our performance? 5. Only 5? Mr. Chun, didn't you say that our trap was surprising? Yes, but in the end, as your target, I'm unscathed. A trap can't hurt anyone. So what's the point? Okay, let's talk business. You didn't call me here just to tease me, Chun Zhao said. Of course, I hope you can find a good reason. Mr. Chun, we actually have something important to do and need to leave for a while. What is it? Chapter 3020. Expressionlessly, Chun Zhao looked at Xiao He and Carrie. The two girls were so nervous that they were about to explode. After a moment of silence, Chun Zhao asked, What is it? It's like this. Carrie has an adoptive father. Wait, she has an adoptive father? Chun Zhao remembered that Qing Ping Sage had said that Carrie didn't have any relatives in her investigation. She'd grown up in an orphanage. Chun Zhao looked at Carrie seriously. Tell me the truth. You have an adoptive father? Yes, but not really. While I was in the orphanage, I was adopted by him. Later, he went bankrupt, so I was sent back to the orphanage. But I've always kept in touch with him. And then? Recently, I realized that he's in trouble. Carrie wasn't sure either. It wasn't trouble, but she still felt that being with a cult would be troublesome even if it wasn't. What kind of trouble? I'm not sure. I think he joined a cult. It's useless. Cultists are all crazy. Your adoptive father's been brainwashed. I suggest you kill him to prevent him from harming society. Chun Zhao didn't feel bad at all. If you tell me about that cult, I can help you get rid of it while I'm at it. How could Carrie agree? In her eyes, Chun Zhao was really cold-blooded. If he knew about her adoptive father might really be killed by Chun Zhao. Mr. Chun, give me a few days. I promise I'll come back after it's done. Carrie looked at Chun Zhao sincerely. How can you promise? Seeing that pretending to be pitiful was useless, Carrie gritted her teeth and thought. A moment later, Carrie looked up and said, I'll sign a contract with you. Chun Zhao's lips curled into a smile. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. I agree to your request. Chun Zhao finally relented. Soon, Chun Zhao drew up a contract. In the contract, Carrie had to come back within 15 days. Otherwise, the contract would be triggered automatically. Chun Zhao could lock onto Carrie immediately. If she came back within the time limit, she would listen to any of Chun Zhao's arrangements for the next 3 years. But if she didn't come back within the time limit, she would be enslaved by Chun Zhao for 10 years. Carrie had no choice but to sign the contract. She had planned to bargain with Chun Zhao for a while, but Chun Zhao was right. But reality did not go as he wished. Chun Zhao had the attitude of, if you want to sign it, then sign it. If you don't, then forget it. Although Carrie gritted her teeth in anger, she still signed the contract in the end. Of course, she also made a small request. Xiao He also wanted to be her helper and gain temporary freedom. After completing the contract, Chun Zhao lifted the restriction on entering and leaving the community. All right, you can come and go now. Remember, the two of you only have 15 days of free time. If you don't come back by yourselves within 15 days, I will personally go and find you. Both of them felt the same way. They all knew that Chun Zhao wasn't joking. Just as Chun Zhao was about to leave, Carrie suddenly stopped him. Mr. Chun, any other questions? Can you lend us some money to fund our activities? According to the bank interest, how much do you want? How much can you borrow? Chun Zhao chuckled. How much did Carrie look down on him by asking this question? I can borrow as much as you dare. $100,000? Carrie asked tentatively. Even Xiao He could not help but roll her eyes. How much did Carrie look down on Chun Zhao? Xiao He did not know how much money Chun Zhao had, but she was sure that it would be an astronomical number. This is a check for $1 million. It's also an advance on your salary for the next 10 years. Wait, I didn't plan on asking for $1 million. That's too much. Also, according to the contract, we have to be enslaved by you for 10 years if we don't come back in 15 days. It hasn't even started yet. No, I have a feeling that you won't come back in 15 days. Take it. It's better than nothing. When Carrie received the check for $1 million, she did not know what she was feeling right now. It was clearly an unprecedented amount of money. But why could she not be happy? Carrie, what will we do now? What's your plan? Cash this check first. Xiaohe was silent for a while. Good idea. She had never seen so much money before. She did not even have 1,000,000 yuan, much less $1,000,000. The next day, they did not sleep at all. With such a huge sum of money, they had forgotten the purpose of borrowing it. Their minds were filled with how to spend the money. Yes, that's right. They had almost forgotten their original intentions. Now they just wanted to have some fun. Early in the morning, they ran to the bank to cash the check. With the bank's credit card, they really felt like they were on cloud nine. Then, they went on a shopping spree for the whole day. The two of them didn't come to their senses until they finished spending at the high-end restaurant. Carrie, what did we do today? Xiaohe said, covering her face. We wasted the whole day. Carrie's expression was also terrible. Don't worry, we still have plenty of time. Then, the next day, they went on a shopping spree again. That night, Carrie roared, that guy did it on purpose. He purposely gave us so much money to make us fall. He's a demon. Xiaohe felt the same way. She knew that they had something important to do and that they did not have much time left. However, they could not help it. Since breakfast, they had been lost in the dream of being rich. Carrie, we can't go on like this. We need to act quickly. After we bring your adoptive father back, we still have time to play. Just not now. All right, I understand. Carrie nodded heavily. On the third day, they were defeated by the demon of desire again. They fell into depravity once more, sinking into the pleasure of shopping. On the third night, they repented once more and firmly decided that they had to do something important the next day. On the fourth day, they finally overcame all the difficulties. However, it was not really difficult. Carrie, where are we going now? To buy my adoptive father's house. Why are we going there? Can't you give him a call? Let him come back on his own? If I could, I would just call him at home instead of asking him to let us out. All right, why are we going to your adoptive father's house? He should be in Europe, right? Chapter 30:21. I don't have his contact number, but we agreed that if he's not at home and I can't contact him, I could go to his house and find him. He'll leave some contact numbers. Are you sure your adoptive father's just a bankrupt thief? Not some kind of spy or something. It's not as complicated as you think. He just has a lot of enemies and creditors, so he's always prepared to run. Okay, that's a good reason. After wasting 4 days, Carrie finally got into the swing of things. On the same day, they bought a flight to Switzerland. President, do you have time now? Come to the headquarters. Sure, I'll go now. After arriving at the headquarters, West tossed a document to Chen Zhao. The National Youth Supernatural Fighting Competition. Chen Zhao flipped through a few pages and put it down silently. He held his forehead. Is the government joking? No, it's serious. It's in Los Angeles and hosted by the Supernatural Organization. I'm sure now that the government is joking. Chen Zhao wasn't interested at all. Very uninterested. A competition for a group of youths? The supernatural world in North America wasn't active to begin with. Those who could participate had to be awakened first. This was already a part of it. Then there was an age restriction. Since they were youths, they couldn't be very old. How many awakened youths could there be in America? Therefore, it was destined to be a battle between a few families with a certain amount of heritage. Actually, there were similar competitions for youths in other major regions. Whether it was Huaxia, Japan, or Europe, they all had similar competitions. However, the most important thing to hold a competition like this was that there had to be enough active supernatural areas. In such active areas, family inheritance had certain advantages, but each power and individual would have their own opportunities too. There were many participants, but no one could guarantee victory. But what about the Americans? When the tiger was gone, the monkey was king. Actually, the supernatural organization was the monkey king. The supernatural organization was only average in the entire world. But in North America, they were the top supernatural organization. There weren't many people in the first place. Now, they were choosing the champion among them. It felt like the champion was already decided. There's no other way. West shrugged. Now that the government has also noticed the spirit energy tide, they want to make use of it to reserve talents in the supernatural field. The government has also realized this problem, so they have set the age limit of the competition at 22 years old. This way, there will be a lot more people participating. A 22-year-old is still considered a teenager, Isn't it better to just call it a youth tournament? There's nothing we can do about it. If we really wanted to have a youth competition, the number of participants would definitely not be enough. In fact, it's just a youth competition in the name of youth. Must you do it? We are funded by the government, so we still have to do the tasks assigned by the government. All right then, you make your own arrangements. This has nothing to do with me. Our people won't get involved, right? Our men are not involved. How could West arrange his own people? Right now, they were walking the path of the elite. They had a lot of resources and rich combat experience. The younger generation of ordinary clans really couldn't compare. Therefore, if their children were to participate, it was very likely that they would break out of the encirclement. Especially Jalanash, Helis, and more. They were all typical representatives. There was also Chun Zhao's student, Lit Grove. He wasn't a captain, but he was at least an official member. Now that he was an Angelite's team, his performance was quite different. Basically, this competition was to find talents for the government. How could they give their people to the government for free? Even West had the mentality of just dealing with the matter. How could they really give their own people away? Who's paying for this competition? Chun Zhao suddenly asked. The government's special department earmarks. Will the psionic team participate too? Probably. For them, this is a chance to accumulate experience. They also want the government to see their results. The supernatural organization didn't care about the opportunity to gain combat experience because they had plenty of opportunities to do so. Moreover, it wasn't in the ring, but on a real battlefield. But other forces might not have this chance. Whatever. If they want to participate, then let them. Chen Zhao shook his head. They had never been a match for the supernatural organization. The organization had always treated them as targets. Just then, Ruan Faxbin ran in. President, Mr. West, I hope I'm not disturbing you? You're already in, West said, annoyed. Are you looking for me or the president? I'm looking for the president. I found a young man recently. I think he's talented and he's in L.A. right now. President, how about you come with me? Go find a disciple yourself. Why should I go with him? Do you want me to beat him up? If that's the case, I'm happy to help. Not really, as long as he doesn't ask for something as ridiculous as that guy last time. But if he needs to show off his strength, then give him a heavy blow. Chun Zhao finally understood. He wanted him to go with him and scare him when necessary. I'm free too, West said. Let's go together. Ruan Faxbin shrugged. It didn't matter if it was 2 or 3. Along the way, Ruan Faxbin told Chun Zhao about the kid he liked. 14. His parents aren't very rich. They're both ordinary people. His father is a firefighter and his mother is unemployed. Then how did he learn alchemy? Chen Zhao asked. He already has a master? Unlike other spiritualists, alchemists had to have a master to teach them, even if they were awakened. It's an alchemy book I left behind. In fact, a few years ago, when he was awakened, I secretly left him an alchemy book. I've also been observing him secretly. If he shows talent in alchemy, I'll get in touch with him. Isn't the chance too low? If you do the same thing a few times, you'll eventually meet someone with talent. How many awakened kids did you find? Not many, just 100 or so, Ruan Faxbin said. Chen Zhao was speechless. West was speechless. How did you find so many awakened kids? I feel like the supernatural organization hasn't dealt with as many awakened cases in the past 2 years as you did, and they're all kids. It's simple. I've created a magical device that can detect the abnormal spiritual waves on ordinary people. The spiritual waves produced by ordinary people either come into contact with a spiritualist or they've awakened. With a little analysis, we'll be able to determine if they've awakened. Chapter 3022. The three sat in the car and looked at the boy in the alley. The boy was wearing a hoodie, as if trying to hide his appearance. However, the hoodie couldn't hide his young face. There were 2 adults before the boy. They were whispering something, as if they were making some kind of deal. This kind of scene was very common in America. Not often. Most of the time, it was adults selling forbidden items to minors. But right now, the roles seemed to be reversed. The boy was the seller, while the 2 adults were the buyers. The 2 seemed to be bargaining. The situation fell into a stalemate. After 10 minutes, both sides finally took a step back and the deal continued. The 2 adults left contentedly. Before leaving, They specially glanced at Chun Zhao, West, and Ruan Fazabin in the car. Clearly, they discovered the three. However, they only treated the three as buyers like them. The boy also discovered the three in the car. Of course, this was because the three didn't hide at all. Instead, they purposely leaked some magical aura. The boy wasn't afraid. Instead, he walked to the car. "You're here to buy things too, right? What good stuff do you have here?" Ruan Fazabin asked. The boy took out 3 rings. "I made these myself. You can see the quality." The three each picked up a ring. Chun Zhao and West could only tell the good from the bad. In their eyes, these things were even worse than the things in the recycling warehouse. Usually, Ruan Fazabin's magic tools would fail occasionally. Or when the members of the association broke them, they would throw them into the warehouse, waiting to be broken down and recycled. As for the ring the boy took out, it was of an even lower quality than those recycled goods. From the material to the craftsmanship to the effects, every single one of them was proof of the taste of inferior goods. On the other hand, Ruan Faxi obviously saw more things. The quality of the magic rings themselves was very low. However, this was a product limited by the boy's current magic power, magic level, knowledge, and materials. He'd done the best he could at his current stage. Of course, it might not be the best yet, but at least Ruan Faxi felt that even at his age, at his cognitive stage, it would be difficult for him to do better than him. "How much?" "The 2 red ones are $100, and the purple one is better." "It's at least $500, the boy said. "Are you short of money?" Ruan Faxburn asked. "Please, which kid doesn't need money?" The boy said matter-of-factly, "I just changed my girlfriend, so it's natural that I'm short of money." I'll take all 3 rings." Ruan Faxi drew a few franklins. "Thank you for your generosity." The smile on the boy's face was almost overflowing. But before the boy could get the money, Ruan's tone suddenly changed. The boy instinctively felt that something was wrong. "However, I still need you to modify the magic circuits of these 3 rings." The boy frowned and looked at Ruan with dissatisfaction. Modify magic circuits? This was the best he could do. How else did he want her to modify it? "Are you using the Heart's Net diagram magic circuit?" "The Mind Net diagram isn't friendly to most spiritualists, so I hope that you can modify the magic circuit into the Holy Circuit magic circuit." "What Heart Net diagram? What Holy Circuit magic circuit?" The boy was completely dumbfounded. It was the first time he had heard such a professional term. "If you can help me modify it, I can pay you $30,000, Ruan Faxi said. Upon hearing the $30,000, the boy forgot everything. $30,000. He had to make hundreds of magic rings to earn that much. But he really didn't understand what the HeartNet diagram or the Holy Circuit magic circuit was. According to this man, the magic circuit he was using now was the HeartNet diagram. Then, what was the Holy Circuit magic circuit? "Sir, I'm just a beginner. I don't know what the Holy Circuit magic circuit is, but it would be best if you could explain it." "You want to learn the Holy Circuit magic circuit? Can I?" The boy looked at Ruan Faxi carefully. "Do you know how much a magic book for the Holy Circuit magic circuit costs?" How much?" "A complete version costs more than $6 million. If it's a simplified version or a separate book, it's between $500,000 and $1 million. The boy sucked in a breath of cold air. "So expensive?" "Do you have a teacher?" Ruan Faxi asked. "Of course I do," the boy replied loudly. His answer seemed to be more of a way to boost his courage. "Is that so? What a pity. I originally thought that if you didn't have one, you could follow me and become my student. At the same time, you could read my magic book. Since you have a teacher, forget it." "You're an alchemist too? Then why do you still want to buy these magic rings from me? Can't you make them yourself?" "Oh, these things you're selling, other than the purple one, which can barely be used once or twice, I'll just tear the 2 red magic rings apart. After all, the materials are more valuable than the rings themselves. By the way, you don't seem to know the prices. To be honest, the price you gave is too low. You'll lose a lot of money doing business like this." The boy's face turned green and red. "You could have earned 10 times the profit, or even 100 times the profit, but now I can only see you making a loss, a serious loss. Your craftsmanship is crude, and you're selling it at an extremely low price, not even a tenth of the price of the raw materials. I really don't understand what your teacher taught you. You can't become rich like this. Do you know that alchemists are super rich? West and Xinjiao both chuckled without saying a word. Rich? You're not worthy of being called rich. Ruan Faxi was lying through his teeth. Alchemists indeed had a huge market profit, but at the same time, they also needed to spend a lot of money to maintain their research. The boy suddenly raised his head. Sir, I apologize for the lie just now. I don't have a teacher. I only found an alchemy book at home and learned everything by myself. Can you accept me as your student? Are you sure you don't have a teacher? Ruan Faxi asked to confirm again. Actually, he knew the boy's background very well. He even knew what color the boy was wearing today. Yes, sir. I swear. Do you know that alchemy can't be learned overnight? It requires perseverance and determination. Sir, I have perseverance. Chapter 3023. Just like that, Ruan Faxbin tricked a kid right in front of Chun Zhao and West, a 14-year-old minor. Chun Zhao and West didn't know why Ruan Faxbin had called them here. Was he here to see his trickery? Okay, you succeeded. The two guessed maliciously. Just then, two more people came from the other side of the road. Hey kid, you've been tricked. Chun Zhao, West, and Ruan Faxbin all looked annoyed. The boy, on the other hand, looked surprised. When Ruan Faxbin saw one of them, his expression turned even worse. The person was very young, only 16 or 17. Mr. Faxbin, what's wrong with you? You didn't trick me last time, so now you're trying to trick a minor? The young man's disdainful tone made Ruan Faxbin even more furious. The boy looked at Ruan Faxbin in surprise. Thinking back, Ruan Faxbin really did look like a liar. The boy took a few steps back instinctively. Just then, Chun Zhao and West got off. Ruan Faxbin also got off. Domelin, I think you're a talented young man, Ruan said coldly. I want to recruit you as my disciple. You can refuse, but you shouldn't interfere with my recruitment of a new disciple. You'll also see this as cheating. Whatever. If that's really the case, why didn't you tell him that alchemists aren't rich at all? You can't even satisfy my small request. You actually lied to this kid and said that alchemists can make a lot of money, the young man called Domelin said bluntly. Just then, Chun Zhao walked up and poked Domelin's chest. Kid, are you the young man who doesn't know what's good for him that Faxbin talked about last time? With your vision, you're only worthy of the title of a fallen magician family. You originally had a chance to get rich and at least restore some of your family's glory. But your brain and your pitiful knowledge of your family's inheritance that should have been broken long ago made you miss your last chance. Serves you right for your family's inheritance to end. Just then, the man beside Domelin stopped Chun Zhao. You'd better be polite to my people. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer. You want me to suffer? Chun Zhao sneered at the man. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are, but you better know who you're facing. Domelin stared at Chun Zhao with a pale face. Chun Zhao's words had deeply hurt him. Chun Zhao fished out a few rings from his pocket. Domelin's pupils suddenly contracted. These rings were all high-grade goods, and all of them exuded an astonishing magical aura. However, that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the main raw materials of these magic rings were from WIRMS. West stepped forward. Boss, the magic rings on your hand are obsolete. I forgot to give you the new ones. With that, West took out a handful of magic rings. Which ones do you need? Domelin's pupils suddenly constricted. What magic material is this? It felt even more amazing than the magic ring made from dragon materials. Why aren't there any magical spring rings? I like them. Boss, magical spring rings can only provide magic power. They're not that effective. But I like that color. Boss, I'll go back and make them now, Ruan Faxbin said. Forget it. Without magical spring rings, I don't need these. Faxbin, remember to improve the appearance when you go back. Yes, boss. Chun Zhao picked up a ring and put it on his finger. Then he looked left and right and shook his head. It doesn't look good. With that, Chun Zhao took off the ring. Under Domelin's shocked gaze, Chun Zhao crushed it. Chun Zhao looked at Domelin. Ah, sorry. I shouldn't do this in front of a poor mage family descendant like you. After all, you probably can't even afford dragon blood crystals. But you're not bad now. You're a good match for the person beside you. Domelin's expression did not need to be mentioned. The man beside him did not look too good either. Dragon blood crystals? He vaguely remembered that the magic shops in Los Angeles sold an extremely expensive magic material called dragon blood crystals. He'd heard of the price. It was definitely frighteningly expensive. But Chen Zhao had crushed a dragon blood crystal so casually. This was a waste of a heavenly treasure. Even though they knew that Chen Zhao was using this method to regain his face, they still felt that it was a waste. But they still felt that it was too wasteful. Sir, don't you think it's too much to insult a young man like this? Chen Zhao West and Ruan Faxbin all looked proud. Am I insulting him? Chen Zhao turned his head to look at West and Ruan Faxbin. No, I think you're letting those who overestimate themselves see reality, especially those poor mage families. Ruan Faxbin found the joy of revenge. Chen Zhao looked back at the boy. Kid, let me introduce myself. I'm a billionaire. I don't think you're worth lying to you. Sorry, as a businessman, I have to focus on profits first. We came to you because we think you have value that can benefit us. No matter if it's in normal society or in the spiritual world, you have to show your value first before you can get the corresponding return. Don't be like him, who thinks that he should get $1 for every dollar he creates. To be honest, even alchemy isn't as profitable as you think. But I can guarantee that if you create $10 million, you'll get 1 million. As for them, you can follow them. Their goal is the same as ours, your talent. Forgive me for being honest, but you might need 20 to 30 years to earn 1 million. I can guarantee that you'll become a billionaire in 10 years, but you'll need to spend 1 or 2 years studying first. Okay, make your choice. Follow these poor guys or follow us. Domelin's expression became even worse. It wasn't just because Chen Zhao humiliated him every time. It was also because he was tempted. This man radiated the aura of a rich person from head to toe. This was a fatal attraction for the heir of a poor family. Looking at the boy, Ruan Faxbin pointed at Domelin. You're not the only one, just like how he's not the only one. Ruan Faxbin's words made Domelin feel even worse. Chapter 3024. The man beside Domelin clenched his fists. It seemed like he could attack at any moment. Chen Zhao wasn't as tall as Domelin, but his gaze was condescending. Before you attack, you better know who my boss is, West said. Even your higher-ups don't dare to look at my boss like that, kid. Even if I threw your head in front of your house, the higher-ups in your family wouldn't dare to fart, West said. West looked at Domelin. I have to say that you rejected us and chose the worst. The only team that could compete with the supernatural organization in Los Angeles was undoubtedly the psionic team. Chen Zhao didn't attack because Domelin was just a small fry in the psionic team. He probably hadn't joined for long, or else he would have recognized Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao hadn't been to the psionic team's headquarters for long. It hadn't even been a month. This meant that the man before him and Domelin had joined the team less than a month ago. Of course, Domelin understood what West meant. He'd thought that he'd made a good choice. At least the psionic team had given him a lot of research support. In particular, the few requests that he had made were satisfied to a certain extent. But what people feared the most was a comparison between people. His teammate, who'd supported him before, suddenly became taciturn. It was as if he'd been scared by him. That was the truth, because Therma suddenly remembered something. When he joined the psionic team, the older generation had given him a warning. In Los Angeles, the psionic team had an old enemy, and the boss of this enemy was an Asian. He was a terrifyingly strong enemy that made one's hair stand on end. Therma felt like he'd hit the jackpot. No, it wasn't a feeling. He'd really hit the jackpot. Without surprise, the boy chose Ruan Faxbin. He was at an age where he could understand things. The magic rings he'd made weren't really spent on his girlfriend. He was just making money for his family. It was a practical problem. He'd follow whoever could make him rich. He'd follow whoever could make him a millionaire. It had nothing to do with good or evil, loyalty, or anything like that. He didn't even know Ruan Faxbin. He was only attracted by Chen Zhao's words. Even if Therma and Dalmyron gave him 99% of the profits, if the actual price of the sale was only a few $100s, why didn't he go with Ruan Fassbender? Perhaps he could only get 10% of the profits, but a low rate of return would give him a higher return. It was like one was selling luxury goods while the other was selling daily necessities. Could the profits of daily necessities compare to the profits of luxury goods? Kid, you haven't introduced yourself yet. In the car, Ruan Faxaban said, "Since you've come to my door, don't tell me you haven't investigated my identity. At least my name shouldn't be a secret. You're the disciple I've chosen. Behind you are my boss and my superiors. You should at least tell them your name instead of letting your teacher introduce you." The boy in the passenger seat looked back at Chun Zhao and West. "Greetings, sirs. I'm Tamika. Hi. You can call me President or Chun. What organization are we? Righteous or evil?" "Actually, we're half a government department," West said. "There's no such thing as righteous or evil. You just have to remember that we have law enforcement rights in California. Then can I teach those bastards in school a lesson without worrying about being taken away by the police?" "No, you can't. Also, even if you join the supernatural organization, you'll only be a technical support. Fighting has nothing to do with you. How long do I need to study to earn money?" "If it's just a basic salary," Wes said. "But if you really want to earn money, you need to study with Faxben for at least 3 years." "Basic salary? How much?" "It's probably higher than your father's income." "Really? My father's income isn't low," Tamika said excitedly. Actually, his father was a high-risk firefighter, so his income wasn't low. The average firefighter in Los Angeles earned more than $60,000 a year. However, Tamika's mother was sick, so more than half of his family's income was used to pay for his mother's treatment. His mother was also pregnant. In 4 months, he would have a sister. But this also meant that his family would have another mouth to feed. At the same time, his father's promised family vacation plan at the end of the year would be ruined. This was how Americans spent money. Most families didn't have more than $1,000 in savings. "But I'm still in school." Tamika looked at his teacher, troubled. "I don't really care about school, but I can't tell my parents that I'm going to learn magic and that I'm quitting school, right?" "Don't worry. Soon, you'll be transferred to another school. It's already been arranged. You can just report to the headquarters every day. As for your grades and attendance, they'll be reported to your parents regularly. In their eyes, you're still the good kid who goes to school on time. But are you sure you won't be exposed? You should be in school now. Since we met here, it means that this isn't your first time skipping school." Tamika scratched his head awkwardly. "Can I get my salary in advance?" "I want." "Yes, this is your bank card. Your salary will be directly deposited into this card. But once you accept this card, it means that our relationship is established. If you break the promise, your misdeeds since young will be shown to your parents, including you being caught peeking at a girl's underwear, the teacher asking you to look for your parents, and the fact that you hired a father," Ruan Faxben said sternly. Tamika shuddered. He felt like he'd fallen into a wolf's den. "Is it too late for me to back out now? Then your parents will receive this gift tonight." Tamika might only be 14, but he matured early. People said that children of the poor matured early. Tamika was an example. Also, your mother's illness isn't difficult to treat. Modern medicine can't solve it, but magic can, Ruan Faxben said. "Really? Can I?" "Of course, but you have to wait until she gives birth. Also, you can use this time to study potions. Although I'm not an expert in potions, I still have many related books. Our chairman is also a top medical expert. You can ask him for advice." "No, don't look for me. I don't have much time." Chapter 3025. The supernatural youth fighting competition that West was in charge of was being prepared in an orderly manner. It wasn't hard for the supernatural organization to organize a low-level competition like this. It was just money. Everything was fine as long as they had money. Of course, it couldn't be compared to a high-end competition. For example, the Battle of the Holy Light was millions of light years ahead of the supernatural youth fighting competition. The Battle of the Holy Light used a mirror image of a city as the arena. The supernatural youth fighting competition was held in a regular stadium. Only the top forces in the world could participate in the former. The latter could basically be judged as a competition to make up the numbers. To be honest, those with real potential were almost unwilling to participate. Chun Zhao didn't interfere. He couldn't either. It was the best choice to leave it to West. Chun Zhao would only be a hindrance if he did. The invitations were sent out too. However, he wasn't sure how many people would participate yet. Europe, Switzerland. A man wearing a hat and a trench coat walked into the cafe. After looking around the cafe for a while, he walked toward the table. Carrie. Carrie raised her head and looked at the man in front of her. Bayan. The man before her was her adoptive father. He was Bayan, the deputy leader of the New Era Church, who was listed as wanted by the governments of various countries on TV. Bayan glanced at Xiao He, who was sitting beside him. He couldn't help but frown. Who is he? Interpol? Or a government agent? No, she's my friend, Carrie said. She came with me this time. No, she doesn't look like your partner. Bayan wasn't very skilled in the outside world, but he still had a good eye. I didn't say she's a thief. Anyway, you don't have to worry about her. Carrie rolled her eyes. Aren't you going to sit down? You'll be more conspicuous like this. And you're standing in the aisle. Are you afraid that people won't know you're wanted? Bayan still sat down. He looked at Carrie. Why did you come to me? You shouldn't have come. Of course. How did you become the deputy leader of a cult? Are you out of your mind? No, I know what I'm doing. Listen, Carrie, buy a plane ticket back to Los Angeles immediately. I'm not joking with you. Did someone threaten you? Bayan, come back with me. I know someone. I can ask him to protect you. Bayan rolled his eyes. Do you even know people? Bayan had watched Carrie grow up. She knew all too well Carrie's network of people. I am now a wanted criminal in many countries. I just need to spend some money. Carrie had thought about it. She would borrow money from Chun Zhao later. Since he had already borrowed $1 million, she didn't mind borrowing another $1 million. Anyway, you don't have to worry about my business. Go back immediately. I have my own business. Bayan, is the cult your career? Don't lie to me. You don't have any faith at all. You don't even believe in a proper religion. Why would you run over to a cult? And that New Era. How stupid is the person who came up with this name? Shut up. Don't talk about this name casually, Bayan said in a low voice. I won't leave unless you come back with me. Go back? I'll be caught as soon as I reach the airport. How can I go back? Don't be stupid, Carrie. You don't have to worry about my business. Just leave. That's impossible, Carrie said calmly. Maybe I should yell right now, so that you can't escape. Bayan's face darkened. Carrie, it's dangerous here. I'm serious. You shouldn't have gotten involved. So you knew that you joined a cult, or were you forced to join? In short, I was safe before you came. You made me less safe. Fine, we'll leave today. Xiao He, book the plane tickets. A moment later, Carrie showed Bayan her phone. Look, I've already booked the tickets. Bayan stared at Carrie with a dark expression. Don't play tricks like this. It's not funny at all. Who do you think you are? You only have enough money for a round trip. So, whether I book the tickets or not, you won't believe me. But I hope you're serious this time, Carrie. I don't want you to get involved. You don't understand what you're facing. Magic? Werewolves? Vampires? Gods? Bayan, I come into contact with some mysterious things in the past few months. I know much more than you can imagine, Carrie said disapprovingly. Come on, you've come into contact with magic? You even need to use a computer to add and subtract from 1 to 10. Can you understand magic formulas? Carrie was furious. She gritted her teeth and glared at Bayan. She glanced at the coffee cup on the table. Slowly it floated up. Bayan was shocked. His expression changed drastically. Damn, what's going on? How'd you do it? Do you really know magic? Oof. What else do you have to say? Heavens, how is that possible? Tell me, Carrie, is there really magic in this world? Didn't you join an evil cult? The person who brought you in should have shown you some supernatural power. Otherwise, with your rationality, you wouldn't have joined. Maybe they gave you some unrealistic promises, such as money, women, power, and so on. Anyway, it's no different from a demon bewitching people. Bayan was speechless. He felt very uncomfortable, because Carrie's words were spot on. Carrie, did you join some peacekeeping organization? Are you here to investigate the new era behind me? No, I'm just here to take you back, you idiot. A trace of disappointment flashed in Bayan's eyes. He sighed. Forget it, go. Even if you have supernatural power, you can't fight against the new era. Listen to me and leave. Do you think I'll leave empty-handed? Or you can give me the information about the new era. I'll call the police and let them handle this matter. You could be a tainted witness. Carrie, you're too naive. How much information do you think I have? You're the deputy head. You should know a lot, right? No. In fact, the information I have is pitifully little. I'm not sure if all the police in Switzerland can solve this. I heard that Switzerland is an active area in the supernatural world. There should be professionals involved. Don't worry. Supernatural world? Is that what people with superpowers like you call it? Chapter 3026. Both Xiaohe and Carrie were surprised. They had thought that since Bayan had joined an evil cult, he would have more or less come into contact with the supernatural world. They didn't expect Bayan to say such amateurish words. Either this cult was just an empty title, or Bayan's position as the deputy cult leader was just an empty title. Carrie was considering whether or not to use force. She directly tied Bayan up. At that moment, Bayan pulled up his sleeve. Both Xiaohe and Carrie were startled. There was a bloated tumor on Bayan's arm. The two of them felt nauseous and shocked at the sight of it. "What's this?" "You can think of it as a time bomb," Bayan said helplessly. "It's out of range, Bua." Carrie hesitated, but still reached out and poked the tumor. "Do you feel anything?" "No." "How can we remove this thing?" "There's no way. Someone in our church tried." "You don't want to know the result." The two fell silent. Carrie said again, "Maybe I can find a way." "Don't even think about it. Nobody can do it." Bayan stood up. "Carrie, go. If there's a chance in the future, I'll visit you." "Bayan, I feel like you're making arrangements for your funeral." "Shut up. I'm not dead," Bayan swore. "I'm leaving." This time, Carrie didn't stop Bayan. She knew that he was in danger. But she also knew that if she stopped Bayan now, he would probably die. Xiaohe and Carrie stared at each other for a long time. "What do you think?" Carrie asked. "First of all, there's something I don't understand." "What is it?" "Why did this evil cult of the new era find your adoptive father to be the deputy leader? Forgive me for being blunt, but he's just an ordinary person. He has no abilities, no magic, no identity, no status, no money, and he doesn't even have knowledge or manners. How can he be the deputy leader?" Carrie's cheeks twitched. Damn it. How could Xiaohe describe all of her adoptive father's characteristics so accurately? Obviously, her adoptive father was very successful in being a failure. In the past, he had at least some money, but after going bankrupt, he had achieved remarkable results in being a failure. Bjorn was simply a model, an excellent loser. No one could surpass him in this aspect. That's right. Why would such a loser be appointed as the deputy sect leader? Just because he was a loser? That cult couldn't possibly be so lacking in manpower, right? If even Bjorn could become the deputy sect leader, he could even become their faith. So why? Carrie was also full of doubts. Could it be that Bayan has something that the cult needs? If I were the person in charge of the cult, I would have used force. I can't imagine how difficult it would be to get something from him. Maybe a round of beatings would be enough. Even if it was a gentler way, I reckon he would have gotten the thing he needed by sleeping with a woman, and then he would have thrown it away after getting it. That's why your adoptive father got the position of deputy hierarch in such a strange way. Jollywen felt that her adoptive father was really useless according to Xiaohe. But why did it feel so real? All right, you're right, but can you stop complaining about my adoptive father's shortcomings? For the first time, Jollywen felt that Xiaohe had such a sharp tongue. All right, let's get down to business. Why do you think? How would I know? Let's make a hypothesis. If the cult really wants to get something from your adoptive father, then what can't they take away? Jollywen couldn't think of anything that Bjorn had that the cult couldn't take away. Life? No, it's not difficult for the cult to kill one or two people, especially a piece of trash like Bjorn. It wasn't life, nor was it a soul. Just then, a loud noise came from outside the coffee shop. Then, the coffee shop started to shake violently, as if there was an earthquake. The customers and employees in the coffee shop were all frightened. Xiaohe and Jollywen looked at each other and hurriedly ran out. The explosion came from across the street from the coffee shop. Then, they saw Bjorn escape into a car. Two people leaned out of the car and fired at the car behind them. In the car behind them, two people were brazenly using magic. In any case, the one in front used a machine gun and the one in the back used magic. Jollywen and Xiaohe were dumbfounded. Were all the European spiritualists so tough? They were using magic in public. Were North America and Huaxia outdated? Judging from the situation, it was obvious that the people using machine guns couldn't beat the people using magic. Of the two gunmen using machine guns, half of one's body was hit by a thunderstorm. Then, half of his body was gone, and his severed body hung on the car window. As for the machine guns they used, when they hit the spiritualists at the back, they would create ripples in front of them. Clearly, the magic shield protected them well. Jollywin, what do we do? For a moment, Jollywin didn't know what to do. After all, it was her first time seeing a magic battle. Or rather, she saw half of the magic casters. A hail of bullets and magic missiles collided. Let's wait and see. Jollywin decided not to move. She was worried about Bjorn's safety, but she didn't know what was going on. Just then, Bjorn's car started. It seemed that they also realized that they couldn't beat the people behind them in a head-on fight. Then, the flying car sped. Xiao He, hold my hand. Jollywin immediately summoned Jiu Wu and pulled Xiao He onto its back. After Xiao He and Jollywin rode on Jiu Wu's back, they automatically entered stealth mode. Jiu Wu, catch up with the two cars in front. Jiu Wu immediately started. Its speed wasn't any slower than the two speeding cars in front. The two cars chased and fled. Jiu Wu chased with all its might. Unknowingly, they had arrived in a dense forest. Suddenly, the door of Bjorn's car opened, and half of a body was thrown out. At first, the people behind them didn't care. However, a sudden change occurred. The upper half of the body suddenly squirmed and turned into a bloody monster. The monster looked like a strange ooze monster, but it exuded a bone-chilling aura. Whoosh! The bloody monster suddenly spat out a mouthful of pus. The car behind them didn't have time to stop. Instantly, half of the car melted. The people in the car quickly escaped, but someone was a step slower. His arm was stained with pus. Then, he watched as he was slowly eroded and dissolved. Chapter 30:27. The chasing party had lost a person. Only 2 men and 2 women were left, and their expressions were ugly. The flesh monster was still in front of them. Xiao He and Carrie were hiding in the back. They had seen the scene just now. It had really given them a fright. What's that thing? That's disgusting. Although they had come into contact with many supernatural things, most of them were spirits or transformed spirits. However, the vast majority of them were either spiritual bodies or transformed into spiritual bodies. A small portion of them were magical beasts. They had never seen such a thing before. The flesh monster had subverted their definition of the word disgusting. It was disgusting to the extreme. The 4 people were helpless against the flesh monster's attacks. A burst of flames landed on the flesh monster's body, creating a splash. A normal person would have been badly mangled, but the flesh monster itself was badly mangled. The only one who had an obvious effect was an ice-type mage. Although it could not deal fatal damage to the flesh monster, it was very effective in slowing down the flesh monster's movements. But it could only slow it down. The damage of ice magic was also penetrative. If it was a normal creature, a few icicles would be enough to deal with it. If it was not dealt with, a few more icicles would be enough to kill it. But for this flesh monster, even 10 or 20 more would be useless. Then the 4 people began their famous strategy, kiting. It went smoothly at the beginning, but not long after, something went wrong. Seeing that it could not catch up to the 4 people, the flesh monster shot pieces of flesh at them. These pieces of flesh were directly separated from its body. Just like the first victim, the moment they touched a bit of flesh, their entire body melted into a pool of unknown liquid. If they landed on the limbs, it was fine. If they could cut them off in time, they could at least stop the melting process. But if they landed on the main body, neck, or head, it would be troublesome. Another person was hit. It was one of the women. At first, it got on her clothes, and in a panic, she slapped it off with both hands. Then her hands began to dissolve. She screamed in pain, but could not stop the flesh from dissolving. It was an extremely horrifying and disgusting scene. The expressions of the remaining 3 people were terrible. Fortunately, the flesh monster's splattered pieces were not large, only a few meters in diameter. If they left that range, they would not be a threat. Distance yourself. Don't get close to that organic fusion, the remaining woman shouted. The other two men were probably her direct subordinates, and they listened to her orders. I'll use ice magic to freeze its movements. Magni, use lightning magic to completely shatter the ice. Wade, you'll be in charge of burning the flesh and blood within it to ashes. The woman deploys in an emergency. The three of them formed a triangular encirclement while maintaining a distance of at least 5 meters from the organic fusion body. The woman was the first to cast a spell, and this time, she cast it with the greatest amount of magic power. Freezing wind freeze. The surrounding temperature dropped very quickly, with the temperature falling the fastest in the range of the organic fusion body. Even Carrie and Xiao He, who were more than 30 meters away, felt a piercing chill. The organic fusion body was freezing rapidly. It did not seem to be completely unconscious. It fiercely shot a piece of flesh at the woman, trying to interrupt her spell casting. However, the woman's magic had already been fully activated. The melted flesh and blood turned into ice cubes in midair and hit the woman's body, but she was unscathed. Soon, the organic fusion body could no longer split into pieces of flesh and blood. Its flesh and blood had already been frozen solid. Can I attack now? The two men could tell that their boss was having a hard time maintaining this ultimate spell. No, only the outer layer of flesh and blood has been frozen. We need to completely freeze it. If she were to shatter the outer layer now, it would be completely meaningless. Instead, it would cause all her previous efforts to go to waste. She was also trying her best to maintain the output of magic power. However, the amount of magic power consumed by this ultimate spell was too shocking. Every additional second of maintenance was a huge test for her. The outer layer of the organic fusion body was already covered by ice cubes. However, the woman was still holding on. This lasted for almost 10 minutes. Finally, the woman collapsed to the ground. Magni, do it. Magni had been waiting for a long time. He shouted, "Thunder Meteor!" A terrifying arc of lightning shot out from Magni's palms. Boom! The organic fusion body was blasted into more than 10 pieces. Wade didn't need the woman's reminder and immediately went to cast fire magic. Fire magic was very ineffective against the organic fusion body as a whole. However, it was very effective against the shards. Finally, with the sacrifice of 2 companions, the organic fusion body was finally destroyed. The remaining 3 were extremely tired. Moreover, they didn't look happy at all. They had sacrificed 2 people and their target had escaped. It could be said that their mission had completely failed. After a few minutes of rest, the woman suddenly looked at where Carrie and Xiao He were hiding. "Are you going to come out yourself? Or do I have to force you out?" Xiao He and Carrie were both startled. They were like Han Wu, achieving physical invisibility. Unexpectedly, they were still discovered. Helpless, the two could only reveal their true forms. However, the moment they did so, everyone, including the woman, was shocked. Xiao He and Carrie suddenly felt like they had been tricked. Too stupid. How could they be so stupid? The two even wondered if Chun Zhao would be punished more severely if he found out about this. "Who are you?" the woman asked. "Are you from the New Era Church?" No. Carrie hurriedly waved her hands. "We're here for a vacation. We just happened to see you chasing on the road, so we followed to see what happened." "Which country are you spiritualists from? Shouldn't you introduce yourself?" Carrie said. "Switzerland, Duke's Palace, Crandall's." "We're from America, Los Angeles," Carrie said. "You followed us secretly. If you were just watching, that's not right. You didn't help us. We're not good at dealing with these things. We're better at dealing with spirits and magical beasts." When Crandalls heard that the 2 women were from North America, he was already half convinced. He had heard about the situation in North America. It was a magic desert. "Foreign spiritualists, you need to go back with us to register. Will they restrict our freedom? We will do a preliminary investigation on your intentions and identity. After confirming that there are no mistakes, you'll be free. It won't be long, at most a day." Chapter 3028. After some investigation, Codels confirmed that Xiao He and Carrie were both from Los Angeles. Xiao He was Chinese, but she was studying in Los Angeles. However, she also noticed that Carrie seemed to have a criminal record. Of course, These were all insignificant things. At least Codels confirmed that Xiao He and Carrie were not their enemies. You two are spiritualists too, right? Miss Wang, which Chinese sect are you from? Codels asked. Codels was more interested in Xiao He. It cannot be helped. The supernatural world in China was too active. There were many mountain gates and sections. Official, private, and family. Almost all kinds of supernatural organizations could survive in China. Prosperity also meant that there would be powerful individuals and complete inheritances. This was why Codels was interested in Xiao He. I can't tell you, but this Miss Carrie's legacy is also from China. It's a top-level legacy. Cranlisos sucked in a cold breath. The top-level legacy in China, that was equivalent to the top-level legacy in the world. No one could deny this. There were only a few that could be called the top-level legacy in China. Only Buddhism and Taoism had the right to be called the top-level legacy. Since Carrie was a woman, it was obvious that she would not care about them. Then it could only be Taoism. Carrie did not know where her spells came from either. But Xiao He still had some knowledge. Therefore, she deduced Carrie's heritage from the spells and spells that she usually cast. Moreover, most of the spells that Carrie had inherited were the more common evil spells of Mao Mountain Town. These spells were easy to distinguish. They were Mao Mountain's signature spells. Then, there was Yuwu. According to Carrie's description, Xiao He went to investigate. She found that Yuwu was also Mao Mountain's guardian beast. Codels looked at Carrie in surprise. Are you two interested in joining our organization? Your organization? Is the Swiss Duke's palace official? No, but we're supervised by the government. Sometimes we'll accept missions from them. Xiao He and Carrie looked at each other. It felt like the Swiss Duke's palace was similar to the supernatural organization. They already knew that Chun Zhao was the leader of the supernatural organization. The supernatural organization was also a similar organization, but it was also different. The supernatural organization was working for the government in exchange for the government's benefits. If the government did not give them any benefits, then everyone would part on good terms. It was more like an employer-employee relationship. But what was up with this Swiss ducal palace? Only obligations, no rights? Sorry, we all have our own organizations, Xiao He said. Is that so? What a pity. Cranlisos wasn't surprised. It was very common for spiritualists to form teams. Can you tell me about the group of people you fought with yesterday? They're a cult. New Age. Have you heard of them? I've heard of it. There was nothing to deny. It had already been reported to the media. It would be a lie to say that he had never heard of it. What kind of magic is that? That's not magic. It's a product of twisted technology. If it's magic, it would be easier. After all, magic has been evolving for thousands of years. No matter how strange the magic is, we can trace it back to its source and find a way to break it. But this kind of twisted technology is a big headache for us. That doesn't seem too difficult to solve, right? It wasn't that Xiao He and Carrie were looking down on each other. At least, they felt that if it were the two of them, it wouldn't be a problem to deal with dozens of them at once. It wasn't like Cranlisos, who only managed to kill one of them after losing 2 out of 5 of them. Those monsters are called organic fusion bodies. As you can see, they're extremely troublesome, but that's only the lowest level of monsters. Besides, the most troublesome thing about organic fusion bodies is that they can fuse infinitely. A true infinite fusion, Cranlisos said with difficulty. A month ago, our ducal palace had a huge battle with the New Age. We won, but it was a terrible victory. All our main forces were killed, 60 in total. I was originally a second-string member, following a teacher. I was still on probation, but after my teacher died, I was promoted to official combat force. So were my teammates. No wonder. They were only second-string members. They were just forcefully promoted. Even though their identities had changed, their nature didn't change. They were still second-string members. That New Age is that strong? Cranlisos smiled bitterly. If they weren't strong, they wouldn't have been able to roam around Europe. Isn't that their full strength in Switzerland? No. According to the information we received from the International Supernatural Organization, members of the New Age have been gathering in Switzerland for the past half a month. They are gathering there through various channels. They might be planning a terrorist attack in Switzerland, or they might be searching for something. That's all we know so far. As for their goal, we don't have a clear answer yet. What about the government? Doesn't it care? Our ducal palace is the only weapon the government has. Because of this battle, the ducal palace suffered a great loss. Now, the government has no choice but to seek help from other allies. Isn't Europe the most active region in the supernatural world? Why can't I sense anything at all? Cranleese shook his head. Switzerland is on the fringes of paranormal activity, and there are only a few countries that are active. Before this incident, the government had been suppressing paranormal activity in the dark. Besides, there are actually a few local paranormal organizations, but because they are not recognized by the government, they have always been small in size. That's why those organizations are secretly gloating over the incident, hoping to see the government make a fool out of themselves. So you're short on manpower now? Are you interested in joining us? Forget about joining, but I'm fine with helping, Jolly Wind said. They lacked information and were completely clueless about the current situation. Moreover, they didn't have the legal authority to act. If they could temporarily borrow the power of the ducal palace and participate in the operation, it would be easier for them to understand the situation and rescue Bjorn. Cranleese was naturally willing to accept their help. After all, the ducal palace was in dire need of manpower. They already had the intention to rope them in. Even though Xiao, He, and Carrie didn't join them directly, at least they would be happy to help. Do we need to pay attention to anything? Or are there any restrictions? Try to avoid fighting in public to avoid hurting ordinary people. That's the only requirement. Chapter 3029. Sure. Xiao, He, and Carrie both nodded. I have some magic equipment. You guys can get one too. We do, Xiao, He said. We're all professionals. We're completely different from the alchemists outside. Also, it's free. All right, since it was free, Xiao, He, and Carrie didn't refuse. They followed Cranleese to the warehouse, and each got a set of equipment. Get ready. We're leaving soon. So soon? Didn't you say it's night? Yeah, it's night, but we still have to count the time on the road. Xiao, He, and Carrie sat in the back seat while Cranleese drove. There were 6 cars in front and behind them. Including the 2 of them, there were 21 people. What's this ring for? It's a magic storage ring. It can replenish your mana after you use it. You'll be able to recover in 20 minutes. I have one too. Can I use 2 at the same time? Carrie asked as she took out a golden ring. Cranleese glanced at it through the rearview mirror and almost forgot to step on the gas. How did you get a golden scale dragon ring? Is this thing called a golden scale dragon ring? You don't know? This is the first time I've heard of it. Xiaohe, have you heard of it? It's the first time I've heard of it. I have too, Xiaohe said. How is that possible? Where did you get it? I got it from an evil spirit. What? No, nothing. They couldn't possibly say that they were trapped in a dungeon and struggled in that dungeon for almost a month. Carrie continued to rummage through the bag and found another pendant. What's this for? Pendant of Spirit Explosion. It can increase your magic damage by around 10%. It's useless. What about this? Power of Illusion. It can transform into the shape of any weapon you want, but it consumes a lot of mana. What about this? Holy Water. It can remove most curses. What about this? Antidote. What about this? Unyielding Strength. It can increase your magic resistance and powerlessness resistance. Carrie was a little disappointed. Although the magic tools in the bag were free, they were not enough. Although the magic items in the bag were free, they overlapped with her own equipment and potions. Moreover, they were all weakened versions of her equipment and potions. Moreover, most of them could not be stacked. In other words, none of these things could be used. Xiaohe was almost the same. She had also obtained a lot of equipment in the instance dungeon. Just his pocket alone was probably stuffed with a few rings. There were still a lot of magic concoctions in the small bag hanging on his waist. The car stopped on the outskirts of their destination. Everyone began to check their equipment. Then, he approached his destination on foot. Not long after, more than 20 people came to a cave in the forest. There were a few people outside the cave. They were all armed gunmen. Both Carrie and Xiaohe noticed that all of them had a sarcoma on their arms. Just like Bayan. The 2 of them looked at each other. Is Bayan here too? At this time, Cranleese said in a low voice, "Follow me later." Use ranged magic when I attack. We can't give them time to react. If they activate the parasites, we'll be in trouble. Get ready. Aren't you going to use ranged magic? Instantaneous, Carrie said. In fact, Yuan Wu was ready to strike. You have enough time to prepare a more powerful spell, Cranleysy said. In her opinion, channeling spells were definitely more powerful than instantaneous spells. So, she felt that Xiao He and Carrie should choose channeling spells. Both Jia Liwen and Xiao He felt helpless. They could only cast spells instantly. Perhaps it was because Chun Zhao had taught them. Chun Zhao scoffed at spells that required chanting, especially those that took a long time. So, he kept emphasizing that they did not need to use spells before him. Chun Zhao considered any spell that took more than 1 second to charge up as trash. He always said that 1 second was enough for him to whip a corpse 100 times. So, Carrie did not need to charge spells at all. Xiao He could do it, but compared to the instantaneous release of magic, her charged magic was not enough. Forget it. Cranleysy did not have time to argue with them. The others were almost ready and could attack at any time. Attack. In an instant, Xiao He and Carrie moved as well. Xiao He suddenly stood up and grabbed at the 2 people in the distance. Refined blood explosion. In an instant, the 2 men were blasted into a bloody mess. Carrie's reaction was not slow either. Yuan Wu burst out instantly. In the blink of an eye, it reached a gunner. With a swipe of its paw, the man flew away. Another swipe, another flying. Finally, another swipe. In less than half a second, all 3 of them were killed by Yuan Wu. Cranleysy and the others stood rooted to the spot, shock written all over their faces. Was this a joke? The 2 of them had killed 5 people together. There were only 2 people left. They immediately aimed their guns at Carrie and Xiao He. No nonsense, just shoot. Refined blood explosion. In an instant, the 2 of them also exploded into flowers. Cranleysy's face was full of disbelief. The 2 of them had killed all the sentries? Good job, Cranleysy said. She did not expect Xiao He and Carrie to react so quickly. They were even faster than her, the one who gave the orders. It was too easy. It felt like the 8 people were like lambs. They were like tigers. What's next? Enter this cave. This is a new era stronghold. I heard they are researching a new type of organic monster. The others came to clean up the corpses on the ground. The people Xiao He killed did not even have a chance to resist before they were killed by Xiao He. Only those who were killed by Yuan Wu were still intact. These corpses were quite troublesome. If they didn't deal with it properly, it wouldn't be long before the parasites on their arms completely took over their bodies. Then they would turn into organic amalgamations. It was the thing that Xiao He and Jia Liwen had seen today. Cranleysy reminded them, kill all living things in this cave, be they human or animal. If you don't destroy them within 10 minutes, they will devour the host's body and turn into the thing you saw today. The 2 of them did not dare to be careless. They carefully followed Cranleysy's crimson.